Everybody, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us for the Learnathon. We hope you got an opportunity to take a stretch. Thank you so much. We're able to Learnathon. We hope you got an opportunity. Having a little bit of having a little bit of technical difficulty. We hope you're able to take a stretch, able to give Giddies a call, able to go to the chesedfund.com/Ahavas Achim, and we will be with you on this page through the end of the Learnathon. We are now heading into our 2:00 session, and we're going to let in our speakers. Okay, we are privileged to have Mr. Saul Barenthal with us. He is a Jewish Cuban historian, and he's going to be speaking to us about Jewish Cuba, past, present, and future. Without further ado, I give you Saul Barenthal.
Thank you. By the way, thank you everybody for inviting me and letting me talk to you about one of my favorite subjects, Cuba, and how the Jewish community worldwide has affected Cuba over the years. So I have a little presentation that I'm trying to put together, and there it is. And it'll help me take you through a little bit of history of what has happened in Cuba with the influence of the Jewish people. Just to give you a little bit of background of what Cuba is all about. Let's see if we can get this thing. Okay, next chart, please. The official name is the Republic of Cuba. Just think about the fact that Cuba, Havana, the capital of Cuba, was a capital in 1519, which means that Cuba was a country before the US. Havana was a capital before the US was a country. Another thing to point out is the fact that about 18% of the population of Cuba lives in the US. Most everybody in Cuba has either a friend or a relative or somebody that lives in the US. Cuba has a socialist government, and that's something that I'm sure you all have heard a lot about lately in terms of policy between Cuba and the US, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. Now, as it pertains to the history of the Jews in Cuba, I want to take you to the topics that you see on the chart. Let me point out that Jews were part of the beginning of Cuba, so to speak, as they came with Columbus when he came to discover America, so to speak. Why did Jews come with Columbus? Well, if you remember, on or about that time that Columbus decided to come, the Inquisition was really going on in Spain. And one of the ways that Jews that were in jail because of the Inquisition had an opportunity to get out of jail was to accompany Columbus on his trip to the New World. The Jews at the time were divided into two kinds of Jews, conversos and marranos. Conversos were those Jews that said that they had converted to Catholicism, and marranos, which is another word for pig in Spanish, were the ones that didn't convert and therefore went to jail. Another little story that most people don't know about is who financed Columbus to come to America. It was not Queen Isabella selling her jewels to raise the funds. It was really Jews from Portugal by the name of Abravanel, Santangel, and Sanchez, who actually did give Columbus the money to organize his trip. So Jews came with Columbus to America and were part of the first Europeans that experienced the New World. Cuba at the time was called Cubanacan. Columbus wanted to call Cuba Juana in honor of her Queen Isabella's son, but I think that Cubanacan, which was what the Indians call it, stuck. So it is now Cuba and not Juana. Spain ruled Cuba for about 400 years, but from a historical perspective, it was not only Spain, but the US, Russia, Venezuela, and China nowadays, the countries that have pretty much subsidized the economy of Cuba. And that has a lot to do with the issues between policies of Cuba and the US. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Just to give you some specifics, the navigator for Columbus trip was Luis de Torre, a converted Jew that came because he converted to Catholicism. And he was also the guy who brought in tobacco for the first time from Cuba to Europe as a whole. When they first got to Cuba, there were three main tribes of Indians that populated Cuba: the Siboneyes, Taínos, and Guanahatabey. They were all brought into slavery by the Spaniards, and of course, they all were eliminated. There's no Indian blood in Cuba anymore. There's a small little legend about a chieftain that was burned at the stake because he didn't want to convert to Catholicism. And the little story, I mention it because it has an implication of how the Jews perceived it. The little story is that when Atues was at the stake, and the priest came over to ask him, would he convert to Catholicism for the last time so that he could go to heaven? His answer was, are you people in heaven as well? And he said, of course, we're Catholics, we go to heaven. And then Atues said, I don't want to be anywhere where you guys are going to be. So no, go ahead and burn me out. That was converted into a Yiddish poem in 1931 that was published in the then Jewish periodical in Cuba called Havana Lem. It then got revived in 2018 by a group of Jews from the US into an opera, which was portrayed both in the US and Cuba for a few months. So that gives you a little bit of perspective of how Spain penetrated Cuba, how they treated their people, and how they had a tremendous influence in the island. Now let's talk a little bit about the War of Independence of Cuba and the US. Jose Marti is the Washington, the equivalent of the Washington of Cuba, the father of the country. And sure enough, as he went out of Cuba and started raising funds, there's a common thread to this presentation between Jews and Cuba. So when Marti went out of Cuba, went to New York, Key West, and some other places in the US raising money, guess what? He got together with some Jewish American lawyers by the name of Rubens and two Romanian cousins, Steinberg and Schechter, who were the fundraisers for the revolution of Cuba against Spain. So here one more time, Jews had the privilege of being able to finance something to the benefit of Cuba. The War of Independence between Cuba and Spain became very rapidly the Spanish-American War. And the Spanish-American War was a way of the US intervening in the War of Independence between Cuba and Spain for our own US political reasons. They send a Navy ship to stand by at Havana Harbor, and for some unknown reason, it exploded and killed about 300 Marines that were at the time in the boat or in the ship. And that was used as an excuse or as a reason, so to speak, to have the US declare war against Spain. Teddy Roosevelt, as a matter of fact, when he was in the Army, came to Cuba as part of the campaign against the Spaniards. A little story about Teddy Roosevelt and the American soldiers that fought on the war is the fact that in Cuba nowadays, and for many years, the typical farmer is called a Guajiro. And a Guajiro is it's a word that came about from the American soldiers calling the farmers that were fighting against Spain in the war heroes. So the Cubans heard that they were being called war heroes and chose to name themselves Guajiros, which is what Cuban farmers are known as today. So we talk a little bit about the Maine and Teddy Roosevelt and the influence of U.S. War in Cuba. Well, after the war, some Jewish carpetbaggers, I call them, decided to come to Cuba because of the opportunities that they had learned about from fighting the war in Cuba. And those are the ones that established the first real Jewish community in Cuba. In 1906, they built a cemetery in a small little town outside Havana called Guanabacoa. And history says that the land was provided by Teddy Roosevelt himself. Now, I mention the cemetery because, lo and behold, nowadays it also has a little bit of an implication on what's going on today between Cuba and the US. As you can tell, Alejandro Mayorkas, which is the current Secretary of US Homeland Security, is a Cuban Jew. And guess what? His mother and grandparents are buried in that Cuban cemetery in Guanabacoa. He was part of the delegation that came to Cuba with Obama, and he had the opportunity to go and visit the site of the grave. And there were some inscriptions that were a little bit not legible, and he wanted to improve how they looked, but was told that he couldn't touch it because it was not it was not for him to make any changes to it. I just mention it because it is one of the things that I am personally trying to see if we can do that on behalf of his family while we are there. These are some of no, go back one more, go back to the previous one. These are some other pictures of the cemetery, people that, or groups that we have brought. One of them is a group of young Jewish kids from BBYO that came and helped paint and refurbish some of the graves of the cemetery. That was one of the highlights of our ability to help the Cuban community in Cuba. So after that, there were two more waves of Jews that immigrated to Cuba. After the Ottoman Empire collapsed, Turkish or Sephardic Jews came to Cuba. They had an advantage. They spoke Ladino, which is a derivative of Spanish, and were very able to communicate with Cuban people in Spanish. The issue with them was that as they arrived in Havana, Havana was a very, very big city at the time, and they were not comfortable. So most of them left the capital and established themselves in the provinces around the island. So their community was more sparse around the island than the second wave of Ashkenazi Jews that came during 1924. Those were the ones that actually established the biggest community in Havana and became very prosperous merchants. To the point that some of you may have heard about the St. Louis, which was a ship coming from Europe with refugees from the Holocaust. It was Cuba that had given them visas to come and disembark in Cuba, waiting for permission to come to the US. But for some political reasons at the time, the U.S. denied the ability for those Jews to come to the U.S. and asked Cuba not to let them disembark. That was a big issue at the time, and the ship was turned back to Europe with most of the Jews still in it. A few jumped and found their way into Cuba, but most of them had to go back. And from what has been written, most of them perished back in the Holocaust. Now let's talk a little bit about how Jews influenced a little bit of Cuba then in 1925, even to the point of today. The Cuban Communist Party was founded in 1925. One of the things that I'd like to point out that at the time there were about 24,000 Jews in Cuba, which was about 6% of the population. However, the PCC, or the Partido Comunista Cubano, the Cuban Communist Party, was founded with 3 Jews in it, and there were 30% of the founders of the party. So being 0.6% of the population and having 30% of the foundation of the Communist Party is something to think about, how communism really got started in Cuba. Another thing to point out is that the Jews also contributed financially to the revolution in Cuba. It was November 56 when Castro left Mexico in the Grama yacht to start up his invasion of Cuba, so to speak. So guess who provided the money to finance the buying of that boat? Yes, Jewish people in Mexico. Now, after the revolution, there were some people who were very influential in the politics as well as the economy of Cuba. Enrique Altusky was a vice minister. Ricardo Lobo, Richard Wolf, was among one of the richest men in Cuba that became an ambassador to Israel. So there were Jews in Cuba that belonged to the Communist Party that helped in a great deal how to manage and implement communism in Cuba. Now let's talk a little bit as to what other kind of Jews had influenced Cuba from a financial point of view. Again, I think you can see a thread about how Jews over the years have made their mark, so to speak, in Cuba. Cuba was the richest, biggest, most profitable part of the mafia empire. So when Las Vegas was still being grown up as a gambling capital, Cuba had already started and had set up gambling, and it was two people, Bugsy Siegel and Meyer Lansky, who ran the business for the mafia in Cuba. So again, you will see you see that the Jewish influence in Cuba had a lot to do with financing of businesses, in this case, legal in Cuba. Another thing that I wanted to show you, there is a house which has been converted into a restaurant in Varadero, which is the resort area of Cuba, called Casa de Al. It was named Casa de Al because that used to be the estate for Al Capone in Cuba. Most of you, I'm sure, have heard about the Cuban classic cars. Those are the Frankenstein's cars because from the outside, they look like American cars of the 50s, but the insides are all made up with invented parts and parts from other type of cars. I bring up this out because I want to start talking about me and my relationship with Cuba. And my father was in the business of importing of American automobile parts, and he was the distributor of American automobile parts in Cuba. That put us into a very nice and comfortable upper middle class type of existence in the island. So we had a good time while we were there. Now, how did Cuba communism react with religion, including the Jewish religion? When Castro first took over, one of the first few things that they did was to eliminate religion as a concept. They pretty much closed all activities and closed all of churches and synagogues and all kinds of activities in the religion culture of Cuba. Even the Santeria, which is a Cuban religion, was made to disappear. The Cuban people are still very interested in religion. They're very dedicated to it, but they couldn't express their religion in public. So most of them took their religion inside the houses and practiced inside the houses their religion. Many of the Jews that were left in Cuba did the same thing. But it was during the 90s when the Soviet Empire collapsed and the Soviet Union was no longer the sugar daddy of Cuba at the time, that Castro decided that they had to open up Cuba to the world in terms of being able to have investments from other parts of the world to come to Cuba. And that's how the tourist industry was developed in Cuba. So he invited Pope Paul II to come to Cuba to show that Cuba has now been oriented towards religion again. And that's when the Cuban synagogues were able to start opening and practicing again and offering a place for the Jewish Cubans to come and practice their religion. Since then, it has been open and people have been practicing their religion in the three main synagogues in Havana and several other smaller synagogues throughout the island. Now let's talk a little bit about me and my history with Cuba. I was born in Cuba in 1944, left Cuba at the end of 1960. You see a couple of pictures in there. The first one is me leaving Havana in 1960. The other two are of me being part of the inauguration of the Patronato, the largest Ashkenazi synagogue in Cuba. I represented my school, a yeshiva Tachimoni at the time, and was chosen to be the guy who donated the first book to the library of El Patronato. When I left Cuba, I just forgot about my childhood and started, like most Jewish immigrants, to try to make a new life in the US. So I went to Miami, stayed there for almost a year and a half, but decided that if I was going to be American, I had to leave Miami because Miami was a neighborhood of Cuba. So went to New York, graduated from LIU, Long Island University, went to work for IBM, married my wife, another Cuban, and left IBM and founded and ran 3 software companies. After I retired in 2008, I thought I'd go back to Cuba and figure out what was going on, and found a project that I'm still involved with, which is manufacturing of tractors in Cuba. That didn't go very well yet, so I decided to open a hostel in Cuba called Chateau Blanc, which welcomes Orthodox Jews because it is a kosher environment hostel. So today there's about 1,200 Jews left in Cuba. 85% of them live in Havana. Most of the population left when communism took over. The Jews today practice their religion freely, customs, traditions. Pesach, for example, is going to be celebrated with a lot of help coming in from people like us and people like Canadians that donate a lot of food for Passover, etc. This is a list of the different synagogues that exist in Cuba today. Cubans are isolated. Cuban Jews are isolated, neglected, and in need of support. I urge you to think about them during Passover and to think about things that you could do to help the Cuban community, the Jewish Cuban community. They need all the help they can get from us. These are pictures of the 3 synagogues in Havana. On the left, you see the Sephardic one. In the middle, you see the Orthodox one. And on the right, you see the Patronato, which is the conservative and Ashkenazi synagogues. In the old times, there was kosher in Cuba. We had a Moshe Pipik restaurant. We had a Café Lili, which was a kosher bakery, a delicatessen, and there was a butcher. But most of the people would bring their kosher meat from Miami. Today, what we have done is also tried to revive the ability to be kosher in Cuba. And we opened a hostel with kosher food and kosher practices there so that kosher people can come to Cuba and feel comfortable about their stay in Cuba. We are now also in the planning stages to open a kosher bakery, God willing, after the pandemic and things get open up in Cuba again. Just to show you a little bit of how do we run the place, we got 2 kosher kitchens. We serve parve for the time being. We don't have a kosher shochet yet, but we'll be working on that. And these are some of the sites of the food that we prepare and the 2 kitchens that we have in the premises. These are pictures of groups and people who have come to visit to Cuba. And I just wanted to give you an idea of how do we organize, what are the places that we go to, and then the other things and places that we go and visit in Cuba. We are Jewish, we go visit the Jewish places in Cuba, but we also partake in all the other tourist opportunities that Cuba has to offer: cigars, rum, salsa dancing, beaches, visits to museums, and visits to a Hemingway place in Cuba, etc. So it's a fun place to go. It is now open for Orthodox Jews to come in, and I encourage you when the time comes and you have an opportunity to go there and enjoy yourselves, but also help the Jewish Cuban community. It needs all the help we can give them. With that, I think that I am within the 30 minutes, rushed a little bit, but was able to complete. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for joining us. It was so incredibly interesting to hear your story and your background and to kind of get a taste of, what Jewish Cuba was like and hopefully where Jewish Cuba is going. We thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Stay well.
Okay, everybody. We are moving on to our next speaker. We're going to let him in right now.
Hello, Rob.
Hello, AJ. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see you.
Excellent. Okay, everybody. It is always exciting to get to introduce a speaker. It is even more exciting when you get to introduce a speaker who is a good friend of mine. So we are very lucky to have Congregation Ahavas Achim's own AJ Berkovitz. And, this Shiur is a year in the making, and that, AJ originally was planning on joining us for the Learn-a-thon last year, wasn't able to, but we are thrilled that he's here with us now. And without further ado, I give you AJ.
All right. Thank you so much, Rob, for introducing me. It's an honor and a privilege to be presenting at the Ahavas Achim Learn-a-thon. Everyone, please donate. And as I'm not a rabbi, but rabbis like to start with jokes, so I'm going to begin our short, brief time together today with, on the left of the screen, a newspaper clipping that made its way around Germany in around the late 1800s. It's a riddle and a joke that begins, which animals are the most like one another? And the answer on the bottom, if you can read German, is the rabbit and the duck. Why? Well, this is actually one of those famous instances of an early optical illusion. If you look to the left of the image, you can see either the bill of a duck with its eyes to the right, Or if you look towards the right of the image, you'll see the head of a rabbit with, on the left, the ears of a rabbit. This classic optical illusion is going to drive our discussion today about Shir HaShirim. Right. The title of our shir today is Sending Mixed Messages, Love and Textual Ambiguity in Shir HaShirim. And just like with respect to the rabbi, there are two conflicting but ultimately true answers, namely, it's a duck and it's a rabbit. So too with Shir HaShirim, and so too with love in general. So here's what we're going to explore today in our brief half hour together. The first is what I think is a rather simple but profound concept, and that's love is actually really complicated and extremely ambiguous. We tend to think of love, especially romantic love, as I'm sure of my feelings. I'm going to go run out there and get the girl or the guy. But the truth is, it's actually far more complicated than that, especially in the early stages of love, right? We vacillate back and forth. Do we like the person? Do we not like the person? And even when love is settled, right? Even when we definitely know we like the person, how many machlokot between husband and wife, between friends, have been generated by words that are just ambiguous, words that can be legitimately taken two ways, with the two opposite parties taking two different sides, and of course, all hell breaks loose. Shir HaShirim actually expresses this idea quite well. I mean, part of the beauty and majesty of biblical books, and Tanakh as a whole, and Torah Bichlal, right, is that it gives expression to our feelings, right? It puts into words things that we all express, things that we can relate to, things that we can make meaning and find meaning from. And what Shir HaShirim does rather well, right? That magical, mysterious, love-filled story of either on a Peshat level, whether we're talking about the love between a Dodi and a Ra'aya, or even on the more allegorical level of that read, namely the relationship, especially on Pesach, right? The marriage between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Am Yisrael, right? What Shir HaShirim does is it expresses the idea that this love, while profound and evident, is at the same time ambiguous and weird and conflicting. It's kind of like the duck-rabbit illusion, right? We feel something, but we're not actually quite sure what we're feeling. Do we want to be close? Do we not want to be close? How do we actually love? That's basically what Shir HaShirim is about. The way Shir HaShirim portrays this is through the medium of poetic polysemy, right? Poetic, i.e. poetry, polysemy meaning many symbols or many meanings. What poetry does in general, and biblical poetry especially, is it provides a vehicle for expressing the fact that, at least in Shir HaShirim, love is complicated. Love can have multiple and often conflicting meanings simultaneously. It's a classic case where the form, namely the actual style of poetry, goes hand in hand with the function of poetry, right? You read a text and it's supposed to make you actually feel conflicted. There's love, but what exactly is going on? What does it mean? We'll explore examples of this throughout. And in particular, we're going to explore examples of this much larger idea through several types of biblical textual ambiguities, right? Namely, lines in Shir HaShirim, in our case, that have, like the duck-rabbit illusion, multiple, legitimate, and often conflicting and sometimes mutually exclusively seeming possibilities. The side point that I sort of want to push with our time together is never, ever, ever trust a translation. There is absolutely no substitute in the entire world for encountering HaKadosh Baruch Hu's words by knowing HaKadosh Baruch Hu's language, biblical Hebrew. So plug number one, for those of us who know biblical Hebrew, there's always room for improvement. For those of us who want to know biblical Hebrew, do it. And if you're reading a text in English, right, you need translation, I would use the inverse method of a famous way of learning Tanakh, which is Shtayim Mikra or Torah, which Shtayim Mikra ve'achad Targum, which is, back in in its original intent, you read the Torah verse once, and then you read an English or Aramaic back in the day translation twice. Do it the other way around. Read the Hebrew verse once and choose two different translations and place them side by side. So that way, at the very least, there are other people who have thought through multiple possibilities, multiple ways of expressing this one particular divine utterance. Now, let's start our journey on textual ambiguities. The first thing we need to know is how biblical poetry functions in general. Now, if you were to ask a scholar of biblical literature, and you ask them what is the fundamental feature of biblical poetry, without dropping a beat, without missing a heartbeat, they will answer parallelism. And they would say this idea of parallelism goes back to the Oxfordian scholar Robert Loth in his lectures on the sacred poetry of the Hebrews. And he would say, the poetical conformation of the sentences consists chiefly in a certain equality, resemblances, or parallelism between the members of each period, so that in two lines, or members of the same period, things for the most part shall answer to things and words to words, as if fitted to each by a kind of rule or measure. Yes, everyone, welcome to early 18th century prose. What Robert Loth is saying is that the fundamental feature of biblical poetry is to say things once, and then saying it again is a fundamental feature of biblical poetry. See what I just did there, right? Two lines in rough parallelism. Say it once, say it again. And sometimes the way you say it again could be a little bit different. Let's take a look. Let's take an example of biblical poetry and parallelism. And I choose an example not from Shir Hashirim because this is the book that I study. This is the book that I love. It's from Sefer Tehillim. There's another reason why I chose it. You'll see in a moment. It begins. This is from the second Psalm, third verse. Ninateka et moserotemo v'nashlicha mimenu avotemo. Let us break the cords of their yoke. And then there's a line there, shake off the ropes from us, right? So ninateka, to break off, is a nice parallel. So you're saying the same thing twice, break the cords of yoke, shake off their ropes from us. Ninateka is a nice parallel to nashlicha, moserotemo, which is the cords, is a nice parallel to avotemo. And mimenu functions for both. The mimenu of the emo at the end, the mimenu of the second part is equivalent to the emo of moserotemo. So in addition to me just liking Sefer Tehillim, why am I showing you this particular example? And this is because, as in some cases, maybe even many cases, with respect to biblical Hebrew and with respect to the study of Tanakh, what the Goyim got in the 1700s, Jews knew about centuries earlier. And I bring to you a comment by Ibn Ezra. This is from 1089 to 1176. And this is what he says on Psalm 2:3. Avotemo, ropes, chavalim avotim, right? Thick ropes. V'hatam echad b'milot shonot. And this expresses the same idea in different words, ki chein derech tzechot, because this is the manner of tzechot, which is a rough translation of tzechot, of literary elegance, right? So Ibn Ezra knew that the literary elegance, the way to say something poetically in biblical Hebrew isn't, the AB meter or roses are red, violets are blue, I like Ahavas Achim and you should donate money, right? That's didn't rhyme, of course, but that wasn't how one expresses poetry in the biblical times. Rather, you say it once and you say it again. Let's take a look at an example of a simple biblical parallelism with respect to Shir Hashirim, right? Standard, basic example, no problems. Kulach yafa ra'ayati, umum ein bach. You are entirely beautiful, my beloved, or I missed a word there, umum ein bach, and you have no defect, right? So kulach yafa, you're entirely beautiful, mum ein bach, right? No defect, right? They're saying the exact same thing. And ra'ayati stands in the center as the pivot between the two lines. Pretty simple example of how biblical parallelism works. Of course, for poets and for love, nothing is really ever quite simple. So let's take a look at one example of a playful sort of morphological, grammatical ambiguity. And it's Tzaror Hamor Dodili, Bein Shaddai Yalin. Right, so I cheated with you and I gave you both interpretations on the screen. Tzaror Hamor Dodili, my Dodi, my beloved, is like a bundle of myrrh to me. Bein Shaddai Yalin. The problem becomes Bein Shaddai Yalin, between my breasts, Yalin. Right. So in the ancient world, right, things really stunk. Right. One of the brachot that I can wake up and say every day, in addition to The morning brachot is Baruch Hashem for sewage, for proper sewage, and for the nice smells, especially in Highland Park. I don't live in the city, Chaz v'shalom, anymore. But it stunk in the ancient world, right? There was dung everywhere. So one way to sort of avoid the putrid smells of the ancient world was to wear the equivalent of perfume, right? Myrrh is a nice smelling spice. So the problem with this verse, or the ambiguity, comes from the word yalin, right? Dodi is a masculine, is a male figure, and so is Sirur Hamor, right? The bundle and the Dodi are both masculine. The question then becomes Bein Shaddai Yalin. Between the Raya's breasts, it or he lies. Is the Raya talking about the Tzror Hamor, right? Namely the bundle of spices that she puts on top of her so that she can smell it? Or is she talking poetically about the Dodi? Of course, it's poetry, so the answer is yes, right? Yalin is ambiguous and allows for both answers. Let's take a look at another example of a type of ambiguity generated by poetic playfulness. And this is the ambiguous parallel tied specifically to lexicography, right? To the actual meaning of a particular word. The verse reads, Hanitzanim niru va'aretz, et hazamir higia, v'kol hator nishma va'artzenu. Right, so the nitzanim are buds, right? It's springtime, right? Look outside. The nitzanim, the buds are seen in the land. Et hazamir higia, the time for, I'm going to leave zamir blank, has come. V'kol hator nishma va'artzenu. And the voice of the dove is heard in our land, right? So lovely, beautiful spring imagery, right? We've got the buds, we've got the birds. Elsewhere in the shir, we got the bees. So it's all good. The question becomes, how do we understand Eit hazamir higia? Right? So what are the possibilities for ha-zamir? Well, in good parallelism, you would say, right? Hanitzanim, buds, zamir. If you go to a dictionary and you look up the word zamir, you will get at least two possibilities. Right, the first is one that we know very, very well. Zamir from, zmirot, singing. But agriculturally, if you look at the word zamir, it also means to prune. Zamir also means to prune, right? Leaves and plants would grow, and you need to prune the leaves in order for better growth to occur. Okay, so how do we translate this pasuk? What does zamir mean? Is it hanitzanim niru va'aretz? The buds were found in the land. Eit hazamir higia. The time for pruning has come. The kol hator nishma v'artzenu, and the voice of the dove has heard in our land. Or should we translate hanitzanim niru va'aretz? Eit hazamir higia. The buds are found in the land. Eit hazamir higia. The time for song has come. The kol hator nishma v'artzenu, and the voice of the dove is heard in our land. Go ask a poet which line he means. The answer was probably yes, both. And in fact, they both play on this middle section hinging on parallelism. This is line A, line B, line C. If you read forward to back, If you read forward to back, hanitzanim niru va'aretz must be zamir as pruning. If you read backwards forward, zamir matches well with kol. So the poet is playful in even using particular words to, play around, to express multiple ideas, multiple true feelings, multiple true facts simultaneously. All right, so far, nothing totally crazy, right? We know that there's a poet. The poet can play games with language, but even in that zamir example, everything's hunky-dory, everything is fine, it's cute. Okay, let's now get to another kind of ambiguity, and an ambiguity that makes all the difference. And this is a syntactic ambiguity, right? An ambiguity that relates to what is the verb, what is the subject, and what is the object of the following verse. This is from Shir Hashirim 2:15. Echazu lanu shualim. I'm leaving that line blank for obvious reasons. We'll see soon. Shualim kitanim v'chabalim kiramim. Little foxes that ruin vineyards. Uchraminu simadar. and our vineyards are simadar, are in buds, are fresh. Okay, so everything hinges on what the heck that first line means. Achezu lanu shualim. Are the shualim the objects or the subjects of this particular sentence? Or in other words, when we're talking about the foxes, are we talking about, is the poet saying, catch the foxes for us, or catch us, the foxes? Or is the poet saying, oh, foxes, grab us? And here's why this makes all the difference. Let's start with the reading on the left, right? Where we're saying where it's the foxes are the objects. So it's a third party. Catch us the foxes, the little foxes ruining vineyards, and our vineyards are in buds. And of course, everything in Shir Hashirim is almost definitionally a double entendre. So what we're saying, what the expression here is, look, we're ripe, right? We're ready for marriage, right? The relationship is ready to move on. But of course, there are the foxes, and the foxes are bad, right? The foxes are the evil forces or the other lovers who are coming to ruin the beauties of the vineyards. So you guys go grab the foxes, right? Keep the vineyard chaste. Okay, but let's take a look at the equal and opposite reading in which foxes are actually the subject. In this case, it reads, grab us, O foxes, little foxes that ruin vineyards, and our vineyards are in buds. It's a significantly different way of understanding the verse. Instead of a chaste appeal to protect the vineyard, it's saying, actually, right, now's the time, right? Let's move this relationship forward. Heat of the moment. Foxes, we're ready. Which one did the poet mean? And I'm going to keep saying this over and over again, and the answer each and every time is yes. Right? Love is ambiguous, right? You have this also in English language, right? Catching foxes, right? It's the same ambiguity, right? Are the foxes doing the catching, or is there a third party who is catching the foxes? All right. So we sort of graduated in type of ambiguity, and we've also graduated in the valence of what that ambiguity can lead, right? Does the woman want to go somewhere or not? Okay. Let's take a look at yet another ambiguity, one that goes on technical terminology. And this is the sort of classic saying one thing meaning three different other things. So our key verse here is from Shir Hashirim 5:8. Hishpati etchem benot Yerushalayim im timseu et dodi ma tagidu lo shecholat ahava ani. I adjure you, O daughters of Yerushalayim. Now this is the standard way we read the verse, right? Im, if, we know that. It's good. Learned this in third grade. Im timseu et dodi, if you find my dodi, my beloved, ma tagidu lo, what should you tell him? Shecholat ahava ani, right? That I'm lovesick, right? Super simple, basic, and basic reading, right? Im means if, ma tagidu, ma is what, right? Leave me alone. Professor Berkowitz, how can you find an ambiguity in this passage? Isn't it so darn obvious? Well, not quite. Elsewhere in Shir Hashirim, we have the almost strikingly similar language, but with a little bit of a twist. See, to go back for a moment, or to go here for a moment, he's just like in English, right, where we have sort of technical terminology. I mean, lawyers speak, right? Where a common English word really means something that stands in for an entire legal concept. So too in biblical Hebrew, there's also technical lawyer speak. Hishpati may not just signal, by whiz, I adjure you, like please, but in this case, it may also go back to the actual dictionary of legal terminology. And in legal terminology, hishpati followed by a ma, at least for Shir Hashirim, could mean I adjure you not to X. So hishpati etchem benot Yerushalayim, I adjure you, O daughters of Yerushalayim, ma ta'iru u'ma ta'oreru et ha'ava ad shetechpatz. Do not rouse and do not arouse love until it desires. Namely, don't go stirring up trouble until trouble is ready to be found. But in this case, hishpati is the signal that we're talking about, the lashon of shavua, and the ma in this case is the negative clause, do not. All right, with this knowledge, now let's read this back into the verse that we just discussed. Hishpati etchem benot Yerushalayim. I adjure you, O daughters of Yerushalayim, im timsu'u et dodi, if you find my beloved, ma tagidu lo shecholot avani. If we're talking about lawyer speak here, or the biblical Hebrew equivalent, the ma could be a negative. So I adjure you, O daughters of Yerushalayim, if you find my beloved, do not tell him that I am lovesick. Right? It's literally the opposite message, right? You could read it, what should you tell him that I'm lovesick? Or no, don't tell him at all, right? I don't want him to know. Which is the right answer? What's the right translation? Yes, the answer is both. Unless you think that there are only two options. Once more, and this is another parallel verse in Shir HaShirim, Hishpati etchem benot Yerushalayim b'tzvaot, o v'ayilot hasadas. Notice the Hishpati language again. Similar verse. Im ta'iru, v'im ta'oru, which was before ma, now it's im, et ha'ava ad shetechpatz. Right? I adjure you, O daughters of Yerushalayim, by the gazelles or by the hinds in the field, do not rouse and do not arouse love until it desires. So what was ma in the second verse is im in this verse. Im could also be not if, but a negative when it follows the word hishpati. So how could we read this simple verse? Hishpati etchem benot Yerushalayim. I adjure you, O daughters of Yerushalayim, im timsu'u et dodi, do not find my beloved. Mata gidulo shecholat ahava ani. Do not tell him that I am lovesick. So just to put all three in one spot, there are three possible translations, all legitimate within biblical Hebrew and all probably true from the perspective of the poet as to how to read this one simple verse, right? It's either, I adjure you, O daughters of Yerushalayim, if you find my beloved, what should you tell him? That I'm lovesick. I adjure you, O daughters of Yerushalayim, if you find my beloved, do not tell him that I am lovesick. I adjure you, O daughters of Yerushalayim, do not find my beloved, do not tell him that I'm lovesick. Right? This goes back to this sort of romantic love. It can't even, the poetry allows the fact that feelings themselves are complicated, right? We don't know exactly what the Raya wants. Does the Raya want the Dodi to come? Does the Raya not want the Dodi to come? Does the Raya want the daughters of Yerushalayim to tell him that she loves him? Does she not? Yeah, right. Welcome to poetry. We have one more example. Let's do this one pretty quickly. And even when the Raya is talking to the Dodi, we have an example of a compound ambiguity. Ad sheyafuach hayom v'nasu atzalim sov demelecha dodi letzvi o leofer ha'ayalim al harei vater. I'm not going to translate this now because each and every single one of these words, almost all, each line has an ambiguity that changes its meaning. Let's start with the first one, and that's the ad she ambiguity, right? Ad sheyafuach hayom. There are at least two different ways in biblical Hebrew that we can translate ad she. Ad she can either mean until, or it could mean when. An example of an ad she that means when is kimat avarti mehem, scarcely I passed them, ad shematzati et shava nafshi, until or when I found him whom my inner being loves. So I scarcely passed him by, and when I had found it. Right? So ad she as when. Of course, ad she could also mean until. Achastiv velo arpenu, I grabbed him and would not let him loose. Ad she'avitiv el beit imi v'el cheder horti. I would not let him loose until I brought him to my mother's house and to the chamber of she who conceived me. So ad she, is it until or is it when? Right? So ad she'afuach hayom, is it until the day breathed, or is it when the day breathed? So let's keep going. But how do we even translate yafuach hayom and nasu atzalim? This is another kind of ambiguity, a lexical ambiguity, right? It means the day, we can literally translate it. The day breathes and the shadows flee. But when does the day breathe? Does it happen at the beginning of the day? Or does it happen at the end of the day? And when shadows flee? Like, what imagery is the Raya trying to invoke here, right? Are shadows fleeing, like running away so they're getting longer, they're lengthening, in which case they would flee in the evening? Or when she says the shadows flee, are we talking about when there are no more shadows? So presumably we're talking about the disappearance of shadows in the morning. So that's ambiguity number one, right? Ambiguity number one is the ad she ambiguity. Ambiguity number two is the actual, what the heck do these words mean? Yafuach hayom and nasua tzalim. And if you thought that was enough, there's yet a third ambiguity, a semantic ambiguity. Sov, in biblical Hebrew, is a verb of motion. It does mean to turn, but does it mean to turn towards or to turn away? So let's take a look at two examples with opposite meanings, right? Vayishal od David be'elokim, vayomer lo elokim, lo ta'ala acharehem, hasev be'alehem, uvata lahem mimol habechaim. And David inquired again of Hashem, and Hashem said unto him, you shall not go up after them, right? Don't go chase them. Instead, hasev me'alehem, turn away from them and come over against the mulberry trees. And so turn could mean to turn away. Let's take a look at turn towards. Vayishlechu vayasfu et kol sarnei hapelishtim alehem, vayomru ma na'aseh la'aron Elohei Yisrael, vayomru gat yisov Aron Elohei Yisrael, vayasebu et Aron Elohei Yisrael. So they sent and gathered all the lords of the Philistines, and they said, what shall we do with the ark of the Lord of Israel? They said, let the ark of the Lord of Israel be brought to Gath, and then they moved the ark of the Lord of Israel. That's vayasebu, right? So you're turning away from Gath and towards the camp of the Bnei Israel. Without any further indication, sov can either mean turn towards or turn away. So, ad sheyefuach hayom v'nasu atzalim, sov d'milachadu d'letzvi ola ofer hayalim. There are three possibilities. Ad she as when, at the point of, or until, before the point of. Yafuach hayom v'nasu atzalim, morning or evening. And then sov, right? Is it to turn away or to turn towards? So I've actually tabulated all the results. There are at least 8 different ways to translate this one particular verse. I'm not going to read them all here, but the Ra'ya is telling that it is either telling the deed, go away in the morning, come in the morning, go away in the evening, come at the evening, go away at the evening, come at the evening, go away in the morning, come in the morning, right? I'm sure the Dodi at this point is saying, what the heck? He's confused, right? The language itself, right, is confusing. The language itself is polysemous. It is hard. And that's because that's love. Love is sometimes really difficult to express. And sometimes the very words we use are polysemous. They can be interpreted in many different ways. So let's wrap it all together in our final 2 minutes. So what are the takeaways of our 30 minutes together? Number one, the point that we all know and we all understand so well, love is complicated. And moreover, Shir HaShirim, through its very poetry, helps us give expression to that very fact, to the very fact that love is ambiguous at times, that love is hard, that sometimes the words that we mean can be interpreted in many different ways. Shir HaShirim does this through the medium of poetic polysemy, right? Through the medium that poetry itself allows for the expression of multiple contradictory feelings in one simple itty bitty teeny line. In the course of exploring this, we've learned about several different types of ambiguity, right? There is the object referent ambiguity, right? The tzror hamor, right? Yalin, is yalin it or is yalin he? Could be both. The lexical ambiguity, right? Namely, what does the word actually mean, right? Zamir, is a song or does it mean to prune? A syntactic ambiguity, namely verb, subject, object. What's the object? What's the subject? And this is the catching foxes. We saw an ambiguity related to technical terminology, right? Are we is the Ra'ya saying, is using regular speech, saying, if you find my lover, tell him that I love him? Or is she employing technical speech, saying, don't find my lover and don't tell him, or if you find my lover, don't tell him that I love him? And then of course, we brought this together with with a compound ambiguity, right? In which one simple verse contains at least 3 different possibilities that led to at least 8 different possible interpretive options. And finally, never trust translations entirely. We all have our pet translations. We all have our pet things that we like to, our favorite Tanachim. But if you truly want to understand the language of God, the message of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, especially as complicated and glorious and important as a sefer like Shir HaShirim, at least, learn biblical Hebrew, but at least use multiple translations. Love will thank you. Hashem will thank you. Your soul will thank you. And I thank you.
Can you hear me, AJ?
Yep.
Thank you so much. We so appreciate it. And again, we're so happy that you were able to be with us this year for the Learnathon, and Amir Tashem for many more.
Amen.
Okay. All right, everybody. Unfortunately, at 3 o'clock today, we were supposed to have our rabbinic intern, Rabbi Jed Zaslow, join us. Unfortunately, Jed had a family emergency, will not be able to join us. So instead, for those of us who were with us for the beginning of the match campaign, we had a concert live from Mevasar Zion, Israel, by our very own Seth Meza and up-and-coming Jewish star David Perlman. We are going to rebroadcast that. Everybody kind of get pumped up, and then we will be back on track at 3:30. So enjoy.
This amazing event to happen. I'm currently joined right now with my good friend and amazing singer. He's mamish the singer of the future, David Perlman. This is David, everyone. He has an album coming out in hopefully a couple of weeks, a brand new album with amazing new songs. So be on the lookout for that.
Seth really helped make it all possible. Coming out in a few weeks.
That's right. So tonight we have an amazing night of music in store. Let's get right to it.
Let's do it. Okay, guys, very excited to be here. Thank you, AA, for making this all possible. And we're happy to be joining you tonight, or today, wherever time we're watching, for you guys. אני מאמין בניסים, אני יודע שיש אלוקים, והוא בורא עולם, הכוח של כולם, שומע את קולי. אני מאמין בניסים, אני יודע שיש אלוקים, והוא בורא עולם, הכוח של כולם, ישלח לי את הנס, ישלח לי את הנס שלי. Put your hands together. לפעמים מרגישים דברים כל כך קשים, מה יהיה עוד יום עוד שנה, אבל אני מחייך לא דואג להמשך, לשמור את התקווה. לפעמים מרגישים שהחיים כל כך קשים, מה יהיה עוד יום עוד שנה, אבל אני מחייך לא דואג להמשך, יש לי אמונה, אני מאמין בניסים, אני יודע שיש אלוקים, והוא בורא עולם, הכוח של כולם, ישלח לי את הנס. אני מאמין בניסים, אני יודע שיש אלוקים, והוא בורא עולם, הכוח של כולם, ישלח לי את הנס, ישלח לי את הנס שלי. Take it away, Seth. אני מאמין בניסים, אני יודע שיש אלוקים, הוא בורא עולם, הכוח של כולם, ישלח לי את הנס שלי. אני מאמין בניסים, אני יודע שיש שכולם ישלח לי את הנס, ישלח לי את הנס שלי. You guys know this one? Oh, yada, lai, lai, loi. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Ah, yada, lai, lai, loi. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. La, 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 da, 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 da. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. La, 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 da, 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 da. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. I see you guys dancing. Put your hands together. Jump, jump. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Ay, da, da, la, la, la. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Ay, la, 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 la. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Ay, la, 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 la. You guys, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Ha. Ay, la, 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 la. Ya la 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 la. Baruch Hashem. Ya la 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 la. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Ay la 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 la. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Ay la 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 la. Seth, give yourselves a round of applause. I see you guys did amazing dancing from your homes. That's the beautiful thing about Zoom. It brings us together. And we're about to be all together on a beautiful Pesach. It's coming up. And Pesach is coming very soon. And this next song is all about, we're going to sing it at the Seder with your families. No matter who rises up against us, Hashem always saves us. And we as Jews persevere through it all. And this song is a testament and a toast to that Hashem is always with us. Whenever it seems that all hope is lost, He's there with us. Vehi she'adolav oseinu, Vehi she'adolav oseinu elanu, Shelo echad b'vod amad aleinu lecha lo yiseinu, Amad aleinu lecha lo yiseinu, Vehi she'adolav oseinu, Vehi she'adolav oseinu elanu, Shelo echad b'vod amad aleinu lecha lo yiseinu, Amad aleinu lecha lo yiseinu, Ve'akadosh baruch hu matzilenu, Matzilenu meyadam, Ve'akadosh baruch hu matzilenu, Matzilenu meyadam, da 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 dum, la da 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 dum. La da dum, la da 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 dum, da da dum dum. You can take out your flashlights at home. Da 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 dum, la da dum, oh 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 oh. That's perfect. Thank you to our sound technician Yehuda Pinsker, who gave us his flashlight. enjoy this piano solo from the one and only Seth Meza. Kadosh Baruch Hu Matzileinu Hey Matzileinu Meyadam V'akadosh Baruch Hu Matzileinu Hey Matzileinu Meyadam La 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 oh 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 do 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 ooh do 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 oh 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 la 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 oh 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 la 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 do 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 no do. Give yourselves a round of applause once again, guys. Thank you for joining us in our Kumsitz, but it's not over yet.
So for the next song, it was actually an original song that I wrote last summer, and I actually made a video for it, and that video was to honor my grandmother, Grandma Shirley, as everyone knows. This song is for her. It's Licha Dodi. I'll start singing. Should we go one hand, Matzah? How should we do this?
I'm gonna hold it. Teamwork.
G. Shamor v'zachor b'dibor echad hayesh mi'anu haykel amiyuchad hayashem echad ushmo echad l'shem u'tiferet oy v'lesila oy v'chadodi oy v'kraskala oy b'nei shavas oy nekabla oy nekabla oy lechadodi oy lekraskala oy b'nei shavas oy nekabla
Wow. Yeah. Great job, Seth. Original. What? Homegrown talent. Yes. AA represent. That is an original composition with only Seth Meza, with more new music to come from Seth. He's working on some new stuff. What's next? Seth and I had the privilege of performing all over the world, including in AA many times, especially for chasanas, and we got to give a big shout out to Seth's father, Avi Meza, Shkayach, Avi Meza Orchestra. Oh yes, Avi Meza Orchestra on the microphone, and we were able to perform at many simchas, Misameach, Chasan, V'Kala, and it's really a great honor. And so this is a little snippet of what a chasana looks like, with Seth Meza and I performing at your next simcha. All right, ready? Meheiro Hashem, Hashem Elokeinu, Oy Tishama V'yarei Yehuda, Uvechutzois Yerushalayim, Uvechutzois Yerushalayim. Meheiro Hashem, Hashem Elokeinu, Oy Tishama V'yarei Yehuda, Uvechutzois Yerushalayim, Uvechutzois Yerushalayim. Ahoy, kol asasoin v'kol simcha, kol asason v'kol kala, kol mitzalois chasanim mechupasam uniyarim nimishtei neginasam. Kol asasoin v'kol simcha, kol achasan v'kol kala, kol mitzalois chasanim mechupasam uniyarim nimishtei neginasam. Hayu v'chutzois Yerushalayim, ay v'chutzois Yerushalayim, kol asasoin v'kol simcha, kol achasan v'kol gala, kol mitzalois chasanim mechupasam uniyarim nimishtei neginasam. Ay, kol asasoin v'kol simcha, kol achasan v'kol gala, kol mitzalois chasanim mechupasam uniyarim nimishtei neginasam. Mazel tov, mazel tov. Okay. Thank Hashem for all that He does for us, and thank Hashem that we're here for another Pesach. And Mr. Hashem, we're going to see better times. The world, God willing, is healing. And Be'ezus Hashem, only good times. And thank Hashem for all the times we have, the good times and the not so good times. Tov Lodas Hashem, L'zamer L'shimcha Elyon. You guys know this one? Hayule Hagid Baboiker, Baboiker, Chastecho, V'yemur Asropa Leilois. Hayule Hagid Baboiker, Baboiker, Chastecho, V'yemur Asropa Leilois. Toiv L'hoidois Lashem, Toiv L'hoidois Lashem, Sameh L'shimcho Elyon. Toiv l'hoidois Lashem, Toiv l'hoidois Lashem, Zamer l'shimcha Elyon. Ay, ay, Yuli Hagid Baboiker, Baboiker chastecho, V'yemur asropa leilois. Uli Hagid Baboiker, Baboiker chastecho, V'yemur asropa leilois. Let's rock it out. Hagid Baboiker, Baboiker chastecho, V'yemur asropa leilois. Ayule Hagid Baboiker, Baboiker chastecho, V'yemur asropa leilois. Oh, shechionu v'kiyemonu v'higionu לזמן הזה שהחיינו וקיימנו הגיענו לזמן הזה. Thank you Hashem for bringing us to a Pesach, another beautiful Nisan. אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. ברוך אתה השם אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. One more time. Yisroel b'tach b'Hashem, Ezram u'maginam hu. 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 אנחנו אמינו ואם אמיני ואם אנו אמיני ישוער אלא אבינו אבינו שבשמיים אנחנו אמיני ואם אמיני ואם אנו אמיני ישוער אלא אבינו אבינו שבשמיים Hashem, that we're here together. Thank you, Hashem, for the music. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Oh, la la la. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Toda lecha, Hashem. La 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 la. Spasiba, Hashem. say thank you in Spanish. I should know this. Gracias, Hashem. Oh, du la Hashem ki toy. Ki li yoilam chastoy. Oh, du la Hashem ki toy. Ki li yoilam chastoy. Apahamoide wes Hashem. Apahamoide es Hashem. Apahamoide es Hashem. Ki li yoilam chastoy. La la la, thank you Hashem. I did a la la la. Thank you Hashem. I did a la la la. Thank you Hashem. Thank you Hashem. La la la. And I have a new song for my new album, also about thank you. Did a la la, we can't thank you enough. Did a la la, we can't thank you enough. Did a la la, we can't thank you enough. Oh yeah, אנחנו מספיקים דוידויס. Can't thank you enough. We can't, la la la, we can't thank you enough. Did a la la, we can't thank you enough. Oh yeah, אנחנו מספיקים דוידויס. Thank you so much for joining us. Seth, do you have anything to say?
Thank you so much, AA. You guys over there.
Shono habo Birushalayim abnuyo. Shono habo Birushalayim abnuyo. Shono habo oy Birushalayim abnuyo. Oh, shono habo Birushalayim abnuyo. Thank you. Thank you very much. Round of applause, guys. You did great.
Thank you so much, Seth and David, for once again bringing the house down. We're going to be starting in a few minutes with Elon Kornblum. Please bear with us, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Elon, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay,
about me?
perfect. All right, everybody. We are so excited to move on to our next speaker. For those who don't know Elon, he is the publisher of the Great Kosher Restaurants International. He also is the owner and moderator of the Great Kosher Restaurant Foodie group on Facebook. On a personal note, I don't eat anywhere without checking the group first for recommendations. Elon is a major player in the kosher food world, and we are so excited to have you with us. So without further ado, Elon, thanks for being here.
Rob, thank you so much. Really appreciate and honored to you reach out to me and have me join this great list of speakers. I was taking a look at some of the speakers that you had, and I was coming in and out of the of the chats, and great stuff. Great stuff. You guys are raising a lot of money. I think you're up to almost 50,000. So
We're close.
Close. All right. So keep, if you're watching, and if you're gonna watch later, keep donating. And great idea. And kol hakavod to you and to the congregation Ahavas Achim and everything that you guys have been doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So usually I speak about restaurants, and we certainly will talk about that and the food industry. And I usually talk to people who are in front of me, and I can see their reaction, and we can talk about questions about the industry. We have a chat here. I don't know if you're able to comment. I think you're on YouTube as well. So if somehow either Rob or someone can, if anyone has any questions on anything that I'm saying, or something that you want to hear about, please feel free to ask me, and we can talk about that. But
I'm following the Facebook and the YouTube live chat. So
perfect.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, good. And Rob, feel free to jump in as well if you want to, join.
Oh, I probably will. I will definitely take advantage.
All right, good. I'm actually going to share it on my my Facebook page. Is that okay if I share it?
Please, absolutely.
All right. So let's see if this is going to. We're going to. Yeah, I think Dol Perlman is in the YouTube preview. Let's see if we can share this. Okay, now you see me, so that's cool. This is really cool, by the way. It's amazing, the technology. I think it's forced us to kind of do things that we haven't done before. And I was reading about, again, what you started this last year, and it's a great way to communicate. I think this is going to be more of the future of how we all communicate and talk to each other. So this is pretty cool. So I'm going to share it on my Facebook group, and we'll see if we get some more views. And let's see, I'm live on YouTube. Let's see if that works. Okay. And then we'll get into what I want to kind of get into is how I got started, and I think it might be a good plan, and lesson for you guys to be able to learn a little bit of my journey and maybe how it applies to you, and be able to learn from that. So really quickly, I am almost 44. I think in another week I'll be 44. So it's been a long time. I've been doing this for about 20 years. I started marketing when I was in college. I was a marketing major in advertising and TV and radio, and decided that, as an entrepreneur, which was in my blood, that I would I would get planners. I bought calendars from a company, and I would go around to Brooklyn College stores while I was a student. I would get advertising in this planner, and then I would sell it to the bookstore in Brooklyn College. So while I was a student, I kind of was doing some business with the college and selling my college planners to the bookstores and getting advertising and do that. So that's kind of my first, step into the marketing business. Kind of fell into the food business just by chance. Met someone who's doing something in the non-kosher world, and said, this is a great idea for the kosher industry. So took my experience from my college days. I was actually working in TV and radio in Manhattan. I was selling time, selling commercial time to stations. And after about a year, I felt it wasn't for me, because it wasn't a Jewish industry. A lot of times, a lot of people are going out to eat to non-kosher restaurants. And maybe at the time I was able to, I wasn't in the industry yet, but it could have helped. But we were going out to non-kosher places, and everyone was going to bars at night. It just wasn't for me. So after about a year and a half of being in the private industry, I said, you know what, I'm going to work for myself. And I started to do a magazine. Many people who are maybe watching remember the magazine. So this was about 2003. And started the magazine. It took me about a year and a half until my first magazine came out, and just was hustling. Went over to all the different restaurants, told them, I'm going to be starting a restaurant magazine, and it hasn't been done before. There have been some restaurant directories, but more about, just address, phone number, website, nothing about pictures, nothing about, things that are kind of people want to read about. And so started this magazine, and thank God it took off. People started loving it. It was sold in Barnes and Noble, in Jewish bookstores. It was available, around the country. And, we started a website that was very popular, and really a lot of cool stuff was happening. I think it was a perfect time, actually, because it was really then when the industry started going to the next level. So we're talking about 2005, 2006, when things started to change. And maybe I think it was a combination of the Food Network. I think, the popularity of the TV, the cable stations, of being just talking about food and talking about restaurants. I think social media, it didn't really start yet. In fact, I usually say that I started before Facebook and Instagram became cool. I started taking pictures and writing about restaurants way before people were doing that in the early 2000s. So it was a fun time. Restaurants were getting, really out there. It wasn't kind of your mom and pop kind of restaurant. If you guys remember, a lot of restaurants who are my age and older will remember Lavana on the Upper West Side. Remember Haikara Grill, El Patrizio. You guys remember Parky's Grill, Prime Grill, of course. Those really, they were the pioneers in terms of a high-end, upscale, modern kosher restaurant in Manhattan. So that's really when I started the business. So it really was right at the prime time when the industry was really taking hold. And so Tuna Magazine, the website, and all that I was doing really was kind of getting a name after myself. And restaurants were contacting me to work with them, and just kind of, what I do is I help restaurants. I consult with them. I market on my platforms for them. A little bit of a psychiatrist as well sometimes to them. Just talk about everyday life of customers, difficult customers, or just good customers having a tough time, and being able to speak to them about how can we resolve this issue. So a lot of things, especially now because of social media, a lot of my day is just speaking to customers, making sure they're asking me for reservations and recommendations, and owners are asking me, I have this customer who may have reached out to me or to them, and what should I do? And a lot of times the public reach out to me, and we'll try to get it resolved. So that's, we'll talk about my progression and the whole industry's progression over the last 15 years. But going back to the magazine, want to give a shout out to my magazine. If you guys remember it, this was the last issue. This was back in 2013, I believe. No, 2015. So if you guys remember, this is Sushi Tokyo on Kings Highway. It is a great restaurant. This is the cover. The cover takes about 10 hours to shoot. I don't miss those days too much. And we used to, as you can see, it's a nice thick magazine, about 250, 260 pages. Yeah, that we did. And just kind of, if you guys remember, this is what the restaurants magazine used to look like, with nice pictures of restaurants. It used to be all over the country and all over the world. I used to travel to Paris and London and Israel. Since my family is growing bigger, I haven't been able to travel so much, but I still travel a lot to Florida. I'm actually going tomorrow to Florida for just 36 hours, and that's really, it's amazing. Florida, we'll talk about that in a minute, how that's expanded. But I travel to most of the metropolitan areas where they have kosher restaurants. Obviously, New York, New Jersey keeps me very busy. I'll go down to Miami a few times a year. I'll go to LA. I'll go to Chicago, and here and there. But there's certainly a lot of places I haven't been to and I want to, whether it's Texas or New Orleans. I want to go to Panama, outside of the country. A lot of kosher restaurants there that I've heard a lot about. I want to go visit. But between Paris and London, and been to South Africa, and of course Israel, and and maybe Mexico. Well, I've been a couple of times. So certainly, between travel and all that keeps me very busy. But I want to kind of also talk about, as I mentioned, about the what has changed for kosher restaurants. So certainly, it's between sushi. It's funny, when I started, and I never really had sushi when I was a kid. Most people maybe had sushi when they went to a wedding. For the very high-end caterers might have had sushi, but I remember when I got married, it was just getting busy, in the early 2000s, when my caterer says, "Oh, you got to have sushi. You got to have sushi." It's everyone loves it now, and now every kosher restaurant has got to have sushi. We kind of have the joke of you can't be a kosher restaurant without sushi. But leave it to the Jews. Obviously, though, sushi has been around for thousands of years, but the Jewish, mind, you don't have to have a kitchen for sushi. You don't have to have. It doesn't have to be meat or dairy. It can be for either. So perfect cuisine for the kosher industry and in any industry, and that's why sushi has been so big. And it's a great markup, and people love it. It's a great combination. I was just at a sushi restaurant last night. It was actually an omakase restaurant, which I don't know if people know. That's more of a chef chooses your cuisine for you. So, talking about, how it's changed, it's, you would never have thought of this kind of restaurant 15 years ago, 10 years ago. So, you have, this omakase sushi restaurant you can find in non-kosher places that appeal to non-kosher consumers. So here we're getting a omakase sushi restaurant right in the heart of Flatbush. It's on M and 16th, called Koma Sushi, and it just opened last night. And they're basically a 15-course dinner that they serve you. Right now it's $70. So if you're anyone from Brooklyn or wherever you are, if you're near Brooklyn, it's a great deal. You get.
It's been on the top of my list to try. Omakase.
Good. It's it's really, and we talk about sushi, and I'm going to talk about. I'm going to be posting probably later on the pictures that I took. But spicy tuna avocado is great. We all love that kind of rolls. But this is something that you've never had before. If you like sushi, it's like the fatty tuna, they call it. It's like the belly. Otoro is what it's called, and it's unlike anything you've ever had before. So these are kind of things that you would not have had at kosher restaurants for so many years. And between some of the popular restaurants like Chimichurri that people speak about, this appeals to non-kosher also, and half their clientele is not kosher. So when we talk about what makes a successful kosher restaurant, you need to appeal not just to the kosher consumer, but to the non-kosher. And that's why places like Reserve Cut, Wall Street Grill, they do well, because a lot of times, it used to be before the pandemic, used to be even more so, but there used to be, I was talking about the private industry, how you have a lot of non-Jewish people working with you, and so you have like the token Jewish guy who's there, in the company, and you got to go out to a restaurant. You got to make sure that we have a kosher restaurant, so you can take them to Reserve Cut. You can take them to places like Tierra Sur in Oxnard, California, and you can take them to places like ETC Steakhouse in Teaneck, New Jersey, where it will, the non-kosher consumer should be just as impressed as the kosher. And obviously we have limits, but in terms of the quality of the service, of the food, all that, they need to appeal to kosher and non-kosher consumers. So that's a big deal. That also has changed a lot in the last 10, 15 years of just the palate of the consumer. I think is more educated. It's more sophisticated. And again, I go back to watching the Food Network and being able to kind of this competition between kosher restaurants, between social media and people posting pictures. It's almost where restaurants keep they have it in their minds, if it's Instagram ready, are these pictures going to be great for photographs? And whether that's good or bad, you got to think to yourself, who's driving the menu? Is it the consumer or is the chef? And so a lot of times you have that kind of balance between, making it chef driven, making a restaurant that a chef can be proud of, and appealing it to the consumer as a whole. A lot of times restaurants, you take like Pardes in Brooklyn. That was a great restaurant, maybe ahead of its time. It was certainly a great following. Was it a restaurant that everyone can go to? Probably not. It had about 20 different ingredients in one dish, and not everyone would love something that's really different. They want their meat and potatoes. They want their burger well done, which I do not recommend. But this is what a lot of people want, and this is a business after all. And do you make money? Do you want to be successful, or do you want to try to put out what you think is the best that you can do? So this whole industry is very interesting. How it is a balance between knowing what the customer wants, knowing what they'll pay for it. We just had a great restaurant that unfortunately closed, a few weeks ago, called Al Dente in Brooklyn. It was handmade pasta, and of course, the pandemic had a lot to do with it. And maybe we can talk about that for a second, of how that's influenced kosher restaurants now. But it certainly is handmade pasta is a lot more expensive. It's not something that we are going to make at home, and it didn't take off. And it could be, again, a couple of many reasons why it didn't take off. But most of all, the consumer wants to get something that they like, whether it's burgers or whether it's schnitzel, fried chicken, and handmade pasta. If they're going to pay $18 or $15, they can make it for $1 in a box. It's tough, especially if it's going to deliver, if you're going to, if it's going to travel well. So it's tough. It's tough. We talk about what consumers want, and every time I do a poll, a lot of people, they want Korean, they want Indian, they want Thai, Vietnamese. It's great. It's great that we want all of these, but at the end of the day, will you buy them? We've had some Indian restaurants that have come and gone. They're not here anymore. Why? Maybe they just, they didn't have the mass appeal that a burger place will have, or sushi, or pizza. I would love to have another Indian restaurant. It's amazing how in this country, of kosher restaurants, there's not one kosher or glatt kosher Indian restaurant. There's some vegetarian ones. There's not one glatt kosher Indian restaurant. We have one in Connecticut, but not meat. And so that's something that is also very interesting. How we all want, but at the end of the day, will we get it? There's a taco place that Izzy's Taqueria that had that was opened a couple of years ago, and that it just didn't take off because a taco, spending I'll go again $16-18 on a taco with meat. They rather get the brisket, the brisket sandwich, and they don't want tacos. So it's very interesting to kind of have that balance that we spoke about. And in terms of the pandemic, I am surprised that more kosher restaurants have not closed. Although I'm not surprised either. Between so many restaurants have closed during the past year, you would think that kosher restaurants would close. But we're pretty a resourceful group, and whether people borrowed money or they delivered to different towns to be able to survive for the several months they were closed during the height of the pandemic, where there was no indoor dining or it was too cold for outdoor dining. But for the most part, most kosher restaurants have survived the past year. And you see every day, and I'm posting every day, new kosher restaurants that are opening up. And many of them, although have looking to open up for the past year, and they just had to wait until they, till 50% has come back, which is finally coming back this week for New York. But, I think 2021, maybe the second half of 2021, it's going to be a great year, great half a year. I think people are going to be going out more. They're going to be missing the time that they've had for the past year. They haven't been able to go out. Outdoor dining is here to stay. That is something that really excites me because we never had that. New Yorkers and, we get, maybe we're tough, but when it hits 50 degrees, 60 degrees, we're not eating outside. But now, with the heaters and restaurants have invested a lot of money into outdoor dining. So, end of March, right after Pesach, you'll see a lot of restaurants are going to open up for outdoor dining. You'll see a lot of restaurants who are going to be, providing outdoor dining for a long time, and that's here to stay. So that's kind of like a European style where from April to November you can have outdoor dining, and it's amazing. The restaurants have been able to expand their restaurants with more square feet, not having to pay more rent. So in the long run, they're going to be, they're going to be okay if they get the PPP, if the restaurants customers support them. So it's a big if, but I think they're going to do it. I think a lot of restaurants see the opportunity. Some restaurants have seen rents go down and prices for restaurants gone down. A lot of restaurants take Noidu Cafe on the Upper West Side. During the pandemic, he bought he got into another location, a bigger location, because he got a good deal. He saw that, this is for the future. This is going to happen. Now is the time. And so he invested into a new location. He kept his old location. And, you have new restaurants who are opening up all the time. So, that's kind of, what it is. Rob, I don't know if there's any questions.
I was going to say, we actually have two different questions for you.
Okay.
So in regards to what you were talking about with the outdoor dining, do you think when COVID is finally over, whenever that may be, obviously outdoor dining has become a, certainly in the New York, New Jersey area, a mainstay of being a restaurant right now. Do you see that as something that sticks around long term? Do you think outdoor dining options will be more plentiful post-COVID?
Yeah, absolutely. No question. Already the mayor has said that these are permanent structures. If you drive down any of these restaurants, you see some of these structures are, almost cement, or they're not moving. So yes, I think, you're losing parking spaces, and you're losing, some area when you walk in front of the restaurant, but certainly you're going to have a lot of restaurants who are going to open up with knowing you're going to have outdoor dining. And so when new restaurants open up, that's something they're going to think about. So absolutely, there's no question. This European style of outdoor dining is the future for the next decade. You're going to be able to really eat al fresco for many years to come. And I think that's great. I think, many, many horrible things have come out over the past year from this pandemic. One thing that is coming out that at least, will be good for the consumer and the restaurant is outdoor dining.
Yeah, so we're actually seeing that in our town as well. There are two different blocks that the township completely closed, but park benches, things like that. There's a liquor store and bar, like an upscale bar in town, that actually has no kitchen. So they allow all outside food. They actually are next door to one of our kosher restaurants, Sushiana. So you see a lot of people kind of taking advantage of having that accessibility, and taking advantage. The other thing that was asked, and I guess very hypothetical, is we see, you reference a few of the different hot items, omakase and things of that sort. Anything that you see that's very popular in the non-kosher world that you see coming into the kosher world in terms of kosher restaurants in the next few years, or something on the horizon, or is it's out?
Yeah, so one restaurant that's about to open after Pesach, and I posted about it, was a Brazilian restaurant. It's popular in Israel with papagayo, where it's all you can eat meat. And that's mouth-watering to kosher consumers, all you can eat. And that's something like a Brazilian style where the restaurant is going to serve you one after the other, and you have to say stop, and they won't serve you. So that's something that's new that we haven't really had before in the kosher restaurant market here in Israel. I mean, in the States. Also hibachi, which has been around for a few years. You're going to have a second restaurant opening up that's going to kind of come back again. So I think that's something that we've seen more over the past couple of years from non-kosher. We spoke about the ethnic cuisine. I would love to have more Korean and Indian restaurants. So I'm holding out on that. We'll have to see more. But I think that the kosher market is usually about 5 years behind the non-kosher. It's almost where the non-kosher kind of tests it out and goes through some of the tribes and tribulations and being able to figure it out, and then the kosher will kind of catch up. Same thing happened with sushi. Same thing happened with a lot of these restaurants like Chimichurri and Carlos and Gabby's and some of the franchises and Chickies. The franchise model is maybe happening more now with Holy Schnitzel as well. So that's also something that the industry is seeing more of in the last few years.
That's great. And on a personal level, I actually didn't grow up keeping kosher. So every Sunday night from my childhood, we went for hibachi. And that was probably the thing I missed most when we started keeping kosher. And having kosher hibachi options, like I've been to Kasai in Brooklyn. Not that whatever my opinion's worth, it is authentic. It is. Yeah. I mean, they really do a great job. So that's awesome. Those are all the questions that everybody seemed to have. You seem to have covered everything else, and we're so appreciative that you took the time to join us. And hopefully, as things continue to open up, hopefully we'll have you down here soon. And I know you've posted about some of our restaurants, and hopefully we'll see you down here.
Yeah, for sure. We're excited for this coming year, and I hope everyone continues to be healthy and safe, and looking forward to a great Pesach, and want to wish you and everyone from the congregation a Chag Sameach, and hopefully we'll see you all soon in a big group.
Thank you so much, Elon. Thank you for joining us. Chag Sameach, and have a safe trip tomorrow to Miami.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we're going to be moving to our next speaker in a few minutes. We have Rabbi Aryeh Leibowitz on deck. So bear with us for a minute and we'll be right back.
Shalom Aleichem. Lechem Shalom. Okay, welcome back, everyone. As the Learn-a-thon continues, we are hours and hours into it. It is now my pleasure to welcome to the Ahavas Achim Learn-a-thon Rabbi Aryeh Leibowitz. Rabbi Leibowitz is one of our time's most prolific disseminators of Torah. He is very popular in the hundreds and hundreds of shiurim available Daf Yomi, 10-minute halacha, all over YU Torah. Rabbi Leibowitz is the Rav of Congregation Beth Knesset in North Woodmere, head of the Smicha program at Yeshiva University, and it is an absolute delight to welcome him today. Thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to hearing your Torah today.
My greatest pleasure. Thank you so much, Rabbi Meir. It's such a beautiful thing that you guys are doing. It seems like such a wonderful idea in a time like this when we can't have our traditional dinners, to be able to dedicate so much time to Talmud Torah consecutively is really just a great Kiddush Shem Shemayim, and you should continue to be Mekadesh Shem Shemayim in all that you do with your wonderful Kehila. I have to apologize. I'm a little unaccustomed to the environment that I'm in. I'm at a wedding right now, and I found an empty room. So hopefully no one will barge in. If someone comes in, stuffing their face with something from the shmorg, you'll understand why that happens behind me. But hopefully we'll make it through until then. If they call up 8 kiddushin, I'm going to have to run out. But we should be able to be fine. My shul, Baruch Hashem, this weekend has been celebrating a Chanukas Habayis, and it's a very interesting thing. We just completed the Sefer HaGeula. We just completed Sefer Shemos yesterday, and Sefer Shemos is referred to by the Ramban, by Chazal really, as Sefer HaGeula, and the Ramban explains that what makes it Sefer HaGeula is not the fact that we left Mitzrayim in Sefer Shemos. No, what makes it Sefer HaGeula is that we have the Mishkan constructed in Sefer Shemos. It's the end of Sefer Shemos, not the beginning and middle of Sefer Shemos, that earns it the title of Sefer HaGeula, of the Sefer of redemption. And it's such an appropriate time for my shul, thank God, to be celebrating Chanukas Habayis. But one of the things you have when you try to build a Mishkan or a Mikdash Ma'at, you try to build the shul, is that it takes a long time. There's a lot that goes into it, and there is the promise upon its completion that you will then have an appropriate place to daven. You'll have an appropriate place to serve the Ribono Shel Olam. Given that fact, given that HaKadosh Baruch Hu started the entire process by giving the command, Va'asuli Mikdash, and then I'm promising, Hashem says, V'shachanti b'socham. I will then rest, I will reside in that Mikdash. There seems to be a guarantee of Hashra'as Hashchina. All you need to do is to build it. Given that fact, the bracha that Moshe Rabbeinu gives is somewhat troubling at the beginning of at the conclusion of the construction of the Mishkan. What happens at the conclusion of the construction of the Mishkan? Moshe Rabbeinu gives a bracha. Yehi ratzon, Rashi quotes it. Yehi ratzon shetishra shchina b'masei yadecha. Now it should be God's will that the Shechina will now reside on your handiwork, on that which you have completed, on this beautiful Mishkan that you have made. Now, that seems odd. Hashem already promised. But all you had to do is build it. Then, of course, the Shekhinah is going to reside. Why the need for a bracha that it should happen, that the Shekhinah ought to reside on your handiwork? It would be akin to a young couple gets married. So everyone gets up and says the Dvar Torah. Anyone who speaks at any part of the Simcha, I'm at a wedding right now, I would imagine anyone who speaks over the course of Sheva Brachos, to the extent that they're able to have Sheva Brachos among family and maybe some close vaccinated friends or whatever protocols are at the moment, but anyone who speaks, I would imagine, is going to, at some point in their remarks, say, and they should be zocha to build a bayis ne'eman b'Yisrael. And that's a wonderful thing to say at the Sheva Brachos. It's a totally appropriate thing. Can you imagine attending a 50th wedding anniversary and saying, Yehi ratzon, that you should build a bayis ne'eman b'Yisrael? 50th wedding anniversary, I mean, it's kind of late by then. If they hadn't yet built a bayis ne'eman b'Yisrael, then it's a little too late to start at the 50th wedding anniversary. We just had the privilege this past Shabbos to host Mori V'Rabbi Rav Hershel Schachter Shlita. It was his first time being outside of his own family for Shabbos in over a year. Baruch Hashem, he and his wife are fully vaccinated, and their doctor allowed them to do this with certain restrictions. And he mentioned someone had asked him. I overheard someone asked him, "How many children do you have?" And Rav Schachter, I think, is 79 years old, maybe 80 years old. And someone asked, "How many children do you have?" He said, "We have 9 so far." So far, that was a joke, obviously, because it's not really so far when you're that age. when you're already there, when you've already arrived, a bracha that you should arrive, that it should happen, seems to be entirely inappropriate, almost insulting. Well, what else did you think they worked for? Hashem already promised that there's going to be Ashras Hashchina. But the Mishkan, it wasn't just an accomplishment in its own right. According to the Medrash Rabbah, it also served to rectify a major blemish on the record of the Jewish people. It served as a kapara for the Chet HaEgel. However, the Medrash identifies a second kapara for the Chet HaEgel as well, and that is Shabbos. It seems a little bit odd. Why is it necessary to have two separate atonements for the same sin? Klal Yisrael made a terrible blunder. They made a terrible mistake. Worshipping a golden calf just a short number of weeks after Kabbalah Satorah, it's unimaginable to make a mistake like that. That there should be any kapara, that anything should atone for that, is itself a great chiddush. It's novel. It's wonderful. It's a reflection of God's infinite mercy that there would be any way to atone for that. But why these items in particular? I understand that we're going to have the Mishkan as a kapara for the Chet HaEgel, but also Shabbos. What do those two things have to do with each other? The Mishkan makes sense. We lost the sense of God's presence. We thought He had abandoned us, and that's why we worship the Egel. So now we have a Mishkan. We have a physical reminder of God's presence among us, and that physical reminder should serve to make sure that we never forget again that the Ribono Shalom is always with us, that God is always with us, and that He does not abandon the Jewish people. And then a third question. We're inching closer. Today's Rosh Chodesh Nisan. We're inching closer to Pesach. And I mentioned before that the Ramban refers to Sefer Shemos as Sefer HaGeula on account of the fact that the Mishkan was built in the end of Sefer Shemos. Moreno Rav Shechter Shlita told us yesterday that he was under the impression that the reason we say the Nisan Nigalu u'benisan Asidim lihigael. Chazal tell us that we were redeemed in the past in Chodesh Nisan, in the month of Nisan, and we will one day be redeemed in Chodesh Nisan again. Rav Shechter said he thinks that doesn't mean that we left Mitzrayim in Nisan. That's not how we define Geula according to the Ramban. Maybe it means B'Nisan Nigalu. We read in yesterday's Torah reading that it was on the first day of Nisan. Today's the anniversary of when they first erected the Mishkan, when they first put together the Mishkan. B'Nisan Nigalu. We had that experience of Nisan once upon a time, not the year we left Mitzrayim, the next year, the following year. That's B'Nisan Nigalu. And B'Nisan Asidan lihigael, and it's in this month that we're hopeful that today, that tomorrow, that sometime in this month, we're going to experience Geula. So our minds are on Geula now. We think about redemption. We think about what it means, L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim, to be in Yerushalayim next year. Never in my lifetime do I recall Israel feeling so distant to me, so inaccessible. For the last year, it's been impossible. You just can't go. I was born in 1977. I never had a moment like that as long as I've been on the earth. Israel has always been accessible to us. And it reminds us of how much we yearn for Israel. I just spoke on a different Zoom about an hour ago, before I left my house to the wedding, to a group in Eretz Yisrael honoring a book launch for Rabbi Shalom Razner. And most of the people on the Zoom were in Israel. And it was just so emotional to see all these people who are home. They're in Eretz Yisrael. We think about these things. It hits us differently during Chodesh Nisan. So let's think a little bit about the mitzvah of Sipur Yetzias Mitzrayim and how the role that plays. The Mishnah in the 10th parak of Pesachim that we're going to learn very, very soon in the Daf Yomi, for those who do Daf Yomi, tells us that one only fulfills the requirement of Sipur Yetzias Mitzrayim by being maschil b'gnus u'mesayim b'shvach. The Gemara, that means you start with that which is negative, that which is difficult, and then you conclude with that which is praiseworthy, that which is wonderful. But the Gemara in Pesachim Daf Kuf Tazayin, literally the Daf this week, we're going to see it in a few days, records a machlokas. How does one fulfill that requirement? Rav Amar mitchila ovdei avodah zara hayu avoseinu, u'Shmuel Amar Avadim Ayinu leparo b'Mitzrayim. That Rav says, how do we fulfill it? We talk about spiritual lackings, our spiritual failures, that initially we come from people who are Ovdei Avodah Zarah, who are idolaters. Whereas Shmuel says, Avadim Hayinu, not spiritual, our physical suffering. So aside from that obvious point, that Rav emphasizes the spiritual journey of the Jewish people, and Shmuel emphasizes the physical journey of the Jewish people, what's that machlokas really about? Surely Shmuel acknowledges the primacy of spiritual redemption, and he would agree that whatever physical help we had was only secondary to our spiritual accomplishments. The whole point of leaving Mitzrayim was in order to experience Matan Torah, right? Pesach and Shavuos, the Ramban writes, are like it's like the time in between is like a Chol HaMoed. Pesach is supposed to lead to Shavuos. It's supposed to lead to a Kabbalas Torah. It's all about the spiritual journey. As religious Jews, we look at material and physical success mostly in terms of their potential spiritual value. You know, that's a story I think they tell with Rav Chaim Kanievsky. Someone won the lottery and he bought himself a nicer car, living in Bnei Brak, a nicer car than all of his neighbors, and he wondered whether it would be an ayin hara. So he asked Rav Chaim Kanievsky, "Is this a problem of an ayin hara that I'm driving a nicer car?" And Rav Chaim Kanievsky said, "Well, are you able to do more mitzvahs because you have this nicer car?" He said, "No, I had a car before. I could do the same mitzvahs that I did with my car before. I could do with my car now. I could do the same Tomchei Shabbos run or the same whatever, give people rides, and same, can't do any more mitzvahs with it." He said, "Are you able to learn more Torah because you have this nicer car?" "No, I cannot learn more Torah because of this nicer car." So Chaim Kanievsky said, "What are you worried about? You think people are going to be jealous of you? What's there to be jealous of? I don't understand." Meaning the way a Torah Jew looks at things, even that which is material, its benefit is only insofar as it enhances our spiritual life. If it doesn't enhance our spiritual life, it's physical. The physical benefit on its own is not really going to comfort us and going to be mechazik us. We always look at material and physical success in terms of their potential spiritual value. The secular Jew reads a book like Startup Nation. I'm sure you've all read the book Startup Nation, and swells with pride at the material success that is achieved with Jewish ingenuity. Who among us isn't looking at what's going on in Israel, the vaccination rate in Israel right now, and isn't swelling with pride that we are actually fulfilling our tafkid, our purpose as an Or Lagayim. We're literally showing the rest of the world how it's done and what kind of effect we can have with to end this terrible pandemic. The religious Jew sees the framework being put in place for the ultimate redemption. The secular Jew may look at Startup Nation and feel pride. The religious Jew says, yeah, not just pride, that's going to bring about geula. I often tell my talmidim that there's a midrashic tradition that the Beis Hamikdash will descend from heaven without any need to construct it by human hands. But you know what? You know what there's no midrashic tradition about? There's no midrashic tradition that apartment buildings are going to descend from heaven, that highways are going to descend from heaven, that offices are going to descend from heaven, that yeshivos are going to descend from heaven, that a police force and an army are going to descend from heaven. Those are all things that we are going to have to do on our own. With every visit to Eretz Yisrael, how do we not look around? We see more building. There are probably more cranes per capita in Israel than any other country in the world. It fills one with hope that you see not just physical buildings, you see an infrastructure being put in place for kibbutz galios. There's no doubt that the spiritual is primary. Why then would we want to emphasize Avadim Hayinu instead of Mitchila of the Avodah Zarah, Hayu Avosenu? Okay, I just took 15 minutes to say 3 questions, so let me repeat them in 30 seconds. Question number 1, what kind of bracha? Yihiratzon shetish shechina b'masi yedechem? Hashem already promised, of course the Shechina is going to be there. Question number 2, why is it that Shabbos is a kapara for the Chet HaEgel on top of the Mishkan already being a kapara for the Chet HaEgel? And question number 3, why would any Amora emphasize the physical redemption more so than the spiritual redemption? Why would there even be an opinion that we start with Avadim Hayinu and not with Mitchila of the Avodah Zarah Hayu Avosenu? So I want to share with you one idea. It's a simple idea, but I think it's profound as well. We often think that accomplishment in life is divided neatly into 2 categories. There are those things that we control, and there are those things that God controls. we like to debate nature, God, versus nurture, us, and other such dichotomies. For example, there's an expression in basketball, you can't teach 7 feet tall, right? If height is clearly in the sole domain of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. On the other hand, Hakol bidei shamayim chutz me'yira shamayim. Our own commitment to religious growth, that's purely ours. However, the truth is that there's actually a third category. And the third category is actually much, much bigger than either of the other two. Again, the first two, that which we do and that which God does. The third category is a hybrid category. The category of things that can only be accomplished with reasonable human effort and a fair amount of siyata d'shmaya, a dose of siyata d'shmaya of God's help. You know, when you ask people about Malcolm Gladwell's best-selling book, Outliers, I'm a big Malcolm Gladwell fan. I don't know if any of you have ever read his books, but he has a book, Outliers, where everyone knows about, anyone who's read it always focuses on one thing that he says in that book, that for someone to become excellent at something, for someone to become a master at something, they need 10,000 hours. Natural talent is not enough. Michael Jordan was not born Michael Jordan. Beethoven was not born Beethoven. Whatever master you have in any given field, they were not born that way. Natural talent, or there may be dozens of other people that are born that way, but they don't become those people. They don't become those all-time greats. A person needs a lot of hard work, consistent hard work. A person needs 10,000 hours. The idea that people can be great at something just by being born with the gifts from God, that's a fallacy. In reality, nobody ever became great at anything without what he claims 10,000 hours of practice. So most people will tell you that Gladwell's thesis is that it is all up to us and our own efforts. However, that is not true. That is only half of his thesis. He, of course, does argue that significant effort and practice is necessary in order to achieve at a high level. But he also argues that there usually has to be a significant amount of luck involved as well, or what we call siyata d'shmaya. Like the luck of Bill Gates growing up in the same neighborhood as one of only 2 places in the entire country where computer programming was happening, or the luck that he was permitted as a teenager to play with the massive and costly computers. His thesis doesn't argue nature or nurture, it really argues the combination of the two. Rabbi Ephraim Goldberg just mentioned today a story of a Giyores, of a convert, a woman who converted to Judaism. What caused her to yearn to join the Jewish people, to desire joining the Jewish people? Well, unfortunately, this woman had a very troubled background. Her father was abusive to her when she was young. And one day she was passing through Bergen County, for where I am right now, actually. She was passing through Bergen County, and she was hungry. And she saw a pizza shop, and she figured she would go in and get pizza. She didn't know that it was a Jewish pizza shop, a kosher pizza shop. She didn't know anything. But then she looked around, and she saw all these fathers with their daughters, and with their young children, and helping them get pizza and taking them out for lunch. As Rabbi Goldberg said, it must have been Erev Pesach. Right? It was probably a couple of days before Pesach. And the one thing the father did is to get the kids out of the house for a little bit while the mother does everything else. But that's what she saw. She saw a pizza shop full of people, and she said, what kind of people does this that have such beautiful family relationships? This is the people I want to learn more about. And she ultimately learned more about Yiddishkeit and converted to Judaism, became a Ger Tzedek. Now, what made her become a Ger Tzedek? There have been lots of non-Jews in Jewish pizza shops. They don't become a Ger Tzedek. She had this spiritual yearning. She had a spiritual yearning, of course. She wanted something more in her life. And she worked for years to learn how to observe Torah mitzvahs. But none of it would have happened without that little siyata d'shmaya, without Hashem striking her with hunger pangs, just at that moment as she was passing by the Teaneck Bergenfield area, where the closest place to go for a bite to eat was a kosher pizza shop. And it happened to be Erev Pesach. And there happened to have been fathers rather than mothers that were there that was going to strike something in her neshama. You always need that little bit of siyata d'shmaya. The Gemara in Avodah Zarah Daf Daled tells us that Hashem engineered the Chet HaEgel so that people will always know that no matter how terrible a sin may be, there's always room for tshuva. Rabbi Shua ben Levi, Asu Yisrael Egel, Asu Yisrael Egel, Elolite Pischun Pe Lebali Tshuva. The Egel happened so that people can do tshuva. Rabbi Betzalel Rudinsky quotes from Shlomo Heimlich, who explained that even though Hashem engineered the Cheda Egel, we need kapara for it because Hashem's part in engineering it involved allowing a golden calf to miraculously emerge from the fire. All of the tumult and success of the movement around the Egel was due to our own efforts. It's true, Hashem made it happen, but all of that success, the excitedness that created, that was us. The sin only because of the combination of Hashem's efforts. The sin only happened, I don't know how much we missed, the sin only happened because of the combination of Hashem's efforts and our own efforts. So let's wrap this all back up. Based on this idea, we can now understand all of the questions that we began with. In order to be mechaper for the Egel, we need to atone for both parts of the sin. The part that came from us and the part that came from Hashem. We build the Mishkan with our own hands as a way of bringing Hashem down to this world through our own efforts to atone for our efforts in the Cheda Egel. We observe Shabbos, whose Kedusha comes from Hashem. Unlike Yom Tov, where it's Mekadesh Yisrael V'Hazman, the Jewish people are Mekadesh Yom Tov. Shabbos is purely in the domain of Hashem. Only Hashem gives us Shabbos. And that atones for the element of Hashem's involvement in making the Egel happen. And that's why we have the double kapara. Furthermore, the entire Mishkan project involved our doing a lot of work and then depending on Hashem to finish the job. We can build everything to specification, but we had to wait for Hashem to bring his Shekhinah. When Moshe Rabbeinu sees that the Shekhinah has finished the job that we started with the Mishkan, he offers a bracha that now Hashem should do his part. Hashem should respond so positively in all of our endeavors and allow our efforts to meet with bracha. Yes, Hashem said he's going to give his Shekhinah, but to what degree? To the degree that we worked hard to bring it, to the degree that we worked hard in building the Mishkan, Hashem is going to bring the Shekhinah. And Rav Zalman Saratsky in his Haggadah Shel Pesach, Hashir V'Hashevach, uses this to answer the third question that we asked. He explains that Shmuel thought it more appropriate to start with Avodim Hayinim, since the night of the Seder is about giving Shevach Hoda'ah for what Hashem did for us. Mitchila Ovdei Avodah Zarah Hayu Avosenu, that reflects our own efforts. We were spiritually need Tshuva. Hakol Bidei Shemayim Chutz Miyira Shemayim. That's up to us. That's the most important story in Jewish history, but not the emphasis necessarily of the Seder night. Rav argues, Mitchila Ovdei Avodah Zarah is not purely a story of Avram discovering God and our own efforts. People can be inspired and live meaningful lives through great effort and much Mesiras Nefesh. But in order to perpetuate those ideals, it's critical that we have Siyata D'Shmaya. We asked Moreno Rav Shechter Shlita what his greatest accomplishment in life is. With all of his Talmidim teaching Torah throughout the country, the Svarim that he wrote, Rosh Yeshiva for over 50 years, greatest accomplishment in life. And he said that my children are all religious and that they're observing Torah. So let me ask you, is that all because he's such a wonderful father? It's partially because he's such a wonderful father and grandfather. But aren't there so many wonderful fathers and grandfathers that cannot say the same about themselves? There's an element of Siyata D'Shmaya. We always have to daven for the success of our families. There's nothing, no parenting book, no manual, no doing everything right that can guarantee that kind of success. It simply can't. It's only with a sense of Siyata D'Shmaya. The Seder night is a night of chinuch. Last year, so many of us were not able to have generations at our Seder table. But Siyata D'Shmaya this year, we'll be able to have generations at our Seder table. Thank God, with the vaccines picking up and with the things, restrictions loosening somewhat. We'll be able to have generations at our Seder table for so many of us. It's a night of chinuch, it's a night of teaching what it means to be a Jew. And the lesson is not, Hashem sometimes helps you. The lesson is not, do your best. The lesson is, to the degree that you do your best, you still need to rely on Siyata D'Shmaya, and then the Ribono Shalom will do the rest. The Ribono Shalom will make everything else happen. What Rav Sorotzkin highlights is the need to not only put in time and effort to raise our kids right and be proper role models for them and protect them from things that may harm them, but also the need to daven for that extra Siyata D'Shmaya, without which we can accomplish almost nothing in life. I'm going to have to run to the chuppah now, but I'm going to stop a couple of minutes early. But I offer a birchas hediot to all of you. You should have a chag kosher v'sameach. You should enjoy this beautiful exercise of limud Torah under the leadership of your wonderful Rav Rabbi Meir Downick, who used to sit next to me during night seder in the Beis Medrash. I have fond memories of us learning next to each other Mesachas Bava Basra for a whole year, and you should be zocheh to see the great success that only the Ribono Shalom can bring, but we have to put in the efforts. And as was Hashem, the Ribono Shalom should see that Tishra Shechina b'chol ma'asei yedecha. Have a wonderful day, everyone.
Rabbi, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you and your family have a chag kosher v'sameach. Okay, everybody, we are going to be moving to our next speaker in a few minutes. So feel free to get up, stretch, and get ready. We'll be back with you in a few minutes. Thanks. Hi, Rabbi Levinson, can you hear me?
Sure.
Okay, great. Okay, everybody, we're going to move on to our next speaker. We are 11 days into this match campaign, and a theme of the last 11 days has been celebrating everything that makes Congregation Ahavas Achim special. And there's nothing that makes our shul more special than our alumni who grew up in this shul and have moved on to do great and amazing things. We've had an opportunity to hear from a few of them, and are of no exception. We are honored to have Rabbi Avi Levinson joining us right now. So, Rabbi, thank you so much, and take it away.
No problem. Can you see my screen share working here?
Yep, looks perfect.
Okay, great. Okay. So thank you very much, Rob, and to the entire team that put together this presentation, the entire Learnathon. It's really amazing to have entire days, weeks devoted to learning in preparation for Pesach, and really just as a source for all Klal Yisrael going through such a difficult time this past year. So I want to talk about a question that I first came into contact with, I'd say about 13 years ago. I was learning in yeshiva in Israel, in Karen Biavne, and one of my friends, about a month into yeshiva, discovered that he had a very serious gluten intolerance, and he no longer could eat a great deal of the food that yeshiva served. The yeshiva kitchen, certainly in those days, was not built to accommodate a gluten-free diet, and he didn't have challah that he could eat on Shabbos, and he couldn't have the main course. A lot of meals that it wasn't built for him. So suddenly he starts bringing in these boxes with this big Hebrew words on it called Kestenbaum oat matzahs from England. I wonder, what are these things? So he tells me, oh, these are 100% oat matzahs. They're gluten free, and even people who like me are they're highly gluten intolerant, celiac, or whatever degree of gluten intolerance they have. These are the one thing that we can eat, because the oats, if they're really 100% oats, they're basically gluten free. Okay, so what I want to do with you today is try to go through a little bit of the history of the oat matzahs, the gluten-free matzahs, and try to deal with some of the questions that are involved in a person trying to fulfill his obligation of matzah with these gluten-free oat matzahs. As we'll see, while some of the issues are specific to matzah, one of the main issues with oat matzahs really has nothing to do with matzah and everything to do with the status of oats in general in halacha, which is a very complicated discussion. We're really going to deal with three separate issues today. First of all, are oats something that's in general one of the 5 grains? We'll see that there's a category in halacha called 5 grains, which are applicable in many places. And what are those 5 grains? Are oats one of those 5 grains? That's number one. Number two, is it even possible to use something that isn't wheat for matzah? And number three, are there any specific issues to using oats for matzahs? Or as we'll see, the specific way that the oat matzahs were made raised other questions about their use specifically for the mitzvah of matzah. So let's dive right in. What are the 5 grains, and for what areas of halacha do we care? So if I had to throw out a bunch of examples, so the 5 grains appear, let's say, for matzah, as we'll see. One can only fulfill the obligation of matzah using one of these 5 grains. Number two, a person only has to say the bracha of mizonos on one of the 5 grains. Let's say a person eats quinoa. Quinoa is something similar grain type of substance, but the bracha on quinoa is not mizonos, it's hadama, or buckwheat, or any of these types of other types of grains are not mizonos. One only is obligated to take challah from the 5 grains. So it's very important for many areas of halacha, all of which are relevant even for people who are Baruch Hashem capable of eating gluten. It's very important to define the 5 grains for other areas of halacha as well. So let's jump right in. The Mishnah, and source number 1 on the screen, is the Mishnah in Maseches Pesachim. These are the things that a person can use for matzah at the Seder on Pesach. Chitim can use wheat, bisorim with barley, and that's about where the clarity ends. Then the Mishnah has 3 other things: kusmin, shipon, and shibola shual. What are kusmin, shipon, and shibola shual? So these are unclear enough that the Gemara, I didn't put this part of the Gemara on, as we'll see shortly why. The Gemara actually has to define what these things are, because chitim and sorim, everyone knows wheat and barley. Everyone knows what wheat and barley are. They were used widely. But kusmin, shipon, shibola shual, you almost get the impression were just used less. People had less exposure to them, and therefore the Gemara felt the need to tell us what they are. I didn't put that part of the Gemara on because the Gemara gives you words in Aramaic which are not any clearer than the words in the Mishnah. So the Gemara says that kusmin is gulva, shipon is disra, and shibola shual is shvilei tala. So if anyone knows what these things are, you can help me out, but those words themselves don't give me any more clarity than the words in the Mishnah do. So what are these things? So we'll get to shortly what shibola shual is. Rashi defines shipon as rye and kusmin as spelt. I think that's the definition we're used to. And shibola shual, Rashi says, and this is most of the Rishonim say, Rashi gives you a word in French, aviena. So I don't know French, so I don't know what Avina is. And then Rashi gives me a few extra words of explanation. Shibola Shala Aslik is Nav Shual. Why is it called Shibola Shual? Because its tail, it looks like this, the part of the plant looks like the tail of a fox. So unfortunately, I'm not any more familiar with the tail of a fox than I am with the French word Avina. So we're gonna have to hold off to see what those things are. But first, let's figure out what the Gemara, why do we care what these 5 things are, and how do we derive what these 5 things are? So the Gemara, back in source number 1 on the first line, we'll highlight it. Hani in, the Gemara makes an inference from the Mishnah. These 5 grains are things we can use for matzah, but orez v'dochan lo. But you cannot use orez and dochan. What are orez and dochan? So we usually assume orez is rice and dochan is millet. So we can use the 5 grains. We can't use any other grains, including cereal grains like rice and millet. So the Gemara says, "V'nahani mili." How do I know? Where does it say in the Torah? I won't find the pasuk. If you look from Bereshis to Le'eni Kol Yisrael, you will not find any pasuk that says that Vaydaber Hashem Moshe Lemor. Hashem tells Moshe, these are the 5 grains. You won't find it. It's not there. V'nahani mili. How do you know? Amar Rishon ben Lakish, v'chein Tanat v'Reb Yishmael, v'chein Tanat v'Reb Eliezer ben Yaakov. Amar Kra. We know the pasuk says, "Lo sochal alav chametz, shivas yomim tochal alav matzos." You can't eat chametz for 7 days. We eat matzah. Right? Again, Pesach in the Torah, 7 days in outside of Eretz Yisrael, we have an 8th day. But Pesach in the Torah is 7 days. So for 7 days we can't eat chametz. Instead, we eat matzah. So the Gemara makes a comparison between the two. Only those things that can, in theory, become chametz, if you leave them for the requisite amount of time, they would become chametz. Those are the things that a person can use for matzah. Yatsu elu, so that excludes rice and millet. They don't become chametz. They don't leaven. They have some other process happens to them called sirchon. Literally, sirchon seems to mean become rancid, or they decay, they decompose, something like that. So that's the distinction is a little bit murky. But what is important is the Gemara defines for us that these 5 grains and no other grains are the ones that will have a chemical process called chimutz, leavening, happen to them. Other things that may look like they're rising, they're not really rising. They're just fermenting and they're becoming rancid. Then the Gemara tells us what seems to be is one of the strangest parts of the entire discussion is masnisin lo Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri. Then in fact, there's a dissenting view. The Mishnah says you can only use the 5 grains because only these 5 grains the Gemara derives can become chametz, and those are the ones you can use for matzah. But Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri disagrees. The Amar always min daganhu v'chayav nachimutz okares. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri says that rice is another type. It's also one of the grains. There are really 6 grains according to Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, and rice can become chametz if a person eats rice on Pesach. He incurs the punishment of kares, equivalent to eating chametz. Okay, so according to Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, there are 6 grains. According to the first view, the view expressed in the Mishnah, there are 5 grains. So the Gemara never proffers an alternative source for Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri declaring that rice is another one of the grains. So apparently, Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri agrees with the original presentation in the Gemara that the source for which grains you can use for matzah is whatever grains you can use, whatever grains become chametz. Well, now we seem to have what they call in yeshivos a machlokes in metzias, a disagreement about the facts on the ground. Right? Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri declares that there are 6 grains that can become chametz, and therefore there are 6 grains you can use for matzah. And the majority view, the mainstream view, was that there are 5 grains that can become chametz, and therefore only 5 grains you can use for the mitzvah of matzah. So whenever you have a disagreement about the facts on the ground, so the question is obviously just find out what are the facts, right? This is not intelligent people don't disagree about facts. Everyone agrees on the facts, and you disagree about your evaluation of the facts, or you disagree about you have differences of opinion. You don't have differences of facts. So why don't you just test? If the Gemara declares that the only thing that you can use for the mitzvah of matzah is that which can become chametz, and the Gemara tells me that 5 grains can become chametz, 6 grains can't become chametz. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri says the 6th one can become chametz. Go to a chemistry lab, go make a dough out of rice flour, and see if it rises. And if it rises the same way the other 5 grains do, then it's chametz, and you can use it for matzah. And if it doesn't rise, so it's not chametz, and you can't use it for matzah. Why is there a disagreement about this? So thank God we're not the first ones to ask the question. The question was asked by the Gemara itself, not in the Talmud Bavli, but in the Talmud Yerushalmi. So there are two basic versions of the Gemara. The version we usually study, which we colloquially call the Gemara, is Talmud Bavli, which is the one that was put together by the rabbis of Babylon in Iraq, more or less those environs. But there was a parallel discussions going on in Israel in those times, and that's what's called the Talmud Yerushalmi. It's much less thorough than the Talmud Bavli, which is why the Talmud Bavli is used more. Talmud Yerushalmi is much more laconic, much more difficult to understand, and therefore studied less and is less authoritative. But in fact, the Talmud Yerushalmi actually asks, well, why didn't they test it? Let them test. Why are intelligent people disagreeing about the status of something in chemistry? Yerushalmi asked, Badku Matsu, source number 2, they checked and they found only 5 grains can become chametz. Only these 5 become chametz. The other ones just ferment and become rancid. So the Yerushalmi then quotes the opinion of Rabbi Yochanan ben Uri, and then asked, "V'yiv dekena, why don't you ask? Why don't you check? Ask the chemist what they say." So the Gemara has a very mysterious answer. Al ikar v'dikasa hein cholken. They disagreed about the test. Okay. Rabbi Yochanan ben Uri Amar badku matzu osa shi baladi matzah v'chametz. Rabbanan Amrin badku avlo matzu osa shi baladi matzah v'chametz. Rabbi Yochanan ben Uri said, yeah, they did the test and it became chametz. And the Rabbanan say, yeah, they did the test and it did not become chametz, referring to rice. So this is one wonders what they did with this. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit later. How could there be such disagreement? It's disagreement about the results of the test. So apparently, it's not so easy. That's the one thing I can say for sure, based on the Yerushalmi here, is that apparently it's very hard to tell sometimes whether something really becomes chametz or not. So you could have a case. Rabbi Yochanan ben Uri and the other rabbis were sitting in the same room. They saw the dough, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Uri said, "Yeah, that's chametz." And the Rabbanan said, "Yeah, it's not chametz." So apparently, it wasn't so clear. Fine. So they disagreed about the test, and therefore there's disagreement about the status of rice. What everyone does agree about, like we said, is that it has to be something that can become chametz. So in light of that, now we're already ready to understand, what are the different possibilities for what these grains, the kusmin and the shipon and the shibboleth shual that the Mishnah talks about. What are these things? Well, number one criterion we have to meet is, can these things rise? Can they become leavened and chametz? If they can't, then there's no chance that's what the Mishnah is talking about, right? So what are these things? So as we said, Rashi and most of the Rishonim define shibboleth shual, which is the one we're interested in today, as avina. So I don't know French, but apparently the French derives from the Latin, and those who study these things say that the word avina in Latin, until this day, if you in the world of botany, so avina sativa refers to oats. And if you look at this picture over here on the right, this is oats. And again, I'm not so familiar with what foxtails look like, but apparently those who do know what foxtails look like say that these stalks, the top of the stalks over here, where the grain is, looks a little bit like the tail of a fox, sort of bushy, like the tail of a fox. Okay, so that's the opinion of Rashi. That would definitely be, I would say, the mainstream view. The opinion of most of the Rishonim, and certainly the one quoted by the Shulchan Aruch in Hilchos Matzah, is that that shibboleth shual refers to avina, which is oats, what we call oats. However, we should not deny there were at least 2 dissenting views in the Rishonim. The view of the Meiri, also in this on this Gemara Pesachim, and also depending on your translation of the Rambam in his commentary on the Mishnayos in Kilayim, the Rambam may have been of this view also, and the Aruch, which is a dictionary from the 11th century in Italy. So that they all translate shibboleth shual as a different French word, sigla, which again the people who study these things have determined probably refers to spelt. So again, according to Rashi, spelt is on the list in a different place. That's shipon, kusmin, excuse me. But according to the Meiri and the Rambam and the Aruch, and the other view quoted in the Aruch, shibboleth shual does not refer to oats at all. It probably refers to spelt. And then there's the third view, which is found in a collection of explanations of the Mishnah, attributed to Rabbi Nassan Av HaYeshiva. Who was Rabbi Nassan Av HaYeshiva? So I don't know which yeshiva he was in charge of, but it was found in the Cairo Geniza. It's a collection of explanations of the Mishnah from the 13th century, approximately. So there he quotes an explanation from someone else who says that it refers to some subspecies of barley, which has only 2 rows of grains. So if you look at this picture on the left, sorry, it's a little small. So I'm trying to make it zoom in a little bit here. Our barley that we refer to barley is the 6-row barley on the right. Right, there's 6 rows of grain in each stalk. The claim of Rav Nosson Ave Yeshiva is that the Shibola Shua refers to 2-row barley, which is only 2 rows of grain in each stalk. See, it's much thinner. There's some other differences between the two. That is what in the at least in Israel, in botany, they call the Seora du Turit, the barley of 2 rows. Right, so 2-row barley is the view of Rav Nosson Ave Yeshiva. Right. Now, if we were to evaluate this dispute in purely halachic terms, with the regular processes of determining halacha, so there is no question that we would rule in accordance with the view of Rashi that Shibola Shua refers to oats. That's the view quoted by most of the Rishonim. It's the only view quoted in the later poskim, in the commentaries on Shulchan Aruch, and that's why a common practice is to treat oats as one of the 5 grains. If a person like my daughter had oatmeal for lunch today, and if she'd been old enough to make brachos, she would have said "Borei Minim Mizonos," because we assume that oats are one of the 5 grains. However, about 50, 60 years ago, so there was a botanist in Israel by the name of Dr. Yehuda Felix, who published a book called Maros HaMishnah. He was doing a very big service for the Jewish people by trying to identify all of the plants and animals that are referred to in the Mishnah. Right, most of us, the biggest barrier to learning certain parts of Mishnah is that we just don't know what the plants. There's all these descriptions of plants and what the halachos are that refer to different kinds of plants. We just don't know what the plants are. So it's very hard to talk about plant X, plant Y, and if we had names for them, it would be much easier. So Dr. Felix was trying to identify what are all these plants that the Mishnah is referring to. And when the Gemara Mishnah talks about for taking truma, you need to deal with this plant has the following rules. So it's very useful to know what that plant is. So he tries to identify what it is based on agriculture, botany, and archaeology, and he does it. It's a very nice work. So one of the things he claims in the book Maros HaMishnah is that there is no possibility that Shibola Shua refers to oats. It can't be. Why can't it be? So he has various problems with the botanical descriptions the Gemara gives for Shibola Shua matching oats that we have. So one of the things he has is that based on the grain findings in archaeology, they haven't found any oats in Israel or the area surrounding Israel from the times of the Mishnah. So Chazal probably didn't even know about oats. That's his claim. So I'm not an archaeologist. I'm not a botanist. There were others who disputed his claim on archaeological grounds. I have absolutely no way of evaluating that dispute. I'm not an archaeologist. I'm not a botanist. But Dr. Felix never claimed. Dr. Felix was a religious Jew. He never claimed we should change the halacha. He was merely trying to put forth what he thought the truth was, and left it to the decisions of the rabbis of the time to determine whether they would take that into account or not. In fact, there was an article published by Rabbi Yosef Efrati in the OU's Masorah Journal and in other places, where he vigorously disputed Dr. Felix's claims. And Dr. Felix wrote a response saying, "I never claimed to change the halacha. All I was doing was trying to identify based on my field, my area of expertise, and present it to the rabbis. And whatever the rabbis say, that's the halacha." But he was a very humble person. Dr. Felix, he understood where his place was. Thank God. Like it's a dying art, knowing your place. So Dr. Felix knew where his place was, and he understood that he holds the cards in archaeology, he holds the cards in botany, and the rabbis hold the cards in halacha. So he wanted to put that forth. So Dr. Felix's claims in archaeology are disputed with other archaeologists. I don't know what to say about that. The problem that Dr. Felix didn't raise, which others have raised since his time, is that oats don't seem to rise. Now, what do you mean? We have oats that rise. So the problem is what causes grain to rise, right? The Gemara talks about something called rising, leavening, chimutz, and something called sirfon, fermentation or becoming rancid. So what exactly those refer to? So it seems like most people think that what causes things to rise as opposed to becoming rancid is a protein called gluten, right? And the gluten is like a stretchy protein that causes the dough to rise and take on a little bit of a sour taste, which is what makes it taste good. And that's why things rise. And oats at least pure oats, 100% oats, actually contain little to no gluten. If so, it should be that the oats don't rise. If oats don't rise, then there is no chance you can use them for matzah. It's no chance they're one of the 5 grains, because the Gemara says the way that we know what the 5 grains were is because these are the things that can become chametz. These are the things that can become leavened. Well, if they can't rise because it has no gluten, then there's no chance that's what the Gemara is referring to. So this takes us into like murky territory. I'm not a chemist either, but people tested that too. Can oats rise? And I guess predictably there were conflicting results of different studies. So again, just like you can appreciate, I guess, the test that the Chazal did when Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri and the others disagreed about the status of rice because they had a disagreement about their test results. So today also people have disagreements about the test results of oats. So there are different theories how to reconcile the contradictory results. At the end of the day, the results were contradictory, and it's probably for that reason that most of the poskim, most of the I think common practice was to reject Dr. Felix's claim and to assume that oats are one of the 5 grains. Oats are Shibboleth Shul. That's the opinion of Moshe Feinstein and Shlomo Zalman Auerbach and Rav Soloveitchik. That was basically, and most of them basically said that this has been the tradition amongst all the Jewish people for 1,000 years, since the times of Rashi, that oats are one of the 5 grains. And unless you can prove conclusively otherwise, so halacha is lowercase c conservative. We don't generally change things unless we can definitively prove that they need to be changed. And since we haven't definitively proved they can be changed, so we're going to assume, based on whatever we've been doing for the last 1,000 years, that the oats are one of the 5 grains. However, it should be noted that YU's own Rabbi Hershel Schachter is concerned for the possibility that oats are not one of the 5 grains, and therefore Schachter said that if a person wants to eat oats, wants to eat Cheerios for breakfast. So Schachter is not a fan of eating Cheerios for breakfast because he's not sure what bracha to make. Because if oats are one of the 5 grains, Cheerios are mazonos. If oats are not one of the 5 grains, the bracha should be ha'adama. And therefore Schachter himself does not eat oats, at least not in a bread meal, because he's not sure what bracha to make on them. Okay, Schachter is entitled to his opinion, of course. That is not the mainstream view. The mainstream view is the view of Schachter's own Rabbi, Rav Soloveitchik, and others who maintain that oats are one of the 5 grains. So that's overcome the first hurdle of using oat matzahs. Is whether oats are themselves one of the 5 grains that can be used for matzah, and the answer seems to be, according to most of the poskim, the majority view, and definitely the common practice, is to treat oats as one of the 5 grains, and therefore we assume you can use them for matzah. Assuming oats are valid in principle for the mitzvah of matzah, we have 2 other issues to deal with. 2 of them that are specific just to the mitzvah of matzah, unrelated to other areas of halacha. The first is that the Ramah in Siman Taf Nun Gimel, as you can see, source number 3, says Haminag likach lechatchila chitim. The common practice is, the custom is, that we only use wheat for matzah. We don't use other grains, even though the Mishnah says unequivocally you can use other grains for matzah. The practice is we don't do that. Why not? So the Mishnah Berurah explains a very simple reason, because most people prefer the taste of wheat matzahs to the other matzahs. If people prefer the taste of wheat matzahs, so it makes sense that you're eating something for a mitzvah, it should taste good. It's always better to enjoy the mitzvah you're doing. We don't want to torture people, so especially not when they're doing a mitzvah. We want people to enjoy the mitzvahs they're doing. So if you can have matzah that's better tasting, so you should definitely use that. If that's true, obviously somebody who can't tolerate wheat and somebody for whom oats are the only option, of course that's what he should use, no question about it. So if that were the only interpretation of the Ramah, then that would be a pretty much an open and shut question. Wouldn't be a problem. However, there is another explanation given by the Marsham. It was posted about 150 years ago. The Marsham was known actually as a very big makel. He was very lenient on a lot of areas of halacha, to the extent that one of the poskim about 50 years ago wrote, if the Marsham is lenient on something, is stringent on something, then for sure we have to be makir. For sure we have to be stringent, because the Marsham is always makel. He's always lenient. So if he is strict about something, we definitely have to follow that. Okay. So the Marasham has a different explanation of this Ramah. The Marasham says that if you look at the Gemara has the different descriptions of how you tell whether something became chametz or not. It turns white and it gets cracks. The Gemara has different explanations, and the Gemara is also clear that some of the descriptions are valid only for wheat. And other grains, there's other ways you have to figure out, and sometimes they become chametz faster or slower. It's harder to know. And therefore, the Marasham says people have not been making matzah out of anything other than wheat for most of Jewish history, and we don't have clear traditions. We don't have a Masorah about how to make matzahs in a way that don't become chametz, where we're sure they're not chametz with anything besides wheat. Wheat we've been using for hundreds of years. We have a clear chain of transmission how you make matzahs in a way that will not become chametz. And therefore, the Mashab says the Rama is recommending that you shouldn't use anything else besides wheat because you're never sure whether it's going to become chametz or not. If that's true, so then you could question whether we should use oats for matzah because no one made matzah out of oats for hundreds of years. I guess either celiac was less common or less people didn't realize what it was. So therefore, everyone ate wheat matzahs. So no one had a process for making oat matzahs. If that's the explanation, you could question using oat matzahs. And in fact, Dayan Yitzchak Weiss, first he was in Manchester, then he was in Yerushalayim. So he, on that basis, in 1983, wrote a tshuva rejecting the use of oat matzahs because we don't have any clear guidelines how to make them not into chametz. However, it's not so clear that what all the information that Dayan Weiss had at his disposal was entirely accurate, right? Because he writes at the end of his tshuva over there that he can't imagine there are really so many people who can't even eat one small amount of matzah at the Seder. Really, there are people like that. Once a year, they can't eat anything. So people subsequently wrote to Dayan Weiss and told him it's not true. There are people who it really makes them sick. If they were to eat even a small amount of gluten, it could set them back very seriously. They can be in bed for days. It's really very bad. And those involved in the production of oat matzahs say they spoke to Dayan Weiss and he said, "Well, if it's true, it's really true that there are people who really can't eat anything besides oats, then we need not be concerned for this custom recorded by the Rama. Really, it's okay. If that's all they can use, then that's what they can use." And certainly in the 35 plus years since Dayan Weiss wrote that tshuva, it certainly seems like the prevalence of celiac and the severity of gluten intolerance has definitely skyrocketed. At least awareness of it certainly has. So therefore, that I think we can overcome the second hurdle in using the oat matzahs. So we've dealt with number one, are oats one of the 5 grains? We can assume, according to most authorities, yes. Can one use oats or anything other than wheat for matzah? Certainly, by the letter of the law, yes. And in this situation, would certainly be grounds for being lenient, allowing people to use oat matzah, so that's their only option. There is a third problem, which at least in the original production of the oat matzahs, was that oats apparently, if you in their processing, take on a very rancid flavor. And the way that's usually compensated for is that all the oats get cooked; they get steamed. So obviously, for Pesach, we don't want to steam our oats because if we steam the oats, then they might become chametz. You're subjecting them to water. So but you didn't want the oats to taste bad. You wouldn't eat the matzahs if they don't taste good. So the people creating the oat matzahs in England, someone named Rabbi Ephraim Kestenbaum, it was his company. So they developed a different process of heating the oats so that to take out the rancidity, but without any liquid at all. So they solved the chametz problem. But as part of that process, they rendered the grains somewhat toasted, and toasted grains also are incapable of rising. Right? There's no way of them becoming chametz at all. So the question arose. We saw at the in source number 1 we saw earlier that the only things that can be used for matzah are things that can become chametz. So these oats, they're one of the 5 grains, but they can't become chametz because of how they were processed. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, to what degree do we have to be specific to the dough in front of us? When the Gemara says that you can only use something for matzah if it can become chametz, does that mean this dough in front of me has to become chametz? Or it means that the species of grain that I'm using to create this matzah, that has to be capable of becoming chametz. What this dough in front of me is doesn't matter as much. So I don't want to go into this at great length. I don't want to hold up the Torah bowl. But the basic understanding of this is that it appears to be a dispute between the Rambam and the Ramban. The Ramban, in his commentary on Maseches Pesachim in the back on the Rif, the Ramban writes explicitly that it has to be that this dough itself can become chametz. If this dough itself can't become chametz, the Ramban is talking about the case of using liquids other than water to create a dough. And if one uses apple juice, let's say, so the Gemara is clear that apple juice can't create a mixture that rises. So you mix the flour and apple juice, it won't become chametz. And therefore, the Ramban says there's absolutely no way that could be used for matzah, even if you would circumvent the problem of matzah ashira, of using something that tastes rich. That would not be and that would not be a problem somehow for whatever reason. You still couldn't use it for matzah because it can't become chametz. The Rambam, however, appears to disagree. The Rambam writes explicitly that even though kneading flour with apple juice cannot become chametz, nevertheless, that's source number 4, right? The Rambam writes, "Ein mei peros machmitzin ela masrichin." If you use fruit juice, it doesn't become chametz; it just ferments, so it becomes rancid. But the Rambam nevertheless writes in source number 5, "Matzah shalasha b'mei peros yotze b'yedei chavasa b'pesach." If one uses different fruit juices to make matzah, so one can use that for matzah at the Seder. So you're all wondering, what about the matzah shira? Am I allowed to use egg matzah at Seder? So the Rambam says you can't use, what you can't use is al ein lashon osal b'yayin o b'shemen o dvash o chalav mishum lechem oni. One can't use certain other liquids, wine, oil, honey, or milk, because that would be a problem of matzah ashira. The Rambam's view is that apple juice or eggs don't create a matzah ashira. We don't accept the view of the Rambam on that score. But the Rambam clearly holds that even though apple juice can't become chametz, as he writes in source number 4, ein me'peres machmitzin el masrichin, they don't leaven. Nevertheless, one can use them for matzah. So apparently, the Rambam is of the view that even though the dough in front of me can't become chametz, even so, since the wheat that I'm using can become chametz, so that's sufficient, and I can use even a particular dough that can't become chametz for my matzah. So I don't know, $1 million question, or the multi-million-dollar question for the whole matzah industry is, how do we pass it? Do we pass like the Rambam, or do we pass like the Ramban? So this is actually a dispute. The Magen Avram contradicts himself. The Magen Avram is the primary commentary on the Shulchan Aruch Orach Chaim. The Magen Avram writes different things, different places. Most of the Achronim seem to go with the Ramban, actually, which would invalidate the old matzahs. But the Nishmas Adam and other poskim and Rosh Shmuel Vosner wrote that in a case of great need, one can rely upon the view of the Rambam, that one can use a matzah even if this dough in particular can't become chametz, and therefore one need not, since the problem with the oat matzah only in this particular dough, so we can, in case of great need, which is celiac or gluten intolerant certainly is, one would be able to fulfill the mitzvah of matzah with the oat matzahs, and that's what the entire oat matzah industry was relying on. The good news is that about 10 years ago, they developed a new process for fixing the oats, processing the oats that doesn't even run into this problem at all. They figured out a way to make it taste good, even though it doesn't involve processing it in a way that makes it impossible to become chametz, and therefore the oat matzahs, according to the view of the Rambam, certainly are valid. So thank God we found a solution for the gluten-free matzahs. That we assume the oats are one of the 5 grains. We assume that you can use other things besides wheat if necessary, and a person is able to use something for matzah even if it's not possible for this particular dough to become chametz. Thank you so much. Have a chag kosher v'sameach.
Chag kosher v'sameach. Thank you so much for joining us, Rabbi, and we so appreciate you being here with us. Okay, everybody, we are moving on now to our second annual Congregation Ahavas Achim Torah Bowl. I'm going to hand the reins over to our rabbi. Rabbi, it is all yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's about to get a lot dicier here. Welcome, everyone, to the AA Torah Bowl as part of our Learn-a-thon. Welcome to all our participants. This is your chance to show your shul stuff and win your shul $1,000. $1,000 with all of your immense Torah knowledge. I want to welcome and thank all the participants today. The way it's going to work is we're going to do this in 2 rounds, followed by a final. The first, there will be 3 groups competing at each time. The first group competing will be Congregation Or Torah from Edison versus Congregation Knesset Israel from Richmond, Virginia, versus Congregation Sharei Tefillah from Teaneck. Welcome to all of you. I hope you have all gotten the link, and you should begin clicking on that link on crowd.live, adding your name, and choosing your shul to begin the program. We're going to see one winner from this group, and then you're going to wait until 6:30 because the next 3 shuls will compete at 5:30, and then we're going to have our Torah Bowl finals and award the $1,000 to the shul that knows the most. So let's just see if we have anyone. Is anyone having trouble logging into the crowd.live site? How are we doing there? Looking for a name. Is thumbs up if anyone, is it not working? We got it in? Okay. Let me see if I can tell which people are in. Hold on 1 second. Okay, if you're playing at home, you will see the question on your screen, but you will not be able to press your screen. Only our players will be able to respond. But you can ask yourselves, did I know that question? You'll have 15 seconds to respond to each question, and your speed and accuracy will be tested. Each team will be judged as a team. In other words, your team score. We will have the ability to see your individual scores, but it's only the team score that counts, and the team score will be based on the average score of your team. So you can either lift your team up or sink your team if you're not quick and accurate with your results. And let's see, and these are questions that can be about any area within Torah, Jewish history, Tanakh, Halacha, Mishnah, Gemara, Jewish personalities, you name it. So there's really no way to prepare. We just want to see who is the most sagacious and who is the quickest among you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen for, let's see if this works. Hold on a second. You're the guinea pigs, you're the first round of this. Okay, that is the screen that the viewers will see. So you can see how it's going to work. We're going to begin our countdown, and we wish you all a lot of luck. 25 questions. Who wrote the Yalkut Me'am Lo'ez? Let's see how we're doing. Okay, the correct answer was Rav Yaakov Kuli. Let's see which team did best on that. Oh, Knesset Israel, first place with 53 points. Excellent job. Shari Tefillah, second place. Don't worry, there's 24 more questions. OT, third place. And just for out of curiosity, the individual results will show right here. Avi Schwartz, correct, first place with 84 points. Very nice. But don't worry, there are 24 questions left. Let's continue with question number 2. In which city was one of the golden calves placed by Yeravam ben Nevat? Pick your city in Eretz Yisrael. The correct answer was, it was Beit El, one of the 2 cities that it was placed. And let's see how our teams did. Now in first place, Shari Tefillah rise to first place, 91 average points, very nice. And on the individual board, Avi Schwartz still in first place, 143 points, very nice. Okay, that brings us to question number 3. Which of the following Shvatim camped on the east side of the Mishkan? Know your Chumash. See the results there. Okay, the correct answer was Yehuda. How do we do with the results? 2 teams answered correctly, 2 individuals answered correctly, which means now Shari Tefillah is still in first place with an average of 91 points. Okay. Remember, the question could be about anything. For example, question 4. The Mishnah in Bikurim records that which person would take a basket of Bikurim on his shoulders when doing Bikurim? 3 seconds left. The correct answer was, did you get it? King Agrippas, Afilu Agrippas Hamelach, says the Hamelach, says the Mishnah in Bikurim. The individual scores, there's Ezra taking first place, and the team Shari Tefillah still with 101 points. Okay, very, very good. Plenty of time left for all of our teams. I see some kids cheering on their parents. Good job. Okay, question number 5. The concept of drinking a 5th cup of the Seder is attributed by the Gemara to which person? A very timely question on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. Okay, let's see. We have a variety of answers, but the correct answer was Rabbi Tarfon. Rabbi Tarfon. It's very, very curious. It's actually a machlokas rishonim, how to read the Gemara in Arvei Psachim. We'll get to that in the Daf Yomi very shortly, in a few pages from now. On our page, doesn't even appear. I believe it's the Ran who has a girsa that Rabbi Tarfon says there's a fifth cup at the Seder. So the answer was Rabbi Tarfon. Very good. And the winning team is still Shari Tefillah, 101 average points. Okay. Question number 6. Who wrote the Sefer Told Us Ha'adam? Told Us Ha'adam. Time's almost running out. The majority of you answered Rabbeinu Bechaya. The correct answer is the Ramban. The Ramban wrote the Tolas Adam. Very nice. And there we have Shari Tefillah, 132 average points. Second place, Richmond. Third place, Edison. Okay. Question number 7 is about to come. Let's do it. How were Moshe and Korach related? The correct answer was they were first cousins. Moshe's father, Amram, was the brother of Korach's father, Yitzhar, who were the sons of Kahat. Therefore, they were first cousins and rivals. Okay, excellent. Knesset Israel takes first place on that with 178 average points. Richmond in the lead, but it's still early on. Let's go to question number 8. Here we go. Who is the author of the Sefer called the Levush? Among the Achronim. Who wrote the Levush? Of course, you all knew the answer was Rav Mordechai Yafa, right? We all knew that. Let's see how we did. Team rankings. Shari Tefillah back in first place. Very nice. Individual rankings. Avi Schwartz still in first place. 379 points. Okay. Excellent job. I'm going to continue now with question number 9. Let's do it. Who had a father named Susi? Another Tanakh question. Wonder who knows Tanakh here. Who had a father named Susi? The answer was Gadi. Gadi ben Susi, one of the Meraglim sent by Moshe. Parsha Shlach. Very nice. Let's see how we did there. Very nice. Most of you knew that. And in first place, we still have Shari Tefillah, 300 points. Excellent job, everyone. You are doing incredible. Question number 10, we're about 1/3 done. Here it is. Which of the following Nevi'im is never read as a Haftorah? At least Ashkenaz. I don't know Sfardim. Ashkenaz. We don't read every Navi over the course of the Haftarahs. Okay, your time is up. You answered, wow, a lot of people answered Nachum, and the answer is Nachum. Very, very good. We read Micha and Yoel several times. One of them is on Shabbos Shuvah. Chavakuk, I believe, second day of Shavuos. Nachum, never read. We never read it in Shul. But you can read it on your own. It's okay. Okay. Excellent job. I'm going to stop my share for a second. Let's see some faces here. Hope we're all doing well. And no one's sweating too much. Beautiful job so far. Good to see you all. We're going to continue now with question number 11. We are ready to rock and roll. And here we go. On what date does Sefer Devarim begin? Do you know this at home? You answered a variety of answers, but the correct answer was the first day of Shabbat. Moshe began to speak to Bnei Israel on the first day of the 11th month. First 11th month, that would be Rosh Shvat. Excellent job. And Sharei Tefillah, 374 average points. Excellent job. Okay. Question number 12. Let's do it. According to the Gemara in Arachin, what sin did the ketonet of the Kohen Gadol atone for? Each of the Bigdei Kahuna gave kapara for a different, was meratzeh, for a different avera. What about the ketonet? Tough question. The correct answer was murder, shvichas damim. Most of you said Gilei Arayos. And Sharei Tefillah is still in first place, 382 aggregate points. Excellent job. Okay. Continue with 13. We are now officially halfway done. We're at the halfway mark. So if you're not yet in first place, better get more accurate. Let's go. What is the mazal for the month of Av? For all you Zodiac fans. Okay, so the astrologist answered a variety of answers. The correct answer was Mazal Aryeh. Aryeh, the lion, is the Mazal for the month of Av. Individual points, Ezra is in first place, 557 points. Answered 9 out of 15 questions correctly. And in the lead, the team with the lead, Fila, and we are definitely more than halfway done now. Question number 14. Before which rabbi did Alexander the Great bow? According to the Gemara in Yoma. Okay. Correct answer was Shimon HaTzadik. Shimon HaTzadik. And let's see how we did there. All right. Majority answer. Very nice. 75% of you answered correctly, which means probably it won't change. 451 average points for Sharei Tefillah. Okay. Very nice. Question number 15. Here we go. How tall was the table? A question straight from the pasuk. But no time to look up. How do we do there? Interesting. Correct answer was Shloshim Amah Komasa, 30 amos was it tight. Excellent job. Hope all you kids at home knew that one as well from your Parshat Noach fans. Excellent job. And our team score, Sharei Tefillah, 465 average points. Here we go. Question number 16. Which Navi predicted the downfall of Nineveh? Notice that Yonah is not one of the choices. That is intentional. The answer is not Yonah. The answer is, there he is, our good friend Nachum. See, we got to talk about Nachum again. Masa. He delivers a prophecy predicting the downfall of Nineveh. Read Nachum on your own time. How do we do there? 3 people answered correctly. On our leaderboard, individual Ezra still in first place with a massive 739 points. And the team score is Sharei Tefillah, 502 average points. Okay. Is it a dominating lead? It's Machlokas HaPoskim, dominating lead. Let's find out. Okay. Question number 17. How many stalks of barley did Boaz give Ruth? This is too easy. It's right from a pasuk. Not even a medrash. You answered a variety of answers. No, either 6 or 12. Great answer was 6, right in the pasuk. 6 stalks of barley. Boaz gives to Rus, the 3rd parak of Megillas Rus. Excellent job. Sharei Tefillah still in the lead. 570 average points. Okay. Question number 18. What word in the Torah do we derive that if Bnei Israel did not accept the Torah, the world would have reverted to chaos? Finally, a medrash. How'd we do there? Variety of answers. And the correct one is Ha-Shishi. It's Rashi al-Pasuk. Rashi. It says Yom Ha-Shishi, the sixth day. Emphasis on Ha. So Rashi gives, I believe, two different interpretations. One is that if you don't accept the Torah with the 5 books, then the world would not be really worth keeping, and it will revert to Tohu Vavohu. The answer is Ha-Shishi. Okay. Did you get that at home? I don't know. You have to be an honor system. Question number 19. Here we go. How many categories of books are there? Halacha question. The correct answer was 4. 4 categories are muksa machas chesron kis, muksa machmas gufo, basel davar asar, and klishon lachtul iser. So therefore, there's the 4. And how do we do there? Still Sharit Tefillah, 626 average points, but Knesset Israel, not so far behind, easily surmountable. We have 6 questions left. 6 questions left, plenty of time for this. Let's continue now with question number 20. In what book of Tanakh does King Lemuel appear? King Lemuel, ever hear of him? Let's see. Some of you heard of him. The correct answer was Mishlei. King Lemuel, very mysterious name, appears in the 31st parak of Sefer Mishlei. You know the second half of that parak, we call that Eshes Chayil, but at the beginning of parak Lamed Aleph of Mishlei, Shlomo Melech talks about King Lemuel. So the correct answer was Mishlei. Excellent job. In our individual leaderboard, Ezra first place, Avi second place, Reb Yos third place, okay, Mitch fourth place, and team scores, Sharit Tefillah 665. Okay, that's Israel 513 or Torah 297. Okay, tough questions, and there are 5 questions left. Let me stop my share for a second. See some faces here. I don't see anyone sweating yet. What's going on here? Okay, everyone seems very happy. Perhaps a little too confident, a little cocky maybe. All right, let's go back now to our game board and go to question number 21. Here we go. In what parsha can the laws of Ir Hanidachas be found? Ir Hanidachas. We don't want to be living in Ir Hanidachas, just say. Okay? The correct answer was Re'eh. Ir Hanidachas is the city that is steep in Avodah Zarah and is to be destroyed. So not good to live in one. Let's see how we did there. The majority of yes are Shoftim. Okay. And first place, 55 points. And in our team rankings, a great number. Sharit's 666. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. There are 4 questions remaining. Question number 22. Which of the following gems appeared on the 3rd row of the Choshen of the Kohen Gadol? Parshas Tetzaveh. The Hator HaShlishi, fill in the blank. The Hator HaShlishi, Leshem Shvo V'Achlama, I believe. Leshem would be the 3rd, would be correct. How do we do there? Oh, 5 of you answered correctly. Very nice. And Sharit Tefillah goes over the 700 mark, 718 points for Sharit Tefillah. Okay. They know their Tetzaveh in Tina. Okay. Excellent. 3 questions remaining. Here we go. 23. Remember, the winner of this round will cool their heels in the green room for a while and be back at 6:30 for another 25 questions and a chance to win $1,000 for their shul. 23. In Megillas Esther, who is called a Shomer HaPilachim? Shomer HaPilachim. Not too well. About 2 weeks ago, we read this story. A lot of you said Shashgaz. The answer is, indeed, Shashgaz, very nice. I tried to trick you. Hasach was a Shomer HaNashim, but Shashgaz, the Shomer HaPilachim. Excellent job. And there we are. Shari Tefillah 780, Knesset Israel 592, or Torah 345. Okay, 2 questions remain between you and a little break. 24. What is the date of Yom HaMiyuchas? One of my favorite days in the Jewish calendar, Yom HaMiyuchas. Very popular, by the way. Yom HaMiyuchas is the second day of Sivan. And how do we celebrate any day? By not saying Tachanun. There's no greater celebration among the Jewish people than to not say Tachanun. Why do we say Tachanun on Yom HaMiyuchas? Because it's nestled between Rosh Chodesh Sivan and the Shlosh Yimei Hagbala. Because of its adjacency to those days of Simcha, it kind of rubs off on the middle day. It's sandwiched between, and therefore it has its own yichus. We don't say Tachanun. Okay. And here we are. Individually, Ezra with a blistering 1153 points, followed by Avi, Rabbi Yas, Neil, Mitch, Rachel, Yaakov, and Jordan. Team-wise, after the penultimate question, Shari Tefillah, Knesset Israel, or Torah. Since there are only 100 points per question, I don't know if these scores can change, but you never know. Question number 25. According to whom does Troros pay Nezek Shalem? I threw up a common question at you. Get those pebbles ready. It's a huge machlokas. Is Troros Chatzi Nezek or Nezek Shalem? And the Gemara of Kamadaf Yudches, the answer is Sumchus is the one who says that Troros is Nezek Shalem. Very good. Sumchus, by the way, very next to Rabbi Meir Baal HaNes in Tiberia. Perhaps you've seen his kever there, right along the boardwalk in Tiberia. Okay, how did we do there? The majority you said Sumchus. We love Sumchus. Excellent job. Individually, the winner of this round is Ezra with 1,220 points, Avi second place 940, and Rabbi Yas 646. But for our purposes, we care about the teams, and the winning team in round 1 is indeed Shari Tefillah of Teaneck with 910 points. Excellent job. Now, OT and Knesset Israel, you can still be in it, because for the final round, we're taking Shari Tefillah and the winner of the next round, and the top scorer beside that. So if no other team reaches 674 or 674, Knesset Israel will face Shari Tefillah in the finals among another team. So hang in there, everyone. Thank you for playing. For those who just did this round, you are welcome to log out of the Zoom room and watch the other one on Chesed Fund website, on YouTube Live or Facebook, while the other teams come into the Zoom room. We will email you. We will email Shari Tefillah and possibly Knesset Israel a link to the next game. It's a different link entirely. Same Zoom room, but different link on crowd.live. We'll email that to you around 6:15 in about 45 minutes from now. And we will see you back then. Thanks everyone for joining us. And the next group of contestants are about to come in. So I'm going to stop my share there and welcome those people in. Thanks for joining us for round 1, and we're about to begin round 2. All right. I see some young faces and some older faces here for round 2. All right. In round 2 of the Ahavas Achim Learn-a-thon Torah Bowl, we have an amazing competition between your very own congregation Ahavas Achim in Highland Park. Do not worry. I did not give any of the questions in advance to my own shul's team, so I'm completely objective as moderator. I will not favor anyone, promise you. We are joined by Congregation Or HaTorah in Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome from down south. And then we have a group of youngins, TABC, the Torah Academy of Bergen County in Teaneck, is also joining us to try to win $1,000 for their shul or school. So, if you haven't been watching the Chesed Fund, what happened in round 1? In round 1, Congregation Shari Tefillah of Teaneck bested the competition. They won their 25 questions, did a fantastic job. They're waiting for one of you to win the next round. They're going to be 25 multiple choice questions. It's a good time for you to begin. Logging onto the crowd.live site and logging in under your shul's name or your school's name. Write your name and choose your team so we can begin. I'm going to get a couple of things ready. The ground rules are as follows, just to remind you. You are going to be rewarded with points, maximum 100 points per question, based on your speed and accuracy. The faster you answer a question correctly, the more points you get for your team. We will be able to track individual scores. However, for the purpose of our game, we only care about the team score. The team score is computed as the average score of your team. So you have the ability to elevate your team or ruin it for your team. So no pressure on everyone. This is a true teamwork game. The questions can be about any area of Torah, Jewish history, Tanakh, Mishnah, Gemara, Jewish personalities from all time. There's really a test of your speed and the breadth of your Torah knowledge. So hold on 1 second while I get one more thing set up here. About to get our view going. Just want to see thumbs up. Was everyone able to log in?
No, what's the code?
What's the code? Yeah.
The code. Oh, not everyone has the code.
No.
The code should have been emailed to you. But 1 second. I'll announce the code, but don't. Only if you're on that team sheet. It's crowd.live/4BTWH. Crowd.live/4BTWH. I'll give you another few seconds to log on. I'm going to
.WH.
share my screen right now. Okay, so now everyone at home should be able to follow along, but we only have our official players playing. I'm going to begin my countdown. We have 25 questions, and let's see how we do. 5,
Is there an issue
4,
if I just join on my computer and
2,
do a separate window?
1. Here we go. Question number 1. Who's your
I'm not in.
9th of Teves?
I'm not in.
9th of Teves. 9th of Teves.
Missed the question.
3 seconds
Can you
left.
repeat it?
9th of
Rabbi,
Teves. Here we go.
somebody's still having some login issues.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Login issues. I'll just put the link on the chat for the people in the game. 1 second, please. 1 second.
It's. Can I?
Hold on 1 second, guys.
The answer is Alshra, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to put the link in the. Oh, you get the link's right there. So that should enable everyone to help, but we got to continue right now. Okay, let me go back here, and we're going to. Hold on 1 second. Okay, the correct answer was Ezra, and when the Slichas for Asar B'Teves, we actually mentioned that we're also mourning for the loss of Ezra HaSofer. How did we answer there? Most of you said Ezra. Very good. And the winning team for that question was indeed Oratora Atlanta. Correct. 85 average points. Very nice. Individual score, Svi with 85 points. All right. But don't worry, there's still 24 questions left, so absolutely no problem. Question number 2. Which of these 20th century Gedolim passed away last or most recently? Know your 20th century history. Let's see. Most of you answered Rav Soloveitchik. The correct answer was Lubavitcher Rebbe. You were close. Lubavitcher Rebbe 1994, Rav Soloveitchik 1993, Rav Moshe Feinstein 1986, Rav Hutner 1980. The answer was Lubavitcher Rebbe. You were off by a year. And the winner in terms of individuals, Shana Posey is in first place for individuals. However, team-wise, Highland Park Ahavas Achim 66 average points. Here we go. Okay, very nice. Still 23 questions left. Here we go. Question number 3. Whose secret for meriting old age was? I forgave everyone who vexed me before going to sleep each night. Only we all did that. Who said that in the Gemara? I did not go to sleep before forgiving everyone. The correct answer was.
Sorry.
Correct answer was. Hannah. And the team in the lead is Oratora Atlanta takes first place again with 76 points. Very, very close game. It's anyone's game. Let's continue. Question number 4. Who was a brother of Bethuel? Okay. The correct answer was Yidlaf, not a commonly given name. No names like Yidlaf anymore. I don't know why. It's a great name. But if you know your Parshas Vayera, after the Akedah, we learn this, of course, even on Rosh Hashanah, the list of all the children born to Nachor, Avram's brother, is given. And among them is Be'es Yidlaf, Be'es Besuel. So Yidlaf and Besuel were brothers. Excellent job. And TBC takes first place on that question with 87 points. Very, very close game. Okay. Question number 5. In which territory was Shimshon born? Classic Sefer Shoftim question. Who knows their Sefer Shoftim? Where was Shimshon born? The correct answer was Shevet Dan. Very nice. Most of you said that. And therefore, Atlanta takes first place. Look how close this is. It's anyone's game. Anyone's game. Excellent job. Question number 6. Which of these vessels did not have a Zer Zahav Saviv? Come on, guys. We're doing Bayachal Pekude to Truma Tetzaveh. The answer, of course, is the menorah did not have a Zer Zahav Saviv. Excellent. Most of you got that right. But how fast did you do it? TBC again in first place with 194 average points. Okay. Let's continue. Question number 7. In what year of Shlomo's reign did he begin building the Beis HaMikdash? Who knows their Navi, Sefer Malachim? And there's no time to look it up. Either you know it or you don't. Some of you answered 2, 4, 5, 1. Correct answer was year 4. He waited 4 years from becoming king, well, he was young, to begin building the Beis HaMikdash. TBC still in first place. All right, you adults. The teens have the advantage. Can you battle your way back? Question number 8. Who wrote the Sefer Zera Avraham? Zera Avraham. The Sefer Zera Avraham was written by Reb Menachem Zemba, who was martyred in the Warsaw Ghetto during the Shoah. Very beautiful Sefer. How did we do there? TBC, 258 average points. Excellent job. After 8 questions, TBC has answered the most correctly with 4.6 out of those 8 questions answered correctly, but still any team's game. So don't you worry, everyone. Anyone's game. Question number 9. Which holiday is associated with a place called Motza? A place called Motza. Did anyone at home know that? I don't know. Let's see how we answer. A lot of different answers. Shavua, Sukkot, Tu B'Av, Tu B'Shvat. The correct answer, of course, was Sukkot. The Mishnah in Masechah Sukkah tells us that they collected the aravos for the Beis Hamikdash from Motza, which grew by the water. Very nice. TBC. Whoa. 258 points for both TBC and Highland Park, Ahavas Achim. But TBC in the lead because they answered 4.6 correct. But they had the same point total. Holy cow. Question number 10. Which of the following is considered one of the Mesechtot Ketanot? Mesechtot Ketanot. We have the big Mesechtot, but there's also the so-called miniature Mesechtot. One of them is Avos Rabbi and Tefillin. Okay, they're both correct. We have those Mesechtot. Chanukah is not one. Shanis is not one. Okay, most of you got it right. And AA Highland Park takes the lead on that one, however, with 322 points. Excellent job. Let me stop my share for a second. Let's see some faces. I see a lot of stressed out people over there. No. Everyone looks very happy. Everyone's enjoying. Good to see you all playing at home. And I see some families enjoying. I see someone who's trying to be incognito in sunglasses. Great to see you all from all over the country. And we're going to go back to our game board for question number 11. And here we go. Which of the Makos in Mitzrayim was performed with Moshe and Aaron together? We got Pesach coming up. You got to know this. Rosh Chodesh Nisan. The correct answer was Shchin. If you'll recall, Hashem told Moshe and Aaron to both go to the Piach HaKifshan. They should take ash from the oven. Aaron gives it to Moshe. Moshe throws the ash up into the heavens, and then Shchin avabuos pareach, and then it lands on people's skin, and the boils and blisters form. That's correct. And in first place, Ahavas Achim Highland Park, 360 points. Okay. Out of my curiosity, in the leaderboard, Ezriel, 469 points is our first place individual score. Zev, second place. Ben Sion, third place. Excellent job. Those are our top scorers as individuals. But of course, we're all in this together. Question number 12. Which of the following is not the name of a Karban Asham? Four seconds left. For those of you who are very makbid to read the Karbanos every morning in davening, you'll know that there are 6 categories of Karban Asham. We list them in Karbanos. The one that was not mentioned there is Helam Davar. That's not Karban Asham. There's Asham Nazir, Asham Ilos, Asham Shecha Charufa, but not Helam Davar. Tough question. AA Highland Park still in first place, still with 403 points. Okay. We are about halfway done. 12 questions done, 13 left. This is the halfway point of the match. It's anyone's game. Question 13. Which of the 12 days of Nisim did Pagiel ben Achran offer his donations? Did you know it was day 11? That was a tough one. After all, the Yom Eshte Asrar, on the 11th day, Nasi Livnei Asher, Pagiel ben Achran. If you knew your Parshas Naso, or if you remember from Hanukkah, let's see how we did there. AA, 413 points. TBC, second place. Atlanta, third place. Okay. Question number 14. Who says that of the 4 strings at the corner of a garment, 2 of the 4 must be dyed with tchelas? A brutal question, based on the Gemara in Menachos. As you may know, there's a huge 4-way machlokas, 3 machlokas between Tosfos, the Rambam, and the Ravid. Is it 1 out of 8, 2 out of 8, or 4 out of 8 strings should be dyed blue? People do different things nowadays with tchelas. The correct answer was Tosfos. Tosfos says 2 out of 4. That's the most expensive one. You got to have half your strings dyed blue. The Ravid and Rambam are a little cheaper, either 1 or 2 instead of 4. Excellent job. And AA Highland Park, 444 average points. Excellent job. TBC still in second place. Okay, question number 15. Who composed the phrase Avinu Malkeinu? I know we're off season, but you still should know it. Avinu Malkeinu. It's the Gemara, and the Gemara says the answer is Rabbi Akiva. Gemara tells us that all these great rabbis tried to daven to Hashem that rain should fall, but along came Rabbi Akiva, who said Avinu Malkeinu, Chatanu Lefanecha. And as a result, it rained. And we take that phrase and we composed a tefillah for Yamam Noraim, Avinu Malkeinu. Excellent job. How did we do there? A lot of you said Reb Sadia Gaon. No, it's Rabbi Akiva was the one who did that. And leaderboard AA, first place, TBC, second place, Ora Torah, third place. All right. Question number 16. Which of the following was not a living creature? What could that be? A little bit of out of the box question. How do we do there? Excellent. Most of you said Ma'acha. That's someone's name. Yes, Gacham, yes, Ma'acha, right? It's the name in Tanakh. The rest of them are living creatures, the Shamir, the Chilazon, and the Tachash. Excellent job. Okay. AA still in first place, TBC second place, Ora Torah. And in individual scores, Zev, I believe, of Ahavas Achim, with a massive 679 points. Ben Sion, second place, Shana Posey, third place, and the rest of them before you. Okay. Here we go. Question number 17. In what parsha can one find upside down nuns? Upside down nuns. In the Torah itself, of course. A lot of you said Baal Oscha. Good, because the answer is indeed Baal Oscha. Bracketing the phrases Vayihi ben Soharon and Uvenucho Yomar, you will find those upside down nuns in the Sefer Torah itself. Okay, excellent job. AA still in first place though. Ora Torah and TBC are getting close, 461 and 407. Plenty of questions left. We go to question number 18. In what parsha is the mitzvah of Kisui Hadam? Zev thinks he knows. Kisui Hadam. The correct answer is Achrei Mos. Achrei Mos. The mitzvah that if you shecht a bird or a wild animal, you cover its blood. How many people have done that mitzvah? I did it once. Kisui Hadam. It's an Achrei Mos. Very good job. And here's your leaderboard, AA, TBC, Ora Torah. All right. There are 8 questions left. 8 questions left. Still any team's game. Remember, the winner of this round does not win $1,000. The winner of this round faces Shari Tefillah of Teaneck and the other highest scoring team in the finals at 6:30 tonight? Question number 19. Which is not the name of an Ir Miklat? Not the name of an Ir Miklat. The answer was Shechem. The 6 Arei Miklat are mentioned in the Torah, 3 in Ever HaYarden, 3 not. Hebron, Golan, Ramot. Okay. Question number 20. Who said, Habitu el Avraham avichem, v'el Sarah tachol elchem? The answer is Yeshayahu Hanavi said that. Habitu el Avraham avichem, v'el Sarah tachol elchem. Excellent job. Let's see how we did there. AA still with 622, TABC 503, or Torah 470. And we now have reached the 21st question we're about to do. Okay, so if you look again on our leaderboard, we still have about 500 points out there. There's 100 points per question. So if you're super fast and super accurate, it's anyone's game. Anyone's game. Okay. I see some hearts pounding. Question number 21. On what date did the Mun stop falling? In year 40, of course, in the Midbar. The answer is Zayin Adar. The Mun was there as a schus for Moshe Rabbeinu. When Moshe died, Mun no longer fell. The answer is Zayin Adar. Okay. Individually, Zev still in first place, Tzvi second place, Shana third place. But we care about teams. Team-wise, AA first place, TBC second place, Ora Torah third place.
Rabbi, it looks like somebody has a question for you.
Who has a question? Yes. Is there an objection to one of the questions? Hold on 1 second.
You should be able to unmute yourself, Israel. No, it won't let you?
No. Okay. I'm sorry. We gotta go on to another question. We can talk after us. Question number 22. On what mountain did the Plishtim surround Shaul and Yonatan? On what mountain? You know your Shmuel Aleph, at the end of Shmuel Aleph? Okay. Har HaGilboa, very nice. That was the correct answer. Har HaGilboa. Okay. Excellent job. TBC still in second place, AA still in first place. Any team's game, we have 3 questions left. 3 questions left. Okay. Question number 23. What bracha praises God for the gift of shoes? Okay, a lot of different answers there, but the majority of you knew that yes, the Gemara in Bracha says, when you put on your shoes, you say, make the bracha of Baruch Hashem B'cholam she'asali kol tzarki. Very good, excellent answer. Okay, of our 23 questions, AA has answered 12 on average correctly, TBC 10.5 average correctly, and Or Torah 10 out of them correctly on average. But there are still 2 questions left. 2 questions left. Here is the penultimate question of the semifinals. According to Pirkei Avos, at what age do you reach Zikna? Ben blank Lezikna. How do we do there? I knew you would say 70. The correct answer is 60. The Mishnah says Ben Shishim Lezikna. Look up the Mishnah in the 5th parak of Avos. It is Shishim. Okay. AA, here we are before the last question. Ahavas Achim Highland Park was 785. TBC Teaneck 612. Orator Atlanta 551. 551. Okay. Now we go to the last question, question number 25. Here's the final question. According to the Rambam, how many times per day was the menorah lit in the Beis Hamikdash? Very nice. The majority of you said 2. The answer is 2. It's a big machlokas rishonim. The Rambam holds the menorah was lit in the morning and at night, twice a day. Everyone thinks it's just at night. That's some opinions, but the Rambam says it was indeed on twice a day, once in the morning, once at night. So where does that bring us? Well, first of all, we have our individual rankings just for fun. Individually, Zev with a massive 1,148 points, Tzvi 985, Ben Sion 936, Shana 895, Jake 831, and all the rest of you on your screen. Excellent, excellent job. However, we care here about teams and the final team results. For the semifinals, we have Ahavas Achim Highland Park 826, Teaneck TABC 663, and Oratora Atlanta 600. Now, what does that mean for us? That means that AA Highland Park will face Sharei Tefillah Teaneck at 6:30 in the Torah Bowl finals. And the third team, let me just check my scores here. The third team to play them, you gotta look at my scores here. TBC has 663. I gotta go back to game one. In game one, one second. Game one, hold that thought. I'm gonna view my results of game one. Wow. In game one, Shari Tefillah had 910 points, and Richmond Knesset Israel had 674 points, which is 11 points more than Teaneck TABC. Sorry, guys, that was close. Which means that our 3 teams playing in the finals at 6:30, 33 minutes from now, will be Shari Tefillah Teaneck, AA Highland Park, and Knesset Israel Richmond. So we will see you all back then. Let me stop my share. Okay. I want to thank everyone who played. Invite you all to join back on Chesed, the Chesed Fund website, to just view the finals. And then we're going to find out where the big prize goes. Will it go to Richmond? Will it go to Teaneck? Or will it stay in Highland Park? That's up to you, not up to me. So we will play there at 6:30. Thanks everyone for joining us. And for the three competing teams, you'll be receiving an email with the new login shortly. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for playing.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Okay.
I think the rabbi will reach out to you off screen, okay? We have another speaker coming in right now. Okay, everybody, we have our next speaker coming up in just 1 minute, so bear with us as we get set up. Hi, folks. We're just waiting for our next speaker to join us. I apologize for the delay. We should be getting started in the next minute. Hi, everybody. I'm really sorry. We're having some technical issues over here. I really appreciate your patience. Hopefully, we'll be able to get restarted again in the next minute or two. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. It appears that our speaker had some kind of issue and unfortunately is not going to be able to join us for the 6 o'clock session. However, We hope that you stick around, and at 6:30 p.m., we're really excited to come back to the finals of the AA Torah Bowl. We have a big surprise coming. I think you guys will be really excited. So sorry for the mix-up and the confusion, and we'll see you in 20 minutes. Thanks. Okay, everybody, we were able to get our next speaker here with us, and while I'd love to introduce her, I think we have a couple of other people who could really do it justice better than me. So girls, take it away.
Hi. So Mrs. C.B. Nugershell serves as the head of school at our school, Ma'ayanot Yeshiva High School, where she served years ago as the director of admissions and also taught Jewish history and philosophy. She's an educator with over 20 years of extensive experience in both Judaic studies and general studies. Before coming to Ma'ayanot, Mrs. Nugershell was the head of school at YU High School for Girls, Central, and before that, she served as assistant principal and co-director of general studies at SAR High School, where she created innovative initiatives and special programming. Mrs. Nugershell studied for 2 years at Michlala College for Women in Israel and earned her BA at Stern College for Women. She continued her studies at Yeshiva University's Bernard Revel Graduate School of Jewish Studies with a focus on history of Halacha and medieval Ashkenaz. She received the MA in Near Eastern Languages and Civilizations from Harvard University. Mrs. Nugershell is our teacher in Parsha every week. We want to thank her so much for participating in the Ahavas Achim Learn-a-thon today. Welcome, Mrs. Nugershell.
Oops. Sorry, I've been doing Zoom for so long. You would think I know how to do this so well. I'm going to apologize for keeping you guys a little bit late and for my speedy delivery so that we can get through everything. It's really a pleasure to learn with everyone who's joined on this program, very impressive program that you've put together. Ayelet and Sigal, thanks so much for your introduction. You may recognize some of the Torah we're going to learn today. Today being Rosh Chodesh Nisan, I thought it was the most appropriate time for us to explore the architecture of holiness and designing a personal Mishkan, as this is the day that Chazal tell us Bnei Israel put up the Mishkan, finally achieving a measure of Kedusha in their midst. As we look at this pasuk, Vasuli Mishkan v'shachanti b'tocham, there's a classic challenge that emerges from the text, but more importantly from this idea that Bnei Israel are charged with making a physical space that is somehow supposed to encapsulate and be a home for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Rashi dodges the challenge because we all understand what does it mean to have a physical home for Hashem. Rashi says, "V'asu l'shmi beit kedusha." It should be a designation of kedusha in Bnei Israel for Hashem's name. But the Medrash and many other commentators and Mefarshim really don't allow that dodge, and rather are really challenged by this principle that a mikdash, a mishkan, a physical entity could possibly even be a habitat for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Medrash Tanchuma, as we see here, says that there were 3 times that Moshe Rabbeinu was surprised by what it was that Hashem said to him. And one of them is this very moment. Vasuli mikdash v'shachanti b'tocham, and Moshe says what we're all thinking. Ribono shel olam, hine hashamayim u'shmei hashamayim lo yichalkalucha. How is it possible that you would be contained within Shemayim or Shmei Shemayim? Even Shemayim can't hold you. How could the Aretz hold you? And Hashem responds, Lo kashem shata savor. It's not like you think. It's not like you think that there is this challenge of me being contained within the limits of the physical elements. Rather, Hashem doubles down. Rather, let me tell you the specifications of what this Mishkan is going to look like, how not only is a physical structure going to be important for the Shekhinah to rest amongst Bnei Israel, but it has to have every exactitude of measurements as we've been learning in the last 5 parshiot. And Hashem says, and that's the space that I will come and speak with you. How is it possible? I will contain my Shekhinah and I will be able to rest and reside beinehem. Hidden in all of these commentaries is definitely this larger challenge of what it means to have spirituality contained within a physical structure, what it means that Bnei Israel were designated this monumental task of doing something that seems so incomprehensible. What does it mean to have 5 parshiot dedicated to that, finishing just this last Shabbat with Pikudei, Vayakel Pikudei, and finishing up the entire dramatic episodes of Sefer Shemot with such an intense focus on the Mishkan. I'll use the language of Rav Yitzchak Abravanel, coming from Spain, when he says, is it at all possible that Hashem, as though he were an object, should be limited in space? Isn't the opposite the truth? And of course, the Sefer HaChinuch designates this one of the mitzvot that Hashem commands us to build a Mishkan as a place where we should bring our avodah, not because it's something that God needs, but it is rather to train us, to give us a focus of our own avodas Hashem. So slowly we see a shift that this is not, of course, for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but rather it's something that we might benefit from if we're able to fully embrace the avodah that comes along with the Mishkan. Now that's something we can relate to. I'm not sure if you're familiar with an argument in the Agada where Chazal discuss what's the favorite psukim, what's the most important, what's the penultimate pasuk that should designate our attention for what we're supposed to achieve for the most ideal. On the one hand, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad is put forward as one of the most important declarations of faith. On the other hand, V'ahavta l'reacha kamocha is put forward as the most important declaration of practice of how we should live our lives. We don't live just by faith, but we live by a faith-infused practice. And then the conclusion is that it is instead the psukim of the avoda, the psukim of the Karban Tamid, Ben Ha'arbayim, Baboker, Ben Ha'arbayim, that is the avoda that is the most significant pasuk. And in some ways, that's the Sefer HaChinuch solution. That, of course, the physical dwelling of the Mishkan was not really about containing HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It was not really about building spirituality, but rather it was about training ourselves to be the kind of people who day in, day out, with regularity, with exactitude, with precision, with a sense of the importance of every single moment and every single practice being dedicated to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And the avodah that happens in the Mishkan and in the Mikdash is representative of that. I want to share with you a different insight that I actually shared with my Parsha class at Mayanot this past Friday, which emerges from a number of different mefarshim and was crystallized for me by the late Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, Zecher Tzadik Livracha. Rabbi Sachs highlights that there is an oddity of so many dramatic moments in Sefer Breshit and Sefer Shemot ending Kivyachol at this pinnacle of the Mishkan, in somehow the ratio of attention in the parshiot that are dedicated to the Mishkan seems to be not so obvious. You know, if we wanted to talk about Sefer Breshit, starting with Briat Ha'olam, moving through mankind's aspirations and attempts to achieve HaKadosh Baruch Hu's ideal, focusing on Abraham, and through Abraham on which one of the sons would carry on the mission and then to Yitzchak, and from Yitzchak also the same question, and to Yaakov through the strife of the brothers. Landing in Mitzrayim would all be the drama of Sefer Bereshit. Sefer Shemot takes us from Mitzrayim with dramatic pinnacles of achievements. Bnei Israel struggling, Moshe Rabbeinu, the Makot, Yetziat Mitzrayim, Kriyat Yamsuf, Matan Torah, all of those moments perhaps should have deserved so much more attention rather than giving 5 parshiot to the Mishkan. And Rabbi Sachs points out, coming out of this source number 5, out of the Midrash and Bereshit Rabbah, that instead of seeing the Mishkan as sort of this next stage where Am Yisrael already is a nation and developing their avodah and reaching for spirituality, in fact, the Mishkan is the pinnacle. It is the complete culmination and the completion of Briat HaOlam that had to be the end of Sefer Shemot. Because, he says, Amar Rabbi Shmuel bar Amai, mitchila briato shel ha'olam, nit'avah HaKadosh Baruch Hu la'asot shutfut b'tachtonim. That at the very beginning of creation, we see that Hashem is consistently looking for this partnership with man. Whereas creation could have been instantaneous, instead, we find a very measured, deliberate development of 7 days of creation. And that deliberate development was towards this moment where Hashem says to Adam that I'm giving you a task. La'avda u'lashamra, and Rav Aaron Lichtenstein Zecher Tzaddik Livracha would use that la'avda u'lashamra as the 2 purposes of man on this world as Hashem's partners. And the Midrash continues and says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when does this actually happen that you have this shutfus b'tachtonim, right? HaKadosh Baruch Hu lahalan b'hakamatan hamishkan. Vayhi hamakriv b'yom rishon et karbano rishon l'briato shel olam. Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu ki ilu ba'oto yom barati et olami. On that day that the Mishkan was functioning, that the first carbon was brought, that was the day ki ilu ba'oto yom barati et olami. Hashem sees this thing being the mirror of his briat ha'olam. Here is when the partnership that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was anticipating, hoping, aspiring for, giving Bnei Israel the opportunity to be his partners who were just in potentia as early as briat ha'olam. This was the mirror of briat ha'olam in the creation and the functioning of the Mishkan. How do we see this according to Rabbi Sachs? If you, this is the text that we studied together in Parsha, in our Parsha class. If you compare the lashonot of these parshiot describing both the mitzvah and the construction and Hakaman HaMishkan with the lashonot that are used in Sefer Bereshit, and you'll see that I've underlined them in source 6 and source 7. Vatocho kol ovdot mishkan ohel moed ve'asu bnei Yisrael k'chol asher tziva Hashem et Moshe kein asu vayar Moshe et kol hamlacha v'hine asu ota kasher tziva Hashem kein asu vayevarech otam Moshe. The order vateichal mlacha asu vayevarech is repeated, or should be actually, is a repetition and echoing another text. Rabbi Sachs introduces the idea of intertextuality. When you see a pattern and you see words that are an echo of a previous text or a future text, they're intended to be read together. They're intended to be understood as one story talking to each other. When we go back to this text in Bereshit describing Briat HaOlam, clearly we all see and we recognize it from our own Kiddush. Vayechulu hashamayim v'aretz v'chol tzavam vayichal Elokim b'yom hashvi'i milachto asher asa. Here, creation is made, completed, work is done, completed, and blessed by HaKadosh Baruch Hu entirely. At the end of the Mishkan, the same pattern is reflected upon. Bnei Israel completed, they worked, and they did what Hashem asked them to do. And Moshe stops them and says, notice what this is. 5 parshiot worth of attention. Notice what this moment is. This moment is as great as Matan Torah. This moment is greater than Kriyat Hayam Suf. This moment is the completion of creation that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has been waiting for since Briat HaOlam. This is man's creative spirit. This is Hashem saying, I created the world in potentia. I waited and waited and waited and built opportunities for humankind to be my partner. And now you have taken that gift of creation and created of your own, created as I've commanded, created a blessing. Do not let it pass by as the beginning of a new stage. This is the culmination of Briat HaOlam as HaKadosh Baruch Hu had anticipated it. And so now I'm going to go back to the textual analysis that everybody is most familiar with when we look at the pasuk that says Vasuli Mishkan v'shachanti b'tocham in the lashon of the Alshich. Lama ne'emar b'lashon rabim v'shachanti b'tocham. Why should it say that Hashem is going to rest amongst them? Harei min hadin haya lechtov v'shachanti b'tocham. It would have been much more grammatically correct for the Torah to say that if they make me a Mishkan, I will rest in the Mishkan. That would have pushed us in our understanding that HaKadosh Baruch Hu should have any kind of resting place in a physical structure. Putting together the Abarbanel's challenge, does Hashem need a physical structure? The Alshich's challenge, what does the text mean to tell us? That it is bitocham. And the question of how the creative spirit that Hashem gave and expected, gave to man and expected Am Yisrael to utilize in creating the Mishkan, how does that address what this actually means? According to Rabbi Sachs, man's creative spirit is something that asks us, what are you going to do with all the physical gifts that Hashem has given you? What are you going to build? What are you going to dedicate it to? And he points out that another parallel between Briat HaOlam and the Hakamat HaMishkan is the number 7. The number 7 is used in the text multiple times. In Briat HaOlam, 7 days of creation, 7 times mentioning of Tov, 7 multiples of 7 in the descriptions of Shamayim Va'aretz, and 7 is the amount of times that the Lashon Nediv Lev is mentioned in building of the Mishkan. And Rabbi Sachs points out that the Nediv Lev isn't just describing the material contributions that Am Yisrael brought to the Mishkan, but the ways in which they brought those material contributions was significant. It had to come from a spirit of generosity. It had to come from a voluntary contribution in the sense of, I am committed to this. I am working for this. I am giving of my own for this. And the irony is, as Hashem built from a spiritual being, something physical, Hashem asked Bnei Yisrael to do the reverse from all of the gifts that he had given to them as they were leaving Mitzrayim. The Zahav, the Kesef, the Nachoshet, all of those physical things, even while they were in the wilderness and they had no sense of where they would get their resources from, Hashem said to them, you take those physical things and you dedicate them from a Nediv Lev, from a perspective of generosity and a spirit of contribution and voluntarism. You bring them to build a Mishkan, to build something that will create a space for you to be dedicated to spirituality. Hashem gives us the physical and demands and requires and asks and invites us to build spirituality. I cannot even count how many times I've had the conversation with adults and with teenagers. What does it mean to try to build a spiritual life? Why should I doing this mitzvah build a greater connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Why does Hashem care, if I flip on a light on Shabbos or tear toilet paper? And how is my, davening anything that's going to connect me to Hashem? It's just words. Hashem is spiritual. And one of the most amazing things that the lessons of the Mishkan, of building the Mishkan, and seeing the building of the Mishkan as bria, as creative, as building something that's spiritual, is understanding that the only way that a spiritual experience can ever be a part of your life is if you give of yourself and you make that opening, you open your heart. That Nedivut Lev needs to emerge in order for spirituality to take hold. I'll end with one last beautiful idea coming from the Lubavitcher Rebbe in Likutei Sichot, where the Lubavitcher Rebbe says, similar to the creation of the world, Hashem could have just said, here you go, right? The entire world is present. It didn't need to be demarcated into 6 days of creation and the 7th day of Shabbat. It didn't need to have those designations unless there was a very strong lesson to it. In a similar fashion, if Hashem wanted a Mishkan, if Hashem wanted a home, if there needed to be a beautiful menorah, he didn't need Bitzalel, he didn't need Am Yisrael to dedicate their resources to this effort of building. But it's the process and understanding that as we work through the gifts that we've been given and we make those decisions about how it is we're going to utilize all of those blessings in our life, all of the kesef, all of the zahav, all of the nechoshet, whatever it is that happens to come our way, and we make that decision to bring it to the Mishkan, to build something from the gifts that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has given us. That process is what allows spirituality to emerge, to take root in our lives, because of the ways in which we've evaluated what it is that we have, what it is that we need to do with it, and what it is that we want to be at the center of our lives and of our communities. And just looking at the words kesef, zahav, v'nechoshet, the Lubavitch Rebbe offers the following understanding, that it needed to be specified that each part of our resources is valuable. Each part of Am Yisrael, every single type of personality has a contribution to offer. And he would say that kesef is those who are tzaddikim, who have this kisufim, who have this desire to draw closer to Hashem. And zahav is the purest of the pure, which represents, actually, according to the Lubavitch Rebbe, the Ba'alei Tshuva, those who have purified themselves, who bring only good, who have decided already to discard any of their previous actions by dedicating themselves and purifying themselves. And Nechoshet, interestingly, he says, has nachash in it. Even those of us who are still struggling and still have certain twisted practices or ideas and aren't 100% certain, we have contributions to be bringing to the Hakaman HaMishkan, to the Binyan HaMishkan, and to the process of building a life that's dedicated to spirituality. So I apologize that this was less interactive than our Parsha share, but it was a great opportunity to learn some Torah together with you. If you're in the community with Ayelet and Sigal, they can explain a lot more, since we had the chance to learn it together. And thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this Learn-a-thon.
Thank you so much. We're so happy we were able to get it worked out and that you were able to join us. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Okay, everybody, we are now moving on to the AA Torah Bowl final. So we're letting everybody back into the room, and we will be getting started shortly. Pass the reins on to Rabbi M. Okay, Rabbi, all yours.
Okay. Oh, we got a Becca here. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Torah Bowl finals. You have had a half hour to read every book written in the history of mankind and master it. I hope you all did that. And we are very excited to welcome you all back. I hope everyone here got the link for the next round. If you didn't, we could put it in the Zoom chat, but I think everyone should have gotten it by now. 25 brand new questions. And we had a little issue in that yours truly made a mistake. In the previous round, there was one question that I created incorrectly. The question about Ir Miklat, indeed, Shechem was an Ir Miklat, my mistake. That difference was enough that enough of the TBC students probably would have gotten that correct. So we have made a decision to allow 4 teams into the finals. The 4 teams in the finals will be Shari Tzvila Teaneck versus Ahavas Achim Highland Park, the 2 first place teams from the semis, versus Knesset Israel Richmond versus TBC Teaneck. One of those 4 shuls or schools will be receiving $1,000 in about 28 minutes from now with all of your help. So we are going to begin our game. Same rules, same issues. Counter begins. And may the best team win. What is the term for rain that falls at the end of the rainy season? All right. The correct answer was Malkosh. You kind of say it in Kriyat Shema, Yorel Malkosh, in the second paragraph, twice a day. You should know what it means. It means the second season of the rains versus Yorel, which is the earlier part of the rain. That's correct. So at the very beginning of our finals, we have Sharei Tefillah Teaneck in the lead. Interesting. There are, why are there 6 teams there? Hold on one second. We may have a technical issue. There's Hallam Park, Ahavas Achim, and Teaneck Sharei Tefillah. I just want to look at our, hold on one second. I want to make sure this is done correctly. I want to just go to my team screen here. Bear with me so we get this right. I'm not sure why there are 6 teams presenting for this 4-team activity. A second. All right. There should have been only 4 teams present. Let's try a second question and see what happens. Hold on a second. All right. Let's try this again with the next question, and then we might have to refresh it. Sorry, everyone. Okay. And question number 2. In what parsha will you find the prohibition of Molech? Not the mitzvah of Melech, but the prohibition of Molech. Most of you answered Kedoshim, and indeed Kedoshim is correct. Child sacrifice, Molech. Very good. Now, I'm crossing my fingers here. We still have teams, points being given to multiple teams. Hold on one second. Please bear with me while I attend to some technical difficulties. Okay. What I'm going to do, just to be fair, is I am going to stop this game very quickly. We're going to finish this game. I'm going to refresh it. Clear crowd responses. And everyone can now please log in again. You should be down to 4 choices. Okay, apologize everyone. Refresh yourself. Just to be fair, there's a lot of money at stake here. We want to get it right. Okay, I'll give you guys a couple of minutes to log back in. And guess what? You already know the first 2 questions. So the pressure's on. Okay. Hopefully we only have 4 teams playing right now. All right. Give you guys 10 more seconds. We're gonna restart the entire game. And hopefully it will work now. On your mark, get set. Here we go again. We gotta be fast now. We have 25 minutes. Everyone should know the answer to this question already. What is the term for rain that falls at the end of the rainy season? Please get it right. The answer, of course, was Malkosh. We'll go to question number 2. Where would you find the prohibition of Molech? And the answer, of course, was Kedoshim. Now we got 4 teams. And it's anyone's game. 185, 184, 184, 140. It's no problem. Now we have a brand new question. Question number 3. You should not be playing while driving in the car, whoever that is. Okay. Which sefer was written by Rav Chaim Chizkiyahu Medini? Rav Chaim Chizkiyahu Medini. wonderful, wonderful sefer written in the Crimea, a book called the Stei Chemed, which was not originally a camp in Israel, but rather a sefer by Rav Chaim Chizkiah Medini. Excellent job. Richmond in the lead, but it's anyone's game. Anyone's game. Question number 4. What is another name for Nimrod? Nimrod. The correct answer was Amraphel. Amraphel Melech Shinar, Parshat Lech Lecha. Rashi says, AKA Nimrod. Excellent job. First place team, Shari Tzfila Teaneck, 280. Highland Park and TBC not far behind. Okay, we're very, very close here. We got some very, very top performing teams. Question number 5. Which book of Tanakh contains the phrase, La'adam ma'archei lev, Umei Hashem ma'anei lashon? So you're familiar with that phrase from Yom Noraim Davening, but it originally appears in the book of Mishlei, the book of Mishlei. How do we do there? Majority did Mishlei. We got some very, very sharp teams here. Shari Tzfila in the lead with 305. Highland Park not far behind. Okay. Question number 6. Here we go. Whose daughter accidentally lit Shabbos candles with vinegar instead of oil? The story in the Gemara, I believe in Tanis. Whose daughter? It was the famous daughter of Rabbi Chanina ben Dosa. 7 of you answered that correctly. Excellent job. Ahavas Achim takes the lead on that one. Well, we got a tie, actually. 348 points between Highland Park and Teaneck. It is uber close. Okay. Out of curiosity, the individual leaderboard, Ben Sion with the most points, 451 points. I believe he's among of our younger contestants. Good job, Ben Sion. Okay. Question number 7. According to Rabbi Yehuda, engaging in which profession makes one Amalek's partner? Shutvo shel Amalek, according to the Gemara. Shul rabbi is not on the list here, Baruch Hashem. But the correct answer was a butcher. A butcher. Okay, how do we do there? Well, most of you said doctor. Well, maybe you're thinking of Tov Shebarofim Legehenim, but I was thinking about Shul Shel Amalek, which means Shai Tzfila takes the lead, 378. Really, really close. Everyone's within a few points of each other. This is going to be a very close game. Question number 8. Who was the father of Zerubbabel? A little Tanakh question. Who was the father of Zerubbabel? His full name was Zerubbabel ben Shaltiel. Zerubbabel ben Shaltiel. Very nice. Shari Tzfila still in the lead, 452 average points. Okay, getting closer to the $1,000 prize. Question number 9. What city did Nachash HaAmoni attack? Nachash HaAmoni. What city did he attack? We're talking Shmuel Aleph, Perek Yud Aleph. Correct answer, of course, was Yavesh Gilad in Ever Hayarden, in the Gilad. Shari Tzfila took a big lead on that one, 525 average points. In the individual score, Ezra with the most, followed by Reb Zev and Avi S, 475. Okay, here we go. Question number 10. Which book of Tanakh features people known as the Benos Yerushalayim? The Benos Yerushalayim. Mishpatei Eschem Benos Yerushalayim, of course, is in the book of Shir Hashirim. I'm assuming most of you got that right. Shir Hashirim, which we'll read in about 3 weeks. 3 weeks from last Friday. Shari Tzvila still in the lead. AA second place, Richmond third place, TBC in fourth place. Okay, let me just stop my share so we can see all the faces of our contestants. Okay, welcome everyone. We're so excited you've joined us. I still see some smiling faces and haven't stressed you out too much yet. We're going to go back to the next question, question number 11. 1 second. Here we go. Question 11. The Chashim Asrafim were sent in response to the Jews complaining about what? Complaining about what? This is just a Chumash question, really. Most of you said the mun, and the correct answer is the mun. Excellent, excellent job. But it was pretty tight. Shari Tzvila is still in the lead, 635 to 568 to 510 to 376. There's no second place. The second place team gets 0. Okay? Not even a little $100. 0. Please keep that in mind, everyone. Question number 12. According to Rabbi Yochanan, if the Torah had not been given, we would have learned the trait of modesty from which creature? Let's see how we answer. Most of you said the cat, and the answer is indeed the cat. Yes, they're very modest. I'm not sure how. Okay, fine. But that is what the Gemara says, according to Rabbi Yochanan. Excellent job. A little closer on top now, 655 to 629. Of our 12 questions, Teaneck has 10 out of 12 right, and Highland Park has 9 out of 12 right. It's very, very close. Question number 13. Here we go. What animal is associated in Pirkei Avos with boldness? Another animal question. What am I, an animal lover now? Boldness. Of course, I'm thinking of Have'az Kanamer. Have'az Kanamer. Not Gibor Ka'ari, but Az Kanamer. Okay. Ahavas Achim takes the lead on that one with 692. Okay. Still very close on top. Richmond, third place. Let's take a peek at the individual scores. Reb Zev is over there, not far from me, with 11,890, followed by Ezra and Shana. Okay. We have a tight game here. Question number 14. Which of the following Gedolim is not buried in Tzfat? Who is it? The correct answer was the Or HaChaim, the Kadosh. My daughter Kayla was in Tzfat, in the cemetery there on Friday, so I have very, very intimate knowledge of the proceedings there. She saw the kever of the Alshech of Pinchas ben Yair, Hoshea Hanavi, but not the Or HaChaim, because he's buried on Har HaZeisim. He's buried in Yerushalayim. Okay. AA still in first place with over 700 points. Question number 15. Here we go. Where was Gedaliah ben Achikam assassinated? You know, it's Tzom Gedaliah, Gimel Tishrei. Where did it go down? Where did it take place? Was it in Dallas? Where was he assassinated? The answer was Mitzpah. If you look in the psukim there in Sefer Yirmiyahu, the end of Sefer Yirmiyahu, Perek Mem Aleph, details the assassination of Gedaliah ben Achikam, which happened in Mitzpah. On Rosh Hashanah, mind you. Not on Gimel Tishrei, but on Rosh Hashanah. Okay. Ahavas Achim still in first place with 745 points. We are about 2/3 done. We have about 10 minutes left of this very, very intense game. Question number 16. Jewish history. On what date did the first Daf Yomi cycle begin in 1932? The correct answer, let's see how we did. Correct answer was Aleph Tishrei, Rosh Hashanah. Think about the following situation. Rav Meir Shapiro comes to the Aguda Convention in Vienna, 1932, proposes Daf Yomi, that was August 32, to begin in September, Rosh Hashanah. They began Maseches Brachos in the first cycle of Daf Yomi on Rosh Hashanah. Not sure who got that right, but very good. And our leaders are still AA. Points didn't change much because most of you got that wrong. But Daf Yomi started on Rosh Hashanah all over the world. Okay, question number 17. Which city is on the banks of Nachal Arnon? Nachal Arnon. Very tough question, but it's in the Chumash. Most of you said Aroer, and the correct answer is indeed Aroer. Somewhere in modern-day Jordan, never been there. Excellent job. Let's see how we did. Ahavas Achim got some more points, still in first place. Shari Tefillah, second place. Richmond behind in third place. Okay. Let's just take a peek at our individual scorers. Reb Zeb with 1 point more than Ezra. The battle of the shuls, the battle of the turnpike, exit 9 or all the way up by Route 4. 1 point separates you. Unbelievable. It's getting very stressful over here. Question number 18. There was a fast day in medieval Europe on the Friday before what parsha was read? The only fast day that was not based on a calendar date, but on an Erev Shabbos of Parshas Chukas, the fast day commemorating in 1242 the burning of the cartloads of Talmud in front of the Hotel de Ville, the city hall in Paris, 1242. That was a common fast day in medieval Europe. How did we do there? Ahavas Achim still in first place. 830 to 739 to 668 to 545. We have 7 questions to go. We're already printing the money here for some team. Question number 19. Which malacha on Shabbos involves separating by wind? Oh, come on, my 6th graders can answer this one. Who knows the malacha of Zorah? Some of you might be doing Zorah next Erev Pesach on Shabbos. You might be doing Mefarer v'Zorah l'Ruach. You might take your crumbs of chametz on Erev Pesach on Shabbos and scatter them in the wind. Zorah l'Ruach. Okay. After 19 questions, Highland Park, first place, Teaneck, second place, Richmond, third place. But there's plenty of points available for some very sharp teams. Let's go to question number 20. Who was the chief rabbi of Vilna in the early 1900s? Arguably the Gadol Hador during that time period. I am talking about the great Reb Chaim Moser, author of the Achiezer. He was the chief rabbi of Vilna, tremendous Talmud Chacham. Let's see how we did with that question. Still Ahavas Achim in the lead. Teaneck a close second, Richmond, and then TABC. Okay, in the individual leaderboard, Reb Zev with 6 more points than Ezra. Oh boy, oh boy. It is awfully close. Let's take a little breather. We have 8 minutes left. Let's see those smiling faces. We have lots of people who want to see you and are just absolutely thrilled to answer the last 5 questions. So here we go. Question number 21. Which vessel in the Mishkan required Milk HaChaim? Milk HaChaim. Let's see how we answered. A lot of you answered different things. The correct answer was the menorah. The Milchei Chaim were tweezers used to pluck the wicks out of the neros of the menorah. Okay. How many points separate? Wow. Highland Park has built a 115-point lead over Teaneck. You can see how good at math I am. Okay, here we go. Question number 22. How many kosher wild animals are listed in the Torah in Parshat Re'eh? The Torah in Re'eh lists 10 kosher mammals, kosher mammalian quadrupeds, 3 behemoth, sheep, cows, and goats, and then 7 wild animals. The answer was 7. How did we do there? Very few of you answered 7. The answer was 7. So probably not too many points gained there, but still with Ahavas Achim in the lead. Okay. We have 3 questions left. Oh my gosh. Question number 23. Who was the grandfather of Boaz? The grandfather of Boaz was none other than Nachshon. Okay, Boaz was the grandson of Nachshon. Okay, and therefore 997 to 876 to 787. It's getting very, 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 very close to the end. 1,000 big dollars are sitting out there, and also the pride of the United States rests on your shoulders. No pressure though. All right, let us do the penultimate question, question number 24. And how many of you watching at home knew these answers? Could you have scored this many points? Here you go. Who presents an alternative to the Yugimel Midos of Rabbi Yishmael? Right? Shmuel says, not according to everyone. How do we answer that one? All over the board. Now, Rabbi Yishmael is all about klal u'prad u'klal, but Rabbi Akiva is all about riboy umiyot or riboy, a different strategy, a different means of biblical exegesis, a different way to approach analyzing psukim. So even though we're all about Rabbi Yishmael, if you look at the Gemara, there are other ways to derive halacha from psukim, and Rabbi Akiva versus Rabbi Yishmael, because of that machlokas, they arrive at very different conclusions about certain halachos in the Gemara. Okay, where are we? Individually, Reb Zev with 1267, 17 points more than Ezra, a little more than Shana, Ben Sion, then Jake, Elisha, Avi, Rachel, Sariel, Neil, and Uri. Those are our contestants right now between our 4 teams. But more importantly, the team scores before the final question. AA with a dominating 1,024 points, Teaneck 914, Richmond 787, and TBC 723. Playing with the big boys, that's okay. It's been a very, very tough game. And it is now time for our final question. And ask yourselves at home, could you have gotten this right? Here we go. Which Masechta contains several pages of the Gemara about dream interpretation? Dream interpretation. The correct answer is Brachos, in the 9th parak of Brachos, Parak HaRoah. There's a fascinating series of Gemaras about if you see this in your dream, you see that in your dream, what does it mean for you? That's the Gemara Brachos in the 9th parak. Very, very fun stuff. How do we do that question? Most of you answer that correctly. But the time has come to officially declare a winner. Individually, look how close that was. Reb Zev, 1353, to Ezra, 1325, to Ben Sion, 1184, and all the way down. Unbelievable accomplishment. Let's be honest. I made the questions, but I got to look at books. I couldn't have answered these questions. It was much easier to make the questions than to answer the questions. Because I had my Tanakh in front of me, I had my Gemara in front of me, I had the internet in front of me, okay? But you don't. All you have in front of you is your brain. But the team scores, and here they go. In fourth place, TABC, congratulations. Third place, Richmond. Second place, Shari Latinec. And in first place, your very own Ahavas Achim Highland Park. An absolutely beautiful accomplishment. Good job. Congratulations to all of you. Last year, by the way, Ahavas Achim was not the winning team. A different team won last year. Ahavas Achim has redeemed themselves this year by coming in first place. They win for Ahavas Achim $1,000, and we are so grateful to them. We thank you all. It's not a fix. We thank you all for your participation. That was so much fun. We are so impressed with your Torah knowledge and your team spirit. We really thank you for being part of this amazing event. Everyone have a good Chodesh, have a Chag Kasher V'Sameach, and perhaps you'll be bold enough like a leopard to participate in next year's Torah Bowl, where who knows how high the prize will be. Thanks everyone for joining us, and have a wonderful, wonderful Pesach.
Good Pesach. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Rabbi M. That was absolutely incredible. We were
Thank you very much.
Screaming and cheering back over here. Thank you, everybody, for participating. We really appreciate it.
Rabbi M, love your hosting abilities.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, we are moving on to our next session. Here we go. Dr. Brown, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. How are you?
I'm doing great. Okay, good. I'm glad to see you. All righty.
Great.
We are thrilled to have Dr. Erica Brown with us here. Dr. Erica Brown is the director of the Mayberg Center for Jewish Education and Leadership and an associate professor of curriculum and pedagogy. I don't know how to pronounce that word.
Pedagogy. It's fine.
You see, there you go. At the George Washington University. On a personal note, I have spent multiple Pesachs with Dr. Brown and her family, and a lot of the minhagim that we now do at home were from some of the fun times we had at different Pesach programs. So I'm thrilled, if it's not literally on Pesach, to be able to see you at least a week or two beforehand. And thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, it's my absolute pleasure, Rob. Thank you for having me. And please don't mention Pesach programs, because we're a little sad right now in the Brown house.
I get that.
This is all really new for us. So
yeah, I got it.
It's all really new. But today I want to talk about Shir Shirim, and I want to talk about what we'll call love in the time of Corona. Thinking a little bit about the role of Shir Shirim as a foundational text in understanding the season. I want to, of course, open with wishing you a Chodesh Tov. And I think Nisan invites us to think about what a Chag HaAviv looks like, what a holiday of spring looks like, aside from the obvious religious meaning of social justice, of the Exodus story, and the way in which we are mandated as a result of that story to protect people who are suffering from oppression, to treat strangers a particular way. But treating strangers is not the same thing as the message of Shir Shirim, which is, how do you treat the people you love? And whether or not you read it on the metaphoric level, as Chazal did, a story about the love between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Bnei Israel, as Rabbi Akiva called it, the Holy of Holies, the holiest book, or you sort of look at it as a book which talks about the nature of romance. There's something that the Pesach story is inviting us to do with the backdrop of spring, which is to think not only about justice, but to think about love. And I want to think a little bit about love with you. So I'm going to share my screen. And I'm going to share my screen and look at a very famous painting that Chagall did. He's done a number of different sort of versions of this story, of this painting. And in fact, I loved it so much that I actually chose it as the cover of my Haggadah, as you can see. And the reason I love this painting is that it tells us something about the nature of love we should strive for in his depiction of Shir HaShirim. And it's a love that carries us over, sort of like levitating over the prosaic, ordinary cares of the world. So if you look around the margins of this painting, you'll see that there's some kind of winged being, a malach, some kind of angel, who's blowing a horn, maybe a horn in the Beit HaMikdash, the Chatzotrot. You see someone here, probably King David, playing the lyre. You see someone holding a candelabra. You see in some way there's townspeople here and people engaging in everyday activities. But love changes the natural order. Ahava mekalkelet et ashura, as the Midrash says. And you see an upside down rooster, and you see a winged horse, and you see this couple crowned, the king and his bride, and they're somehow taken very far away, although all of the images of their world surround them. And I'd like to use that as a way to enter this story, and particularly to think about love in the time of COVID, right? Or we'll call love in the time of Corona. And striking to me, so I want to open with Gabriel Garcia Marquez's "Love in the Time of Cholera." It was the year they fell into devastating love. Neither one could do anything except think about the other, dream about the other, and wait for letters with the same impatience they felt when they answered them. So there's something about the intensity of love that we might experience during COVID that we don't experience otherwise, or it could work in the reverse. So on the one hand, we might be spending close time with those who we're most intimate with, and see things about them, about our children, about our spouses, about people someone we might be dating, that we wouldn't have seen before, because there's an intensity of intimacy. And I know many people who actually have found love in this strange year we've had, and others who've resisted. They really find the whole Zoom dating very complicated. And this is this book of Shir HaShirim invites us to think about the role of nature and the way that it brings couples together, and also in the ways that it separates couples. So we're going to see a little bit more of that as we go on. But this idea of a love that is devastating, a love that is so distracting that it takes you away from doing anything else. And that, I think we can turn to the Rambam in the Mishnah Torah, who tells us a little bit about what that kind of love is in Hilchot Tshuva and the laws of repentance. He said, what's the proper form of love of God? And of course, all of Tshuva, this is the 10th parak, it's his last chapter. Many people, as do I, have the custom of learning one parak, one chapter a day during between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And always, no matter how many years I've done this, always I find something new. But one of the things I'm very taken by is that the entire book seems to be working up to chapter 10, working up to the notion that all of this repentance is in service of one thing, and that is deep and intense love of God. And in order to achieve that, one has to take away all of the other barriers. And he says, how do you understand what that love is? It is that he should love God with a great, overpowering, fierce love, right? So I translate as fierce. You can translate it differently, but I came close to using Marquez's devastating love, but it's an idea that love just sort of overtakes us, as if you were lovesick for a woman and dwells on this constantly. And it is to this that Solomon refers allegorically when he says, "For I am lovesick." For the whole of song of Shir HaShirim is a parable on this theme. So I'd like to say that I think that the Seder is a time we recall this love story between Bnei Israel and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, between God and the Israelites. And it's also a time where in some way we have to build a relationship with Hashem out of the devastation and the anger and the difficulty of slavery. And so the Rambam is very apt here in putting this in Hilchot Tshuva, that on some level, perhaps, we had to overcome the distance in those ancient days that separated us from God. How could a God who loves us allow us to suffer in this way? And I want to go back to that theme. And so the Rambam says, if we have done, oh, I'm so sorry, if we have done our work properly, I didn't even know I had my phone here. If we have done our work properly, then we have forgiven God, and God has forgiven us for our distance and our resistance during the days of Shemot, during the days of Yetziat Mitzrayim, and we are ready to achieve the pinnacle of love, which will come through the Song of Songs and come through Az Yashir, the song of the moment, right? And so Marquez says the problem in public life is learning to overcome terror. The problem in married life is learning to overcome boredom. So that the shir takes us back to a time of early love. And let's look at some of the images. This is an image of the lover sort of reflecting and thinking about what life might be like together. Al mishkavi b'leilot bakashti et she'ava nafshi bakashti v'lo matzativ. I would lie on my couch at night and I would beg for the love of my soul love, but I would not find that love, right? I would not find him. Akumana, I would get up, and v'asovava be'ir, right? I would get up, I would go through the city, through the markets and the rechovot and the streets. Avaksha et shava nafshi. I don't want you to think that I was only dreaming about this on my couch. I had to get up. I had to walk about. I had to perambulate. I had to go through the town to see if I could find the one that I love. Matsuni ashomrim asovvim be'ir et shava nafshi reitem. And I would go up to people and said, hey, guards, have you seen the one I love? Now notice, she doesn't name him. And that's one of the puzzles of this Sefer, is that the lovers are unnamed throughout the book, almost as if it's a blank text where we could put ourselves into that picture. This idea of looking for God and going through the streets and trying to find God, or trying to find love, depending on how you read the multiple layers in which this book can be read. And when we're in love, we expect that everybody knows our love story. Even strangers who are standing at the gate, they certainly would recognize the lover. And if I'll show you here in the English. Scarcely had I passed them when I found the one I love. So all of a sudden, I was looking, and abruptly and suddenly, I found him. And I held him fast, and I would not let him go until I brought him to my mother's house. Bringing someone to the mother's house is a statement of validation. I want approval for this love. I want to publicize this love to the people who love me. To the chamber of her who conceived me, I adjure you, O maidens of Jerusalem, by gazelles or by hens of the field, do not wake or rouse love until it pleases. This notion of not rousing love comes up many, many times in the book, and I think it comes up and I think because we read it on Pesach, it helps us to think about the readiness we have for salvation. Because there was an abruptness and we think about it today. We read about it yesterday in Shul in chapter 12, right, of Exodus. This idea that all of a sudden God says, it's time. This is gonna happen in the middle of the night, and you should put on your sandals, and you should take your staff, and you should gird your loins, and we're ready to go. And so sometimes you feel like you're looking for something and it's not happening. But if you create readiness, when it does happen, you can hold fast to it, just as this text seems to indicate. And then the text does something interesting. It introduces maidens of Jerusalem. So if you think about Shir Hashirim from a scholarly perspective, a lot of scholars have talked about these maidens of Jerusalem almost like a Greek chorus. They're a way in which the lovers can talk to outside people and share their love, whether it's the watchmen or whether it's these other women, and getting validation for that love from the outside, and then comparing it to gazelles. So gazelles are an interesting, there are many, many aspects of flora and fauna that appear in this book, and we look at them, and when we understand what they are and their significance to a love story, we begin to appreciate the images, which would have been second nature to people who lived in an agrarian society. So a gazelle actually has an interesting mating habit. And in order to look at that, I'm going to look at some people who've written on this book. One is Robert Alter in his book, Strong as Death is Love. He says, the flourishing natural landscape, beginning with the wild and distant mountains of Lebanon, is the apt background for the young lovers, who are themselves vernal, like the world through which they move. And I want to share with you one of my favorite commentaries on Shir HaShirim, Yehuda Felix, who wrote Song of Songs, Nature Epic, and Allegory, a Torah scholar and also a botanist. And he says, research into the life of gazelle and hind shows that it follows a certain pattern corresponding to the seasons of the year. The fawn lives under its dam's guard, but once grown up goes off to join the herd of harts, which live away from the hinds. At first, the sexes are reciprocally indifferent and avoid each other. Think middle school, what he calls a period of estrangement. But when the mating season comes around, the harts begin to woo the hinds by alternatively chasing and fleeing from them. Each then goes in search of the selected mate, and eventually they couple. Now that helps us understand a little bit of the strangeness of the Song of Songs. Shir HaShirim is not a typical biblical book where characters are named and there's a narrative arc that is comprehensible and there's a happy ending. We actually don't know exactly what happens to this couple. They gallop together as these gazelles into the hill of spices, but we don't know if they find each other and they're committed. What we do know is that they spend the entire book teasing each other. This is behavior that gazelles have, and it becomes an apt metaphor for the way couples romance each other. So if you were to ask me, what is Shir HaShirim? Shir HaShirim is fragmentary in nature. It's not a narrative arc. It's fragmentary in nature, and they're fragments that talk about the courting process, the flirtation, the desire to get acceptance from the family, to bring the love home, but knowing that that might be a dangerous move, the sense of total possession by the one who we love, an incapability of thinking, making a wrong move with the one that we love, and teasing or moving away, and not being sure, on the one hand, certain of our love, but also feeling very, very insecure that the lover really cares about us. So let's go to chapter 8. I'm trying to do some chapters that are a little bit less studied. And here you have a repetition of that same theme that we saw before. Hishbati etchem benot Yerushalayim, ma te'iru ma to'uru et ahava ad shetechapatz. Right? So she says, I'm telling you, don't wake up love until it pleases. Now, Rav Soloveitchik, in his book Kol Dodi Dofek, did a masterful analysis of this book and the founding of the State of Israel, and the sense that that the Zionistic move, the political move, to make a state was sort of a, if you like, a political rendering of Shir HaShirim, that we don't wake up a dream or fall in love until it pleases. In other words, there's got to be a right moment for redemption. Even though she says that, she keeps describing the love without actually pursuing it, without acknowledging that love might not be the right time. That she then reflects, as we'll see. Who is she that comes up from the desert leaning upon her beloved? Under the apple tree, tachat tapuach, right? Under the apple tree I roused you. It was there your mother conceived you, and there she bore you, conceived you. Let me be a seal upon your heart. Samni kechotam al libech, kechotam al zorech. So here there's this description once again of what the Rambam describes as this fierce love. Love is as fierce as death. Now, that's a very puzzling expression. We understand what it means to be a seal upon your heart. And we understand that on Pesach, we became a seal upon HaKadosh Baruch Hu's heart, that God and the Jewish people recommitted on this national collective level that they didn't, a level that they didn't have, a level of commitment that didn't exist before. But what about this idea of love is fierce as death? Well, someone who's in love may risk everything for that love, even self-interest, even put oneself at risk. And certainly when you think about crossing the Yam Suf, or so many moments where people felt, where Bnei Israel felt they were under threat, and yet possibilities open because they were willing to take risks for love. Or one could understand this idea of love being fierce as death is these two things that make life inescapable and meaningful. One is love, the pursuit of love, the searching for love, the satisfaction of finding love, the prosaic consequences of love, of marriage, of children, of raising a family, of love of community. And then there's death, which colors all of life with meaning, because when we contemplate the fact that we might not be here, we suddenly realize how much perhaps we want to be here, all the things that we need to do to assure that we make a mark in this world. Vast floods cannot quench love, nor rivers drown it. So certainly thinking about the crossing of the Yam Suf there. And if a man offered all his wealth for love, he'd be laughed to scorn. Someone's willing to give up everything just to have it. So let's go back and think a little bit about, now that we've looked at the text, think a little bit about the notion of gardens. Famous article by Francis Landy, the scholar, The Song of Songs in the Garden of Eden, connecting the Garden of Shir HaShirim back to an original garden, the Garden of Eden, Gan Eden. A garden is an area enclosed and cultivated for delight as well as necessity, where man collaborates with nature and transcends it, liberating himself from the struggle for subsistence to exploit it aesthetically. It's constantly endangered by wild growth, drought, hostile eruption, and consequently has to be protected. Within it, wild nature is tamed and harnessed. It combines process and time with vulnerable immortality, ever-repeated change with changelessness. So what makes gardens interesting is that they have, on the one hand, an accepted, an understood, repeated pattern of nature. And then there's some aspects of coloration and change that enhance the way that the garden looks. And the idea of a garden is a place where the natural elements that are created by God are cultivated by humans. I think often of this as we make a blessing, right? When we make a bracha and we say Borei Pri Ha'etz, we're not thanking God for the actual fruit. We're thanking God for the vehicle by which that fruit is produced, but we take part in that. We partner in the creation of that food. Thus, the blessing is in some way acknowledging our role while thanking God for the fundamental aspect of that. And so this idea of the garden as a place which is both wild and cultivated becomes an apt metaphor also for love, because there's certain parts of love which are controllable, and we want to feel in control. We don't like the feeling of being out of control, of feeling that we're not sure if that love will be reciprocated. We're not sure what to say. We're not sure when to hold back and when to hold forth. And yet, there's something about being out of control which is mesmerizing and magnetic about love. Phyllis Tribble, the famous Bible scholar, wrote a number of important books on different aspects of the Hebrew Bible of Tanakh. Says Canticles, which is a sort of, we'll call it a scholarly name for the moment, is a commentary on Genesis 2:3. Paradise lost if paradise is regained, right? So imagine for a second that we could recreate Gan Eden, that the experience, the love story of Sefer Shemot, of God freeing us, of God liberating us, the way that love liberates people, is actually a imagining of the Genesis story of a basic story in Breshit. In fact, one of the things that's very striking about the book of Shemot, if the book of Breshit is all about infertility and the struggle to think about to produce the next generation, by the time we get to Shemot Aleph, the first chapter of Shemot, we are the blessing Pru'urvu takes on an entirely new intensity. No longer are names important; it's the building of a nation. Many midrashim which suggest how fertile we were, how abundant we are. So the blessing that Adam and Chava received, which was in so many ways difficult, challenging in Sefer Breshit, suddenly becomes true to a remarkable extent by the time we get to Sefer Shemot. Marquez says it was a time, back to love in the time of cholera, when they loved each other best, without hurry or excess, when both were most conscious of and grateful for their incredible victories over adversity. Life would still present them with other mortal trials, of course, but that no longer mattered. They were on the other shore. And I want to talk a little bit about this in reference to our year of COVID. I started thinking about Shir Hashirim very seriously last year. I was giving some shiurim on it. I started to think a lot more about spring because I took walks all the time. I noticed things that I hadn't noticed before. The colors were much more saturated. The sense of smell, the things that love produces in us, the attachment to nature, the attachment to God, the attachment to others that was coming about because I couldn't see everyone that I loved, everyone who I loved, but I got to spend time with a few people that was very intense. And this notion of loving each other best, there's no hurry or excess. Where are we going? There's nowhere to go. And it began for me a love story with Shir Hashirim, and I spent a whole year writing on Shir Hashirim during COVID. It was an amazing exercise. And looking back on this year, I think to myself that one of the few things that got me through COVID was the love I have for certain people and the love that I have for nature. And that's why I think when we read the Mishnah in Yadayim, it says all the world, the whole world, Kol Ha'olam Kulo, is not as worthy as the day in which the Song of Songs was given to Israel. All of our lives, as the Rambam writes, are really here as a love song to the relationship we have with God and with others. And I think that sometimes we spend a lot of time on Pesach when we prepare our Divrei Torah, we prepare what to say. I'm not talking about the physical preparation, which of course all of us did a little bit of today, or maybe a lot of, that we tend to intellectualize Pesach. And one thing that I learned as I became a wine drinker, when the grape juice days was over, is that after a few glasses of wine on an empty stomach, you can't really think so straight. And after 4, you begin to understand the world as a blurry sort of place. And it really puts you in mind of what love feels like. And so my friend Rabbi Ari Ben David says that the ingredients for charoset come from Shir Hashirim. We find them in Shir Hashirim. And the idea of lying down, right, reclining, and telling the story of when we met is really part of it. It makes us feel that the Pesach Seder is in some way our Shir Hashirim. And of course, there are those who have the custom of reading Shir Hashirim after they finish the Haggadah. And I think that just confirms this sense that it's not only about giving lots of complicated analyses of the makot, of the plagues, or different parts of the Haggadah, which are really all important and all engaging in terms of conversation. But there's an overall feeling that we're supposed to sort of allow ourselves to experience, to let go of the cares of this world, to get back to the painting that we have here, this beautiful painting done by Chagall, of thinking that it's God helping us levitate above slavery and above our incapacities to believe that there's nothing that we can't do, which is really a feeling that we have when we're in love. There's nothing that we can't do. In particular, there's nothing that we can't do together. So I think for me, I understand, and as I've aged, I've appreciated so much more why we read Shir HaShirim and what Shir HaShirim is, and particular thinking about the experience of intense love as an aspect, an integral aspect of the Seder, and perhaps what the entire evening is leading to. And with that, I wish you a Chag Kasher v'Sameach, a joyous experience of spring. And please don't forget, today is the first day we can make a bracha on the trees that blossom in Nisan. So we should take advantage of being out in nature and having that Shir HaShirim moment.
Thank you so much. We so appreciate you joining us, and we wish you and your family a Chag Kasher v'Sameach, and hopefully, God willing, soon we can maybe be together again for Pesach.
Amen.
Thank you so much. Have a great night. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, take care. Bye. Thanks so much for having me.
Of course. Okay, Rabbi, we're waiting. Rabbi Penner is joining us right now. I see them, like, Zoom is in the process of letting him in.
Okay, great.
Okay, Rabbi M, the floor is yours.
You see Rabbi Penner there?
Yes. Can you?
Oh, there we are. Okay, thank you. We are 10.5 hours on the dot into our programming today. And frankly, it has been an embarrassment of riches, just absolutely incredible. You might ask yourselves, how could it get any better than the past 10.5 hours? Well, it's about to, because we are so thrilled to introduce Rabbi Menachem Penner. Rabbi Penner is a veteran of the AA Learnathon. He was so dedicated to the Learnathon last year that he broadcast from his hospital bed. If you'll recall, so dedicated to disseminating Torah, he did not let a freak hospitalization at the very beginning of COVID, it wasn't COVID though, stop him from teaching us in his hospital gown from his bed. We are so happy to see Rabbi Penner in a suit and a tie, sitting at a desk with Svarim behind him, back where he belongs. And we are so thrilled that he has joined us tonight, the Dean of REITs, and a phenomenal Torah personality that we always benefit so much from, whether in person or through the screen. If you have enjoyed the program so far, please log into the Chesed Fund. Please donate, support our cause. We appreciate all of your support and allow us to make these types of days happen. Thank you so much. The floor is yours, Rabbi Penner.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Downick. It's my pleasure to join you. I was thinking of taking a hospital background and putting it there to see if we get a laugh out of that, but oh well. Okay, to all of those from congregation Ahavas Achim, it's great to see you. And I want to shout out to Kivi Newman, who's the one who gets me to agree I can't say no to Kivi. So I'm glad that the day has been going well, and Amir Hashem will have a good short session here today. I want to look at something today that is absolutely fascinating: the legacy of the longest living participant in Yetzias Mitzrayim, who lived somewhere close to 600 years. Obviously, someone who lived close to 600 years, there's much that we could talk about. We only have about a half an hour. Think about how many minutes that is per year. But what's most fascinating about Achia Hashiloni is that although, as you'll see in just a few moments, he is rather remarkable in many ways, despite that, you probably have never heard of him. You probably have never heard of him. For those of you who have heard of Achia Hashiloni, as you'll see, he is featured in the book of Malachim Aleph. And we'll look at a little bit about what he does at the time that he does it. He lives at the time of Yeravam ben Nevat and Rechavam, the son of King Shlomo. But it's not really there that he gets his fame, at least not as far as in the eyes of Chazal. So I'd like to learn together just a few of the fascinating statements of our rabbis about Achia Hashiloni, and then try to understand who is this person and how could we possibly have never heard of him. Okay. Says the Gemara in Baba Basra 121b. Tana Rabbana. Shiva kiflu eskol ha'olam kulo. There are 7 people whose lives, one into the other, span the entire history of the world. 7 people, obviously starting with Adam Harishon and ending with the Messiah. There's 7 people whose lives overlapped to take in that entire time, which we now know is at least 5,781 years. There's 7 people who are going to span that time. Who are these people? Tana Rabbanan, Shiva kiflu ha'olam kulo. Metushelach ra'a Adam. Metushelach met Adam. Okay, that's a good place to start. Metushelach lived 969 years, and Adam Harishon himself lived 930 years. So you already got a pretty good start into history. Shem ra'a Metushelach. Shem, the son of Noach, met Metushelach before Metushelach died. In fact, it appears from the Psukim, and what we know, that Shem was probably about 100 years old when he met Metushelach. Yaakov ra'a et Shem. And Yaakov Avinu met Shem. And of course, we have a tradition that he learned in the yeshiva of Shem Va'ever. Shem was the Rosh Yeshiva. Not exactly clear what they learned in the yeshiva of Shem Va'ever. It was before the Torah was given. But this is in the yeshiva of Shem Va'ever. And Yaakov met Shem. Now we get some interesting ones. Amram ra'a et Yaakov. Amram, father of Moshe Rabbeinu, who makes it down and we know is in Egypt. He saw Yaakov Avinu, which shouldn't be so crazy because Amram is the son of Kahas. We know that Kahas did go down to Egypt. And we know that Amram was the oldest son of Kahas. So if that's in fact true, then it makes sense that Amram could very well have met Yaakov, and that's the rabbinic tradition. Before Yaakov dies 17 years after getting to Egypt, he meets Amram, the father of Moshe. Skip one. Eliyahu. Chazal cheat a little bit here. Eliyahu. It switches over to Eliyahu, which means that that's how you really get to the end of time. We know that Eliyahu never died. Eliyahu ra'at achia hashiloni va'adayin kayam. So, okay, the Gemara cheated a little bit. Eliyahu went up into the heavens. His chariot went up into the heavens. He's never died. He's the one who will come back to be Mavaser, to give us the news of the Mashiach. So, okay, it cheated a little bit. It's not exactly 7 people that last from the beginning of time till the end, or if it is, it includes a lot of time in the life of Eliyahu Hanavi. But who is this link? Who is this link that gets us from those in Sefer, basically those in Sefer Bereshis, maybe the beginning of Shmos? Who's the one that gets us from Sefer Shmos all the way out to Eliyahu Hanavi in the middle of the First Temple period? Who's that? So there's really one name on this list that sort of you're probably not as familiar with, and that's Achia Hashiloni. Achia Hashiloni was a prophet who was from Shiloh. And our rabbis tell us in the Gemara in Baba Basra, there's no way to derive this. This is a Masorah that they had. That's what Rashi says. It's a Masorah that they had. Achia Hashiloni ra'a et Amram. Achia Hashiloni met Amram. In other words, Achia Hashiloni was in Egypt. Amram dies in Egypt. Moshe's father doesn't make it out of Egypt. So Achia Hashiloni was born in Egypt, and he must have been a slave like everybody else. He was a Levi, as we'll see, and therefore perhaps he did less work, but he certainly seemed to find his way in Egypt. He certainly seemed to be one of the people who left Egypt. Eliyahu ra et Achia Hashiloni. And according to this very strange Gemara in Baba Basra, nothing else about this Gemara is strange. But the Gemara has a tradition that Achia Hashiloni lived all the way until the time of Eliyahu Hanavi. We're talking the middle of the first temple period, someone who lived just about 600 years. Now, 600 years is not a big deal if you're at the beginning of Sefer Bereshis. There are people there living all sorts of 900 years. But we're not talking about someone at that time. We're talking about someone who lived during the time of the Nevi'im. Yes, you may have heard that Pinchas, who might be Eliyahu, lived 400 years. But this is someone who lived almost 600 years. And you've heard of Pinchas. You may never have heard of Achia Hashiloni. Why? Who is this mysterious fellow who is the oldest living survivor of Yetzias Mitzrayim? The Gemara says, "V'Achia Hashiloni ra'a et Amram." How could Achia Hashiloni, who lived at the time of the Nevi'im, who lived at the time of Malachim, after Yoshua, Shoftim, Shmuel, how could this person have actually seen Amram? V'Haksiv, v'lo noser me'am ish kim Kalev ben Yefuna v'Yeshua ben Nun. No one left the desert. Anyone who was in Egypt at most could have made it another 40 years. The only survivors of the punishment of the Chet HaMeraglim were Kalev ben Yefuna and Yehoshua ben Nun. So if in fact he started off in Egypt, how could he possibly have made it all the way until the time of Eliyahu? How could he have made it out of the desert? Amarav Hamnuna lo nigzur gzeira al shivto shel Levi. The Gemara says, I'll answer that one. That's not such a difficult one. There was no punishment that Shevet Levi survived. And he was a Levi. He was a Levi. Okay. So now we understand how he made it out of the desert. But what a strange tradition. I understand it's a Gemara. The Gemara has lots and lots of kinds of traditions. It gets stranger when you look at the Rambam. The Rambam, in the beginning of the Mishnah Torah, describes how the Torah got all the way down to us. Really, how the Torah got all the way down to him. He's trying to show that his Mishnah Torah, which is basically summarizes all of Torah law, doesn't come out of nowhere. It comes as a tradition that he received, and now he's sharing with the Jewish people. Even though the Torah Sheba'al Peh was not written down, Moshe Rabbeinu learned it all. But Beis Dino, in his Beit Din, in his circle, in his yeshiva, L'Shivim Zakenim, he taught what he learned from God on Har Sinai, the oral law, all of the laws, he taught them to the 70 elders. Ve'Elazar u'Pinchas v'Yoshua shloshtan kiblu mimena. Moshe. Interesting. A little different than Pirkei Avos. He just says Elazar and Pinchas and Yehoshua, all three of them got the Torah from Moshe. V'Yehoshua shehu talmido shemosh Rabbeinu masar Torah sheba'al peh v'tzivahu alav. It was Yehoshua, the main Talmud of Moshe, who got responsibility for the Torah Sheba'al Peh. Here, pass this along. Zakenim Rabbim Kiblu mi Yehoshua, and many Zakenim, many elders got it from Yehoshua. V'kibel Eli min Zakenim. Who's Eli? Eli's the Kohen that we meet at the beginning of the story of Shmuel. He's the Eli. Eli is the Kohen Gadol in the Mishkan when Chana comes, and he was the one who received the Masorah. He was a key player in the Masorah. Who did he give it to? Ushmuel kibel me Eliu Beis Dino. Okay, these are, as they used to say in Cy Sims. They used to say not in Cy Sims, in Sims, the store. All names you must know. Hope some of you are old enough to remember that. All names you must know. Eli's a little, but the one who was in the Mishkan then, the one from the famous story of Chana. He gives it to Shmuel. And Shmuel gives it to David, King David. No surprise there. David kibel mishmuel ubeis dino. David gets it from Shmuel and his Beis Din. Who sends it forward? Who sends it forward? So again, the Gemara brings up as a critical link someone that you may never have heard of. The Achia Hashiloni. Achia from Shiloh, Miyotze Mitzrayim Haya, was one of the people who had gotten out of Egypt. The Levi Haya, and he was a Levi. V'shama Moshe, and he heard the Torah from Moshe. V'haya katan b'mei Moshe, and he was a little boy at the time of Moshe. V'hu kibel mi David ubeit Dina, and he was the one who got the Torah from David HaMelech and his beis. Never heard of this guy. Ve'Eliyahu kibel me'achia Hashiloni ubeit Dino, and Eliyahu got it from Achia Hashiloni. So that's how the Torah made it through this time, all the way to the time of Eliyahu. The Ravid, in his first comment on the Rambam's Mishnah Torah, cannot understand what the Rambam is talking about. Ein ze nachon, he says at the bottom. Ele shehaya Achia Hashiloni mi beit Dino shel David. Achia Hashiloni is a separate figure. Look at what it said. Shmuel kibel mi Eli ubeit Dino, v'David kibel mi Shmuel ubeit Dino. It wasn't necessarily handed one-to-one. There were great figures along the way. And those figures established a Beit Din, a yeshiva, and people from the yeshiva kept the Torah going until it made it to the next great leader. Achia Hashiloni, who was a good 500 years at the time of David HaMelech, so he must have been part of the Beit Din of David. He wouldn't have been someone who got the Torah from David. Why would it have been very strange for him to get the Torah from David? Because David was a young man. David was 50, 60. Why would David HaMelech, who's 50, 60, be passing the Torah to a man who's 500 years old? And let me ask you another question, according to the Rambam. It says that Achia Hashiloni was at Matan Torah, and he learned Vishama mi Moshe. So if Achia Hashiloni was at Matan Torah, why do we need this whole paragraph of the Rambam? Can't we say that the Torah was given to Moshe? And from Moshe it was given to Achia Hashiloni, and then it went to Eliyahu Hanavi. What's this very strange thing? It looks like he wasn't ready then. The wording of the Rambam is strange. V'shama mi Moshe v'haya katan b'mei Moshe. It sounds like the Rambam's explaining that he heard it from Moshe, but he was a very young boy then. He wasn't ready to accept the mantle of the Masorah. When was he ready? When he turned 500. Talk about a late bloomer. It wasn't until he was 500 years old that he was ready to step into the Masorah, that he was ready to accept the Torah from a young King David and then hand it off to a relatively young Eliyahu Hanavi. What a strange figure. And what a strange Rambam. The Ravid doesn't have any understanding of why the Rambam plucked this one man out from the whole Beit Din of David HaMelech. And the Rambam here, it's enough that the Rambam is telling stories in the Yad Chazakah. This is a book of halacha. But he's saying a lot about Achia Hashiloni. Why all this detail about Achia Hashiloni? Ve'achia Hashiloni miyotzei Mitzrayim haya. He was of those who left Egypt. The Levi haya, and he was a Levi. V'shama mi Moshe v'haya katan mi Moshe. Just say ve'achia Hashiloni kibel mi David ubeit Dino. And if you don't know who Achia Hashiloni is, so look it up in Tanakh. He is in Tanakh after all. That's the main appearance. That's the main place that he appears, is in Tanakh. So why would he suddenly be approached this way in the Rambam? Why did the Rambam give him so much? What is he telling us about this man? Why is he teaching us so much about Achia Hashiloni, who he was, and when he suddenly had a moment that he needed to fit into the Masorah and pass along the baton? One more strange source, and this is the strangest of them all. Sefer Ben Porat Yosef. Ben Porat Yosef is a book written by Rabbi Yosef of Polonia, one of the main students of the Baal Shem Tov. We have left the days of the Masorah, we have left the days of Navi, Eliyahu, Navi, and David, and we fast forwarded to the 1700s. Sefer Ben Porat Yosef. He's talking about his Rebbe, the Baal Shem Tov. Achia Hashiloni shekibel mi Moshe Rabbeinu olav hashalom v'hayim miyotz Mitzrayim. He says, this Achia Hashiloni who got the Torah from Moshe Rabbeinu. and was of those who left Egypt. Ve'achar kach mibeit dino shel David HaMelech, and later he became a great man who was in the court of David HaMelech. Ve'hayarabo shel Eliyahu, and he was the Rebbe of Eliyahu, and he gave over the Torah to Eliyahu. The Rabo shel Mori, Zichrono Levrach. He was also the Rebbe of my Rebbe. He was the Rebbe of the Baal Shem Tov. Now, the death of Achia Hashiloni is not recorded anywhere in Navi. In the last story, which we'll see very briefly in just a minute, he does appear to be so old and blind that his last days are clearly coming. But the Torah never records that Achia Hashiloni dies. Does he mean that Achia Hashiloni was still alive, not just at the time of Nevi'im Rishonim, but all the way until the 1700s? And if so, how come nobody talks about him? Doesn't seem so. Elsewhere, the Ben Parat Yosef, Rav Yosef of Polonia, explains that his Rebbe would go into a trance. His Rebbe would go into a meditation. The Baal Shem Tov would go into a meditation, and he would go up into the heavens, and there he would study. Who did he meet with when he would study? Achia Hashiloni. Pretty bizarre. Let's leave aside the question of whether or not we understand what it means that the Baal Shem Tov went up to Shemayim to study with somebody. Let's take him at his word. The Baal Shem Tov went up to Shemayim, and he had a chavrusa, he had a regular chavrusa up in Shemayim. But let me ask you a question. If you were the Baal Shem Tov, and you could learn with anybody in history, up to the 1700s, would you pick Achia Hashiloni? Who even was Achia Hashiloni? He was an old man. Okay, he got the Torah from David, he gave it to Eliyahu, but why not learn with David? Why not learn with Eliyahu? Why not learn with Moshe? What is this Hasidic tradition? And it's a well-known Hasidic tradition within Hasidic circles that the Rebbe of the Baal Shem Tov was none other than Achia Hashiloni, the longest living survivor of Yetzias Mitzrayim, a man who was at Matan Torah, someone who the Rambam credits, even though we may never have heard of him, with being a critical link in the Masorah, but a critical link when he became 500. He already had met Moshe, but he was a nobody until after David's time. Then he became somebody, and then he hands the Torah off to Eliyahu Navi. And he's the Rebbe of the Baal Shem Tov, and we've never heard of him. I have only 10 minutes left to explain to you this riddle. Who was this man? He appears in 3 places in Navi. The first is to give Musar to the son of, to Shlomo and to Shlomo's son, Rechavam. To make a very long story short, Shlomo HaMelech, towards the end of his life, made many mistakes. And he strayed from the path that HaKadosh Baruch Hu had hoped he would take. He married many women from other cultures, hoping to make alliances, but Yerushalayim was not ready yet to bring in all of these outsiders. He was married for 36 years to the daughter of Paro, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu was angry at him. Vayitanach Hashem b'Shlomo, ki natal levavo me'im Hashem Elokei Yisrael. Pasuk Yud Aleph, Vayomer Hashem li Shlomo, Ya'an asher hayta zot imach, v'lo shamarta briti v'chukoti. Since you didn't listen to me, I will tear apart your kingdom from you. Problem is that Shlomo was not a prophet. So what does it mean that God said to Shlomo that his kingdom is going to be taken away? Vayomer Hashem l'Shlomo, says the Radak, commentator on Navi, al Yedei Navi. It was a prophet who told him, V'hu Achia Hashiloni. Achia Hashiloni, in his real life, in his real job as a prophet, appears in the book of Malachim Aleph. He's there to give Musar to Shlomo HaMelech and ultimately to break apart the kingdom of Shlomo HaMelech, the united kingdom which surrounded the Beis HaMikdash. Yeravam ben Nevat Efrati means Sereda, the second story. It is the time of Yeravam ben Nevat. He was originally working with Shlomo. Va'ish Yeravam Gibor Chayil, Vayar Shlomo Asanar, Ki Osei Malachahu, Vayafkedos Olachol Sevel Beis Yosef. This Achia Hashiloni from the tribe of Ephraim, this Yeravam ben Nevat is succeeding in the house of Shlomo. Yeravam Pasuk Chavtet leaves Yerushalayim. This is no longer now, as we'll see, in the time of, ultimately, just in the time of Shlomo, but it's already bleeding soon into the time of Shlomo's son, Rechava. Vayhi ba'itei v'Yeravam yatsa miYerushalayim vayimtzo so Achia Hashiloni Anavi. Achia is back. Achia runs into this man, Yeravam ben Nevat, on the way. V'hu mitkaseh b'salma chadasha u'shneim levadam basodeh. The two of them are standing alone, and one of them is wearing a new cloak. Chazal comment that the two of them are alone because there were no two people in the Jewish people who were greater scholars than Yeravam ben Nevat and Achia Hashiloni at that time. Vayispos Achia basalma hachadash shalav vayikresh nemasar karaim. He pulls off his garment, he cuts it into 12 pieces, and he says to Yeravam, Kach lecha asara kiraim, ki ka amar Hashem Elokei Yisrael mini korei asa mamlacha miyad Shlomo. He says to Yeravam ben Nevat, God wants you to take 10 of the 12 tribes. He wants you to split the kingdom in two. I want you, and I command you to split the kingdom in two. There will be one tribe, and perhaps the tribe of Shimon, amongst the tribe of Yehuda, who will remain, but I want you to split up the kingdom. And so Yeravam does. And this was Achia's claim to fame in the text, to be the person who advises Yeravam ben Nevat al pi HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to split the Jewish kingdom into two, which really was in many ways the first step to the destruction. The two, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, never come back together. This is Achia Hashiloni. This is the one. This is the guy who we're going to in Shamayim. We're picking. This was the longest. For this, you needed Achia Hashiloni to break up the Jewish people. Achia Hashiloni plays one more role. It's at the end of the life of Yeravam ben Nevat. Yeravam ben Nevat, we know, ladies and gentlemen, let his power go to his head. Yeravam ben Nevat was so paranoid. He was afraid that after establishing the northern kingdom, that the Jewish people would always look to the southern kingdom. What did the southern kingdom have that he didn't have? What did Rechavam, the son of Shlomo, have that he didn't have? The Beis HaMikdash. Yeravam was afraid that if the people would make Aliyah L'Regel, if the people from the northern kingdom would come to the Beit HaMikdash and see all the glory, not only of the Mikdash, but of Rechavam and the kings of David, they would leave. So he set up his own temples at the bottom of his kingdom, just above Jerusalem, and at the top of his kingdom by the Banyas, he sets up, of all things, 2 golden calves. And he tells the Jewish people, no longer should you go to the Beit HaMikdash. Now it's time for you to worship these calves. It's at the end of his life. It is at the time of the son of Yeravam, Aviyah. Yeravam tells his wife, go surprise Achia. We need a bracha, but he's very mad at me. I took things off the derech. I wasn't supposed to follow this path. Go and get a bracha from him. And of course, it's never good to surprise a Navi, even a Navi that has become blind. And says Achia to his wife, you should tell this to your husband, Vehika Hashem es Yisrael, and the Lord shall smite Israel as a reed sways in the water, and he will uproot Israel from the good land that he has given to your fathers. For this, you needed Achia Hashiloni. For this, someone needed to live almost 600 years so he could be there to split up the kingdom and then to curse the king who refused to allow the Jews go down to the Beit HaMikdash. There are many, many Nevi'im. What was Achia needed for? This story, I believe, can only be understood with the help of a beautiful Radak. The last pasuk, when Yeravam is told to take the kingdom, Achia Hashiloni says to him, of course, that Rechavam, the grandson of David, is gonna hold on to one piece. Zera David Lamanzos Achlo Kol Hayamim. I have to punish Shlomo. I have to punish the descendants of David. I have to punish Rechavam. But as he leaves Yeravam, before the northern kingdom is set up, Shlomo Achia tells him, Achlo Kol Hayamim. I want you to break up the kingdom, but I don't want you to break it up forever. Laman Zot, because of what they did, Masha Asa Shlomo, Ubeseder Olam Laman Zot Laman Lamed Vav Shana Shenitchatein Shlomo Bebat Paro. They needed to be punished. Yeravam, you are going to be the agent of punishment of the descendants of David. You're going to be the agent of punishment of Shlomo, because for 36 years he was married to the daughter of Paro. Ubesof Lamed Vav Shana Tachzor HaMalchut LeYoshna. But at the end of 36 years, the kingdoms were supposed to come back together. The job that Achia Hashiloni was given was not simply to curse Shlomo. It wasn't simply to break up the Malucha. It was to try. He did not succeed, but to try to break up the kingdom, to give a patch, but only so that 36 years later, the kingdom can be reunited. Says the Gemara in Maseches Tainis, Kilala shekilel Achia Hashiloni et Yisrael. The curse that Achia Hashiloni gave to the Jewish people was better than all of the brachos that were given by Bilam HaRasha. Why? Because what did he tell them? He said, and the Lord shall smite Israel as the reed sways in the water. The Lord shall smite Israel as a reed in the water. What happens when a reed gets hit in the water? It goes down, and then it comes back up. Why did we need Achia Hashiloni? Why did we need someone who was so old and so respected? Why did we need someone who left Egypt to be there at that moment in time just to break up the Jewish people? No, because his role was to break up the Jewish people with the attempt to give them the best shot possible to allow them to come back together. Yes, Shlomo and his son Rechavam, they needed a patch. They had gone off their way. Yeravam was going to bring something new into the picture. But the goal, had the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom not sinned, was to bring the Jewish people back together. Why did you need an Achia Hashiloni? Maybe because HaKadosh Baruch Hu understood that Yeravam would take this too far. And how would he try to split the Jewish people permanently? By establishing a golden calf at the bottom and the top. Wow, to have someone there who was at the sin of the golden calf and said that Yeravam may be a great Talmid Chacham, but I was there and this is a mistake. Achia Hashiloni was needed. Someone with the shoulders, someone who left Egypt, someone who understood what the Jewish people were about because of the difficulty of his mission, which was not to break apart the Jewish people, but to break them apart in order to put them back together in a way that was more whole. One of the Rabbeim in the Yeshiva of Beitel, Rabbi Eliezer Steinberg, suggests that this is also why he became the Rebbe of the Baal Shem Tov. Because what was the Baal Shem Tov trying to do? If you think about it, the Baal Shem Tov, the advent of Hasidus in Europe, split the Jewish people. The Baal Shem Tov, interestingly, like Achia Hashiloni, we don't know much about where he came from. And like Achia Hashiloni, the legend of the Baal Shem Tov says that this was someone who matured. He was a late bloomer. At the beginning, you wouldn't know who he was. He was a student like anybody else. But then at the right moment, he rose to split the Jewish people. But what was the Baal Shem Tov's goal? He learned from Achia Hashiloni the goal of splitting the Jewish people just to bring them back again. The goal of the Baal Shem Tov, the reason why tradition says that Achia Hashiloni was the one who was the Rebbe of the Baal Shem, was because the Baal Shem would introduce a split into the Jewish people. You can split in order to disrupt permanently, and you can split something so that one of the two sides has to think a little more, has to think about what they've done, have to think about whether there's something missing in the way that they're leading the Jewish people. What does it mean that The Baal Shem Tov would go up and study of all people with Achia Shiloni. He was looking for someone who had the magic, who had the capability. And despite that, it would be so difficult. The kings didn't succeed. They didn't allow the kingdoms to come back after 36 years. Asa, the king of the south, had sinned. Yeravam had taken things too far. It was beyond the point of repair, but he went back to the source, the one person who was supposed to split the Jewish people, to teach them a lesson so that they could come back together. This is why Achia Hashiloni became the Rebbe of the Baal Shem. Hasidus was there not to split the Jewish people into two, but to be able to tell them, you need to learn something. You need to learn. You need to gain a little something. Perhaps the Torah has become too dry, too intellectual in the way it's being shared. I don't want to split the Jewish people, says the Baal Shem. I just want to split them, Leman Zos, but then to bring them back together the way they should be. Achia Hashiloni is the longest survivor of Yetzias Mitzrayim. Achia Hashiloni is a key link in the Masorah. Achia Hashiloni is the Rebbe of the Baal Shem Tov. We needed someone with those kind of shoulders, not just to appear at that moment in time to help break apart the Jewish people in a way that had potential to bring them back together, but to keep guiding us as the Jewish people keep breaking. May Achia Hashiloni and his spirit and the spirit of the Baal Shem be there to unite our divided people under HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Tzlach Rab.
Rabbi, thank you so much for joining us. And as Rabbi M said, we're so happy you're joining us with a bunch of svarim behind you, and we so appreciate it. We wish you and your family a Chag Kasher v'Sameach. Thank you so much.
Chag Kasher v'Sameach.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi.
Hi, Dan. How are you?
Okay. Okay. I'm unmuted. Good. How are you? Are you? You're Rob.
I'm Rob. We finally get to see each other face to face. I
Nice
so
to
appreciate you joining us. We'll get started.
Okay.
Thank you so much for being here. We are thrilled to have Daniel Mariashin joining us as the Chief Executive Officer of B'nai B'rith International. Daniel Mariashin directs and supervises B'nai B'rith programs, activities, and staff countries around the world where B'nai B'rith is organized. Mr. Mariashin also serves as director of B'nai B'rith Center for Human Rights and Public Policy. In that capacity, he presents B'nai B'rith's perspective to a variety of audiences, including Congress and the media, and coordinates the center's programs and policies on issues of concern to the Jewish community. So just to let everybody know before I hand it over, Mr. Mariashin is going to make a bit of an introduction, tell you a little bit about himself, and we are thrilled to also have with us one of our members of our shul, Leslie Ostrin, who will be joining Dan shortly to do a Q&A. So a number of people have already submitted some questions, but we're also taking questions on both our YouTube and Facebook platform. So please feel free to submit those. And on that note, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you so much for being there.
Hey, well, thank you, Rob. I know you've had a very busy day of study. I looked at the program, and it was exceedingly ambitious. And I gather that you've really you've done it well all day. And I appreciate very much the opportunity to help conclude today's Learn-a-thon. Before we start, I do want to thank George and Harriet Blank for helping to put me together with you and the congregation. I also want to say that I have a special affinity for synagogues with the name Ahavas Achim. I was raised in Keene, New Hampshire, and that was the name of our synagogue in Keene. And then I married an Israeli whose family lives in Bavli in Tel Aviv. I'm sure many of you know Bavli. And the synagogue in the Bavli neighborhood that I go to is Ahavas Achim. So here we've completed the trifecta with Highland Park, and I'm very pleased to be able to do this. Just a word about B'nai B'rith, because I really do want to get into the issues and to the Q&A. B'nai B'rith is 177 years old, soon to be 178. Founded in 1843, was founded by German Jewish immigrants in New York City to help an indigent a widow. At the time, the story goes that the founders of B'nai B'rith, and there were, I think, were 11 or 12 of them, raised, I think, $27 to help this widow and her family. And then they were just off and running, where B'nai B'rith, from that point on, became the leading volunteer organization, membership organization in the Jewish community. We have members all over the world in many countries. And our program today largely focuses on three things. One is public policy, which we're going to talk about tonight. The second is senior housing. We are the largest sponsor of affordable housing, low-income housing for seniors in the Jewish nonprofit community. We have 38 properties around the country, 5,000 residents. And the third part of our program deals with disaster relief, humanitarian assistance to the victims of tsunamis and hurricanes and tornadoes, floods, and what have you. And we've been doing that since the 1860s. So that's who we are. And in the time that we have, though, I want to discuss several key issues that we're confronting as a community. And I consider these issues to be both threats and challenges. And they are, as they say, real time in nature. The first issue for all of us, I believe, is Iran. Iran's nuclear program, but also its malign behavior across the area, that expanse of land from the Persian Gulf all the way through the Middle East. Our concern has accelerated, given the announced intention of the new administration in Washington to return to the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action talks. That's not going to happen yet. There's some question about exactly when, but it seems that that's the direction that things are going in. Now, 6 years ago, when the agreement was concluded, many called into question its flaws. This was an agreement that was like Swiss cheese, full of holes, full of flaws. Inspections, missile testing and development, and sunset clauses in particular, which would allow Iran to break out and develop nuclear weapons after 12 years, were all issues that really were not addressed in that agreement. And it's interesting that 6 years later, there's now general agreement that this agreement was a bad one. The French foreign minister, said a couple of weeks ago, surprise, surprise, that the Iranians are breaching this agreement in many different ways. We'll talk about that in a second. But the French government, as were the others, the P5+1, which is the United States, Britain, France, China, Russia, plus Germany, they all made this agreement just 6 years ago, and now we're talking about Iran in the breach. Well, Trump administration came in, pulled out of the deal altogether, and imposed tough sanctions on Iran. But since the election with the new administration, Iran, rather than saying, maybe we have, some friends in Washington and we'll try to be on our best behavior, they've been on their worst behavior. And if there's going to be a reopening ever of negotiations, it certainly seems that we're going to have to take a very close look at what will transpire from that point. The Iranians, they're demanding now that sanctions be removed even before there's a resumption of negotiations. But it's done more than that. It's raised the level of enrichment of their uranium to 20%. It's threatened to go to 60%, which would be weapons level, just about. It's producing uranium metal. It's added more sophisticated centrifuges to its facility in Natanz, and it's tested a multi-stage rocket. And we have a multi-stage rocket. The only reason for that rocket is not for space exploration. It really is to put a nuclear warhead on that rocket. And but there's even more, as they say on TV, that's not all. Iran has used this JCPOA agreement to ramp up its malign behavior and its involvement in Iraq and Syria and Lebanon, its ties to Hezbollah, its arming Hezbollah with all of these precision-guided weapons, including precision-guided rockets that, God forbid, can hit Israel, as well as its ties to Hamas. For us, as Jews and as supporters of Israel, what's even more is the genocidal calls for Israel's destruction, which happen daily coming out of Tehran. You've heard the remarks of the Ayatollah Khamenei and others about Israel as a cancer that must be excised. They don't even say Israel, they say the Zionist entity. They call daily for the leveling of Tel Aviv and Haifa. Just the other day, the defense minister of Iran called for the leveling of Tel Aviv and Haifa if Israel should strike Iran. What country in the world does that? What country in the world today? We have bad actors in the world today, but there's only one that's calling daily for the destruction of another country. And I can tell you, even with this negotiation, even if there is another negotiation, even with the JCPOA, the Iranians are not going to target Berlin or London or Paris or Rome or Moscow or Beijing. There's only one place they're going to target. They'll either target their enemies in the Gulf, but more likely Israel will be in the crosshairs. And that's what we need to be concerned about. Iran, not only that, is one of the largest operators in the Holocaust denial business. They're very much engaged in that. And generally speaking, we can speak of the regime as an anti-Semitic regime. And so we don't understand the eagerness or the rush to go back into a negotiation with Iran, a country which we feel cannot be trusted. Now, on the Palestinian issue, and that would be the second issue I want to discuss, for the last 4 years, the Palestinians have given a cold shoulder to Washington. We had the Trump plan. There were all kinds of possibilities of what to do. In the meantime, we saw some very important steps being taken in terms of moving the embassy to Jerusalem, in terms of recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan, and all of the other things that you know about. But the Palestinians said, we're going to wait out this administration and wait for the next administration. But meanwhile, we've had the welcome news of the Abraham Accords. The Emiratis and the Bahrainis essentially were telling the world something interesting. They didn't give up on the Palestinian cause. They didn't give up on it. But they said they don't want to wait for the Palestinians. They don't want to wait for them. The Palestinians are too much zero sum. There was more to be gained in the region by this normalization process between the Gulf countries and Israel, and we've seen it. Now, it's true. The problem with Iran helped to bring things together and maybe speed things up, but this might have happened anyway because these countries are advanced in the sense of wanting to invest. They're very forward-looking, and so that's why we've seen these Abraham Accords. Now, we have to ask the question, does the Palestinian Authority leadership really want to settle the conflict with Israel, or is it pleased simply to kind of play the role of victim? And this is an important question, because we're talking about a two-state solution, but is this something they really want? There have been many opportunities since the Oslo Accords were signed in 1993 to conclude an agreement. The Oslo Accords were the first, but we had Camp David, we had the Annapolis Conference, we had the Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, we had the speech by Bibi Netanyahu in 2009 at Bar-Ilan University. We had the Kerry Initiative. I mean, there are so many opportunities the Palestinians have turned their back on. And so we have to ask, are the Palestinians really serious about it? But right now, it looks as if we are about to re-embark on a resumption of the peace process. Now, previous conventional wisdom was, you've heard it all the time, the road to peace in the Middle East runs through Ramallah. In other words, if you don't have an agreement with the Palestinians, then you're not going to have any peace in the region. Well, that's not what happened. I mean, ask the Emiratis or ask the Bahrainis. It's that idea, that conventional wisdom has been turned on its head. It's been disproved. Now, will the new attempt at resolving the issue between Israelis and Palestinians mean more of the same, more of the past, which has been disproved, or will we have learned something from the past 4 years? That remains to be seen. Third issue, very important to all of us, global anti-Semitism, proliferating right before our very eyes, even in this country. It's becoming mainstream here. You know, just a few weeks ago, you saw the Michael Che joke on Saturday Night Live relating to Israelis vaccinating only Jews. Then you had the Canadian-produced NBC series Nurses, which stereotyped Hasidim when there was supposed to be a bone graft, and the Hasidic patient and the father were aghast at the idea that a bone graft may come from an Arab or a woman. It's kind of offhanded anti-Semitism, offhanded stereotype. Athletes, we find them all the time. Just last week, somebody from the Miami Heat tweeting anti-Semitic comments. The school committee member in Lowell, Massachusetts, referred a few weeks ago to a former school administration staffer who happened to be Jewish as a kike. And now let's move to Europe, where anti-Semitism is constantly spiking. A few days ago, we observed the 8th anniversary of the Toulouse killings in France at the Jewish school. And since then, of course, France has been the scene of numerous violent incidents. There was the attack on Yom Kippur at the synagogue in Halle, Germany, a year ago. And now in Europe, we're facing something we didn't expect, but now is beginning to snowball a little bit. And that's the question of Shechita and Brit Milah. Belgium, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, and others sure to come are banning Shechita and Brit Milah, not both in both places, in all places. Nevertheless, this is a growing issue, most recently in Belgium. And, you know, they're proposing this is due to pressure from animal rights groups and anti-circumcision groups. Look, they're entitled to their views and their opinions. But we say, look, these are two of the strongest pillars of Judaism, of our peoplehood, Brit Milah and Shechita. We're not forcing these practices and these customs on anybody else. We're saying we should have the religious freedom to practice our religion. These are issues that we're fighting. And, you know, when I think of Brit Milah and Shechita, you know, this is 76 years ago, was the end of the Holocaust. So within the worst crimes against the Jewish people were committed within the memory of people of survivors who are living today. This didn't happen 200 years ago or 300 years ago. This is within the memory of people who are living today. And so now, for these countries that I mentioned, and perhaps others going forward, to take this away from us suggests that, you know, what kind of future do Jews have in Europe if they're not going to be able to have Shechita and Brit Milah? I want to talk also about BDS, you know, boycott, divestment sanctions. May have started on campus, but it did not end there. I'll give you one example. The Irish Parliament has been considering now for months enacting BDS legislation. And now on top of everything else, we have the International Criminal Court, which is about to open an investigation into, quote, war crimes, close quote, committed by Israel in Gaza. And that would face, if Israel is convicted in this International Criminal Court, the Israelis would have a tremendous issue in terms of just traveling, and not just the leaders of Israel during the time that these so-called war crimes were committed, but we're talking about anybody. I mean, I can just imagine, you know, I have relatives in the IDF, I'm sure many of you do too, traveling with an ID, trying to move around one place to another. This is a very serious issue. We are doing all we can now to have governments and urge governments to speak out and say that this court has no jurisdiction in this case. The court considers Palestine to be a sovereign state. We believe it isn't. We believe international law says that it isn't. And we're urging the new prosecutor in the court to drop this case. And then we have issues at the United Nations. I can talk about it later, perhaps in the Q&A. The UN continues to be an organization, whether it's in the Human Rights Council, the General Assembly in New York, at the World Health Organization. There was a resolution just a few weeks ago. Some of you may have seen this, criticizing Israel for not giving vaccinations to Palestinians. At the Human Rights Council this month, Israel again being singled out for in a basket of resolutions that are one-sided and only advance the Palestinian cause. Within the UN system in New York, there are 3 Palestinian committees that were organized going way back to the Zionism Racism Resolution in 1975, which are there only to advance the Palestinian narrative in the United Nations. And so we're doing battle with those issues as well. Well, how do we sort all of this out when we have divisions within our own community? For example, regarding the definition of BDS, you know, there are people in our own community who say, well, you can't call BDS anti-Semitism because freedom of speech. But if you create a double standard, and if you deny the Jewish people the right to its own place. If you delegitimize it, if you attempt to delegitimize it, in effect, you're creating double standards. And again, that leads or is actually anti-Semitism. Now, one means of confronting anti-Semitism has come to us now over the last number of years. We were involved in the fight going back almost to 2004, 2005, and that is the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. The alliance, for short, is called IHRA, I-H-R-A, and it has come up with a baseline definition of anti-Semitism, very important that countries now, there are 18 countries that have adopted this definition of anti-Semitism, but I just want to read a couple of things and then we'll conclude. That in this definition of anti-Semitism, it says, making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as a collective. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, that is, to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide, that they're more loyal to Israel, applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. It's a full definition. It's here. It's extremely important. More and more countries, organizations, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, even football teams, soccer teams in Europe are adopting this resolution. It's only a baseline. It's not the cure to the problem, but it is extremely important that this is happening. Finally, we need to also work very hard on Holocaust remembrance and restitution. Survivors every day are slipping away from us. It's just the biological clock. My organization is deeply involved in working for Holocaust restitution for remaining survivors, for their families. You know, this was not only the biggest murder in history from 1933 to 1945, it was also the biggest robbery in history. We only want justice for the survivors. We want justice for their families. We want justice for our people. And that's why restitution is so important. And that's why Holocaust remembrance is so important. We've seen a couple of studies recently. One was conducted by the Claims Conference, which shows that young people today, that millennials, Generation Zers, young people simply have no idea about concentration camps, about Jews. In fact, in one study, in that Claims Conference study, 10 or 11% of those who were surveyed felt that Jews themselves had contributed to the Holocaust. So we should not forget, we need to continue to promote Holocaust remembrance and restitution at every turn. So our community's plate is full. The common denominator is that this affects all of us as Jews and as supporters of and advocates for Israel. Yes, you know, the phrase "Schwer zu sein a Yid," it's hard to be a Jew, is truer now than ever before, but we know that it's hard. That's the first step. You have to know that it's difficult. But do we have the unity that we need to face the winds that are buffeting us now from all sides? And I believe we need to muster that unity that we'll need in the months to come. My guess is that Ahavas Achim and its congregants, all of you, have already signed on to that challenge. So many thanks again for the invitation to visit with you this evening. Be glad to take questions. And to all, kosher and Zissen Pesach.
Hi, Dan, thank you so much. Welcome again. And I just wanted to also briefly thank also my parents for sponsoring this hour. And thank you so much for honoring us by being with us. You said a great deal, and we're probably not going to get to everything, all the points that you made. So I'm going to jump in with the first question, which revolves around the Abraham Accords. So you talked about that a little bit, and you spoke about it from several different angles. What do you think, based on your experience, is likely to unfold in the region in the months ahead, the years ahead, and how do you expect the new administration, the U.S. administration, to handle things in that regard?
Well, let's start on the final point. This administration has welcomed the accords. The problem is where, or if there is a point of conflict with what I had mentioned earlier. And that point of conflict is the conventional wisdom that you need to deal with the Palestinian issue before dealing with everything else. And again, we've learned that you don't necessarily have to do that. You can deal with the Palestinian issue, but we shouldn't stop progress. There are still several countries that we think would sign on to this normalization process. One is Oman. It's possible that, we talk about it, possible that the Saudis will. There are other Islamic countries. One country that was mentioned frequently in the press up until 3 months ago was Indonesia. So this really needs to be promoted and to be pushed. We hope the new administration will do that. We know there are others out there who are willing to become partners in this effort. They need to be encouraged and they need to be thanked. And this is not something we take for granted. There's a lot of hard work that's gone into this. So we hope that we're not going to replace the normalization process and Abraham Accords simply with the Palestinian issue. Got to deal with the Palestinian issue, but we've got something good going on here and we should continue to encourage it.
Great, thank you. Moving to Iran, what do you, how do you feel, what do you think the direction, you indicated where things are heading and it's it's a bit of a grim picture, but how do you think the new administration is going to handle that? And do you feel that we are heading towards a clash, another US-Iran clash?
Well, I hope we're not headed toward a clash. Look, one of the missing, there are many missing elements in that JCPOA agreement, but one that I didn't mention that needs to be, if they're going to move ahead, our organization was against the JCPOA. We feel you cannot trust the Iranians. And you're talking about, forgetting nuclear for a minute, you're talking about a country that used the JCPOA as a shield to simply continue all of its malign behavior. And not only that, they are among the biggest human rights abusers in the world. The Baha'i faith, women, political opponents, juvenile offenders, LGBTQ, all of that. There are three baskets here. There's nuclear, there's malign behavior, and then there's human rights. So I wouldn't have rushed back. I think we didn't need to rush back. The Iranians have sanctions on them. They are hurting economically. And look, the Israelis, remember what they did by coming up with this, carrying out this treasure trove of documents out of Tehran. It proves that the Iranians, they are, bent on having this nuclear weapon. It's clear. Look, if it's clear to us, and we're just bystanders here, then I would have to believe that people who are more in the know than we are would understand this as well. I don't understand it. We have a very interesting dynamic going on here. Look, in terms of our friends and allies around the world, some of them are, they're not the biggest human rights proponents. Some of them are, there are a lot of flaws here, a lot of things that we don't like. But it's a cruel world in a sense, and sometimes you have to make choices. And what we want to do is we want the friends of the United States, that group of countries that supports what it is that we stand for, to be in the loop. One of the things that was not done back in 2015 when they negotiated this is Israel and the Gulf states weren't invited, not necessarily to the table itself, but they weren't part of the consultative process. When we were negotiating in the Clinton administration, the Obama administration with the North Koreans, we made sure that South Korea and Japan were part of the process. And so if this happens again, the Israelis and the Gulf states have got to be part of this process so there can be some brakes applied. And as I said, look, it's not easy to negotiate these things, but at the end of the day, does it matter? I don't mean to be flippant about it. Does it matter to the Europeans if we have or we don't have? But it does matter to the Israelis. And so we take it very serious. The administration to now, it seems like, one day we hear that they're eager to go back, and another day we hear that they recognize some of the difficulties that have come up in the last few months. I hope that we go slow. I wouldn't do it again, but if we're going to go, that we go very slow, take the temperature, and not give the Iranians anything in advance without having to pay a price for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that. That it seems like a no-brainer, but some of the things that that got through in the first place also seemed like no-brainers. But do you feel, from your vantage point, that there is a process in place to actually include, to keep others in the loop, to to include, and is that something that it seems like a reasonable approach?
Well, the U.S. has announced that that it is consulting Israel and that there is a process in place. Let's hope that that process runs wide and deep. If it's just cosmetic, then it's not going to achieve what it is that we all hope, and that is to make sure that Iran never gets the bomb. And when you think about the JCPOA, 12 years, in Persian history, in our history, 12 years is the blink of an eye. And that 12-year sunset clause is, it's fast, 5-6 years now, it's gone. 6 years, it's gone. So we want to plug all of those holes. And I really do hope that the Israelis and the Gulf states are seriously consulted in this process.
Great, thank you. You spoke a little bit about the UN and a little bit about B'nai B'rith's role there, but could you speak a little bit more about that? What are your objectives? And it's a very seemingly treacherous territory in the UN. It just seems very, very challenging. And there clearly we have some allies in that context, in that landscape. But what are your objectives, and how successful do you think you can be?
It's interesting. B'nai B'rith was present in San Francisco in 1945 when the UN was founded. And we got our first credentials at the UN as an NGO, non-governmental organization, in 1947. We have representation at UNESCO and at the Human Rights Council and some other places. When Jews welcomed the creation of the UN, they welcomed the creation of the UN because this was the UN was founded on the ashes of the Holocaust. We hoped that the world would be a different place. We never thought that in 1945 and in succeeding years, we never thought that we would wind up spending most of our time calling out the UN for its anti-Israel bias. The UN is filled with blocks. It's got the non-aligned countries. It's got the Islamic countries. It's got the African group. It's got Eastern Europe, Western Europe. It's all group, Asian group. It's all groups. And a lot of times there's block voting, and the UN, it's kind of go along to get along. And so what we do is to call out the biases in these various UN agencies. And we've noticed that for example, in the vote on these special Palestinian committees, there are 3 of them, and the vote always takes place in November. We just came out of it. We've noticed that little by little, the votes are shifting. The votes that have gone for the Palestinians on these issues are moving to abstentions, and some of them are even moving to no votes. It's a little glacial, but the votes are changing. And I ascribe that to, there are a number of issues, but one stands out to me. For years, there was fear that if you voted against the Palestinians, all kinds of things would happen. The Arab League would come down on you. You wouldn't get oil. You'd be subject to terrorist attacks. And so it was the easiest thing to do was just to go along to get along. Now we found that, in effect, it's like the Wizard of Oz. And one of my favorite scenes in the movie, is that Frank Morgan, he's the wizard. He's standing behind the curtain at the end, and he says, the great and powerful wizard has spoken. And then Toto tugs on the curtain comes down, and there's Frank Morgan. He's a regular guy. And with the Palestinians, it's, wow, if you do this, this terrible retribution is going to happen. And countries realize now 2 things. One, that these things may not happen, probably won't, and there won't be that retribution. And secondly, there is a lot to be gained by being a good friend of Israel. Israel has all kinds of things to offer. So I think that it's I don't want to say things are changing. It's too early for that, but that's basically what we do at the UN, is to try to move that along in the right direction.
Right. That's encouraging. It's cautiously encouraging, and great work there. Is it in the UN context that you've had the opportunity to meet many heads of state Is it in your work in that capacity, or is it in other contexts?
No, I mean, we do that with the UN. Right now, for example, just the last couple of weeks, we've been meeting with ambassadors to the Human Rights Council to discuss these issues. But, we're based in Washington. We have the embassies here. We have a program of public diplomacy. So our interaction with diplomats is ongoing. And occasionally, through our work, we have the opportunities to meet with heads of state, with presidents and with prime ministers. And of course, that gives us even a greater opportunity to have the ear of people who are actually making policy. So it's kind of an ongoing through the year kind of arrangement.
That's great. And of all the heads of state, leaders, prime ministers, et cetera, around the country, who would you say was the most interesting, the most surprising, surprised you in terms of their positions? And
well, and not a lot of surprises, but I'll give you four names. Four names come to mind. I had the opportunity to meet with Margaret Thatcher at 10 Downing Street. The issue at that time was Soviet Jewry. She was very active, even before she became prime minister, when she was just a member of parliament in a group of women who were involved in the Soviet Jewry movement. And that was 10 Downing Street. We're very much Britain focused these days. So meeting Thatcher, of course, was really something. Two Arab monarchs. I met with the late King Hussein in Amman, and it was just shortly after the peace agreement with Israel, and that was really a tremendously illuminating meeting for me and two of my colleagues. The late King Hassan of Morocco, who was so involved going back to the Camp David Accords. And before Egypt and Israel signed agreements, King Hassan of Morocco, and was already working behind the scenes with the Israelis and the Egyptians. So he was a very important figure. And then I'd have to say Menachem Begin. Begin was really at the top of his game when I had a chance to meet him in Israel, 1979, and very impressive guy. And what impressed me most is he had been to Boston. I worked in Boston earlier in my career, and he'd been there and he visited. He wasn't prime minister, and he came, I think, for Israel Bonds. And on Sunday, he stayed over, and a young Judea group had invited him to speak. And he stayed over to speak before a group of, 10 people. And that said a lot to me. So I said to him, Mr. Prime Minister, I remember you came to Boston. This is, maybe 6 years before. You came to Boston and you stayed and you spoke before those kids. And I just thought it was great. And he says, yeah, I remember I had to climb 3 flights to get up to that meeting. So he was really very special, very proud Jew, and really a great figure in Jewish history.
Thanks. So you spoke about anti-Semitism. And so I guess we're wondering what do you think that we can do? What specific things can we in the U.S. do when it comes to combating, to looking at things from both sides of the aisle? There is a growing polarization, I think, really throughout the world, but we clearly feel it very much in the U.S. And that really lays the foundation, or is coming, I think, really concurrently with what we all sort of are watching and experiencing in our own lives in terms of anti-Semitism. So what do you think from your vantage point? Are there things that we can actually do other than stay informed and
Yeah, well, I would just say, first of all, things that we Americans can do. I think that the Office of the Special Envoy on Anti-Semitism, which was held by Ilan Carr under the previous administration and by predecessors of his, there will be a new envoy now. It has been, the title will be ambassador. So the importance of that office has been raised. And my assumption is the Biden administration will make an appointment. That person will be confirmed, and we Americans need to lead the way. If Americans aren't going to lead the way on fighting anti-Semitism, then it's not going to be addressed properly. And there are countries, more and more countries in Europe, for example, are appointing special envoys on anti-Semitism. This is important. I mentioned the IRA definition, very important. Education, of course. But look, what for people day to day, I was raised in New Hampshire. There were 4 Jewish families in my town, and there were 25 Jewish families within a 25-mile radius. I can tell you, not a lot of Jewish community there. So we always need to work with friends and allies. That's what's important. They can be in evangelical churches. They can be in schools. They can be legislators. They can be governors. I just heard this week there were 2, Utah and Kentucky, two states just adopted the IRA definition just in the last 10 days. Extremely important. Now that happened because there were not just Jews in those 2 states, but others who were joining them to put this front and center. And then secondly, we must not become inured to what's going on around us. I mentioned Michael Che. I mentioned the nurses program. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. What are we doing? What are we doing in the Congress of the United States that members of Congress are calling into question our loyalty to this country and not have it responded to in really, I believe, in a proper way? I mean, this we cannot allow it just, in our own backyard to happen. We have to speak out, but we need constantly to call out, for example, in the case of NBC, needs to apologize, but they also need to engage in sensitivity training. Why pick on Hasidim and make something up about bone grafts for shock value? Or why would you allow Michael Che to make a joke that we take care of Jews first in Israel and we don't bother with Palestinians? What is he trying to say? Do you know that particular joke lasted 8 seconds, just 8 seconds, but it created, I believe, a lot of damage. And it created damage also amongst our own young people who see people laughing at these things and give it approbation, or they feel that approbation is given to it. So there are, let's start with our friends, let's start with our neighbors, let's start with our business associates who are not Jewish, and let's also sensitize our own community to this and not simply to kind of let it pass. I've had people tell me, look, okay, well, in our own community, Michael Che, all right, let's let it pass. We can't let it pass. If you let it pass, there'll be a critical mass of these jokes and a critical mass of these comments. And before you know it, people will believe it. And that's what we have to defend against.
Yeah, I hear it. Thank you. I think the part of the concern is that there is the increased, very obvious, you referenced Congress. There's a very clear increase in negativity towards Israel, actually both within the Jewish community as well as without, and in the public at large. So I'm wondering what steps we can take to help build interest in, support of, care for, and actually just help people be more knowledgeable, educate, and not in a patronizing way, but really help people understand what the real facts are on the ground across, within the Jewish community, across all affiliations, denominations. And then what can we do to help combat I think there's a wellspring of misinformation that is really feeding this polarization and negativity towards Israel, as well as, the BDS movement, et cetera.
Yeah, I left out, by the way, Congresswoman Marjorie Greene. She was the one who said that the Jewish space laser and the Rothschilds were responsible for the wildfires in California. I mean, this is on both sides of the aisle here, so we have to deal with it. Look, about Israel, one of the most discouraging things to me, and I've been working in this field for well over 40 years, is to see this polarization. I never thought that I would see this happen. I think that part of the problem is generational. An 18-year-old goes off to campus today the parents of that 18-year-old, let's say, are 45 years old, more or less 45. They're too young to remember the Six-Day War. They're too young to remember the Yom Kippur War, when Israel literally faced tremendous existential threats, tremendous. So today, people know startup nation, they see Israel strong, it's stronger than its enemies. And then what happens is, if you don't have that, if you don't have that context, and I'm not blaming anybody for being born after 1967, but if you don't have that context, if you don't work at it. Look, I know how I was raised. We talk at the dinner table. These are the things that we talked about. If you don't get it at the dinner table, by the time you're off to college, at the age of 18, you're going to be up against well-trained, pro-Palestinian, pro-BDS folks. There a lot of money goes into this. They don't have the answers. And soon, a lot of people who don't have the answers start to believe that the charges that are being laid down against Israel must be true. Because what we do get at the dinner table is we teach about human rights, we teach about respect for others. I mean, all of these things, these are part of the values that Jewish parents, hopefully all parents, impart to their children. And so that's one thing. The other thing is, and this is something that I've said for many, many years, it's true, we live in a global village. We know everything that happens instantaneously. We're in touch. Look, my wife and I are in touch with Israel every day, more than once a day on FaceTime. We do this where you can reach out to Israel and literally touch it. But there's another side to that coin, and the other side to that coin is that there's this kind of a comfort level that people have living here. I'm speaking to you tonight from Chevy Chase, Maryland, and you're down in Highland Park. From the comfort of our homes, we don't send children to the army. We don't pay the high taxes that Israelis pay for that stupendous defense budget that they have. We're not living under an Iranian cloud here. I mean, we could go on and on and on. The chances of somebody being rammed or stabbed or all of these things in the street here, we have violent crime, but we don't have it like that. So, it's very easy to tell Israelis what they need to do. I think you ought to do this here, you ought to do that there, this on settlements and that on this, and this is where you go to the border and so forth. Now, look, we should have an opinion. Israel is very near and dear to us. But I think at a certain point, we have to be cognizant of the fact that there is a difference. And that at the end of the day, if Israelis are able to vaccinate the entire country in a matter of weeks and be startup nation and invent a little pill that has a little camera that goes into your stomach, they're also capable of making their own choices, and they're going to make their own choices. They've got an election coming up in 9 days. So I think we need to have a little perspective here and to step back a little bit. Israel still is not out of the woods. It still lives in a dangerous neighborhood. I mean, now the Houthis, for example, are armed with rockets and missiles, precision-guided missiles that are coming out of Iran that more likely not going to be able to hit southern Israel. Israel's not out of the woods. If you have a general, you have the defense minister of Iran who's saying, I'm going to level Tel Aviv and Haifa, God forbid, but he's saying this, Israel's not out of the woods. So it's kind of easy for us to, say that, you should go here and you should go there. That's, I maybe a little anachronistic in a way, but I think it still works today. We really need that sense of proportion and that sense of perspective.
Appreciate that. Yeah. I guess as a follow-up question, which really sort of just to get your perspective, in order to sort of move the needle on anti-Semitism and just on this polarization that we were talking about, and not to doom and gloom. There's I think a lot of bright spots on the horizon and positive things happening, and you referenced many of them, be it in the UN or in our own country. But what would you say, in your experience, helps inspire people to get involved, to develop leadership, to take those steps that you were mentioning, that we have to, sort of call things out and take a stand, or lead others, or to not just, bury, and not that most people are burying their heads in the sand, but I think it is easy to sort of say, well, it's just, Shay, it was one little thing. And, but what do you think works in your experience to help community members step up, get involved in their communities, in their local schools, in their schools, federations, JCCs, APAC, Israel advocacy? What would you say would be some of the tricks of that have worked in your trade?
Well, look, you can't be fatigued about being Jewish. You get up in the morning, we're the only ones, we go immediately, where's the Middle East stuff? Where you go right away, we look, this is what we do. You can't be fatigued about it. You have to be, I believe, you need to be excited about being Jewish. That should energize you, whether it's on cultural issues or whether it's on social welfare issues, and certainly on issues that affect us in terms of anti-Semitism and in the broader picture on international affairs. You have to be excited about being Jewish, and you have to feel wounded when somebody says something like that. You can't be numb to it. Now, how do you get to that? And if you're excited, then there are all kinds of different channels for you to go into. God knows we have so many Jewish organizations dealing with so many aspects of Jewish life. I see it all the time. And there are new organizations cropping up all the time, small ones that are doing really terrific work, whether it be on education, in media, and in terms of media watching, all kinds of good things that are happening. There's no magic bullet. All of us have to do, I would go back, to my parents, with me and with my sisters around the table. They chose to discuss these issues. Believe me, when you're living in New Hampshire, you're living in the broader world. When you step outside, it's the broader world, and we thrived in the broader world. But around that table, we talked about the things that are important to us. Look, we talk about Jewish continuity. It's not a throwaway term. It's not a throwaway term. It is an essential term. It is an existential term. And continuity is you can only have continuity if you believe that what it is you have to continue is exciting. It's interesting. It means something to you. You hear young people all the time saying, well, we're not the only ones who talk about human rights, and we're not the only ones who do. Well, a lot of it started with us. If you're reading the portion of the week, you'll see that a lot of things started with us, began with us. But we've been able to take it through this continuum of millennia, and no one has been able to. We've done it, and that's exciting. We've been a vessel for that. In terms of the contributions that we've made to civilization, I just mentioned a little pill with the camera, but the other contributions that we make in medical technology, agricultural, all the things, all these things that Israel does well and that Jews do well. How certain industries in this country that we built that came from immigrants who landed here and had nothing, and just didn't happen like that. And I'm afraid that in some places, the paucity of Jewish education, and Jewish education is not just in the classroom, it is around that table. It's what you say in your house. It's what you say to your kids. It's what you say to your grandchildren. And if we can dedicate ourselves to that effort of making Jews feel proud about who it is we are, why it's important for us to continue to do what we have done. Will everybody do it? No, but there'll be enough who will be able to take up the challenges, all these challenges that we've talked about tonight, and really do something about it and meet those challenges well.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a really extremely inspiring and special message that you're relaying. I take it a bit for granted because my parents, thank God, gave me the blessing of being excited about, being a Jew and being part of a very, very special community. But I think, what you're saying is it really begins with the family. It begins with education, not just the classroom, as you said. That really, once you're excited about it, you're passionate about things, then you want to get involved. So maybe that really is the key to helping inspire other people to be involved. Thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for being closing up. It was such a special question and answer, and for giving over your perspective. It was wonderful to meet you, and thank you so very much.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me. And again, Chag Sameach to everybody.
Chag Sameach. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. We so appreciate it. We've made it through our 12 hours. We're going to close up in a minute or two with the president of our shul, Josh Ostrin. As we close up after 11 days, I really just want to take 2 minutes to thank everybody for making this year's Match Campaign to Learn-a-thon a huge success. When we launched on Wednesday night, March 3rd, I said that the Match Campaign celebrated everything that made AA incredible. For me, it's easy because everything about AA to me is special, and I'm so happy and privileged to be a part of this community, and thank everybody for their support. I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out a personal thank you. My wife and I had our first child 6.5 weeks ago, and most people, most spouses would expect their husbands home, but my wife, the same as me, values the importance of this community and setting the right example for our son of being a part of the community and making a difference. So I thank her for her support, and she'll probably kill me for saying that. And without further ado, to close us out, our president and leader, Josh Ostrin.
Thank you, Uri. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, everybody. Wow, this is amazing. So finally, Rob and David have let me out of the locked basement. You haven't seen me all day today, but for good reason. They kept me away from the computers, the wires, and all the buttons, because they know that I can be a disaster. I can paint, I can change tiles, but don't put a wire or a computer in front of me. In fact, Uri just had to turn this on for me. Thank you, Uri. What an exciting day of Torah learning and flat out fun. Once again, Ahavas Achim, its leadership and its membership are the shining light of Middlesex County. I'm so proud and appreciative of all of today's participants. So thank you, everybody. Special thank you to Rabbi M, our fundraising VPs, who you all know, Rob and David. These guys are tremendous. They add an awful lot of value to our synagogue and what we do here at Ahavas Achim. So when you see them, please thank them. Thank you to Rachel Lefkowitz, to her daughter Susie, to her son-in-law Moshe Wiesel, and to the entire family for their matching funds. Thank you to Simi for the Facebook push, and to all of our phone call volunteers. Sorry, Simi, I'm still not on Facebook. Couldn't help you out there this week. Thank you to all our very, very, very generous sponsors and everybody who contributed today. Really, thank you. It was awesome. Thank you to all of our distinguished speakers and to the Torah Bowl teams. They came from far and wide. They studied hard. And if you didn't see it, it was really a lot of fun. It was very exciting. Thank you to the TABC boys who put together a team last night, and they were terrific. So thanks, guys. And I'd also like to wish a mazel tov to the winning team, to the Ahavas Achim team, who just brought $1,000 to our synagogue, to Shana Posey, to Alicia Rush Fishbane, to Zev Benedek, and to Jake Stern. So thank you, guys. Mazel tov to you guys. Hold your heads up high, and we'll see if we can get you a trophy or something big on in the hallway, so you guys can look at yourselves for the next year. The monies that were raised today go into our operating budget and allows us the flexibility to do all of the programming, pay our bills, and everything else that makes AA such a special destination. At 10 o'clock this evening, fellas, Rabbi M, to David, to Rob, and I will be meeting to start work on Learn-a-thon 2022. So that gives you guys about 45 minutes to take a rest, to have a little something to eat, something to drink, get yourselves together. Call your wives, tell her that I'm a crack in the whip, and we're going to keep working, because next year is going to be bigger and better. So now David is going to hand me the envelope, please. Thank you, David. Here we go. It's been sealed. I haven't looked at it, haven't opened it up. And here's the final number, folks. Oh! Is that backwards? $70,213. Yasha koach to everybody. What? Amazing, just amazing. Thank you so much, everybody. We're closing out. Have a Chag Kasha v'Sameach. We look forward to seeing everybody from Ahavas Achim at our shul. Please bring your family members if they've been vaccinated. If not, remember to wear the masks, social distancing. We look forward to seeing everybody. Everybody who's outside of Ahavas Achim, come visit us. Love to see you. Love to thank you. Love to show you what we got. And everybody, again, thank you. See you next year. Same time, same place. Give it take a couple of days. Good night.